You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday, June 3rd, 2023, at around 11 p.m. Today we are returning to Mythos Tales, the Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective-inspired game. We're playing Case 2 called Flesh and Blood. We played Case 1 on the channel quite a while ago, actually. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. All right, so what happened? I rigged up some other stuff the other day and I changed the plug, the power plug for the microphone, and apparently it's not happy with that. All right, I'll have to make sure during the break that we don't lose audio. Let me start over again. Little electrical issue with the mic. So I'll start over again. That's all right. So you're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, June 3rd, 2023, Saturday night around 11 p.m. Today we're playing Mythos Tales, the second case. We've played the previous case on the channel. This case is called Flesh and Blood. So we'll do a little bit of bookkeeping, then I'll tell you about a little bit of the history of Mythos Tales. So as far as bookkeeping goes, last week we finished playing Escape from the Asylum. We played all 10 chapters, quite stressful. But I did recently put up a review of that game on the channel. If you haven't watched that, you might consider checking it out. And I also did a live stream question and answer session. Tomorrow is normally our day where we play a play-by-mail game, Dear Homes, but that letter is still 2 weeks late now. Apparently it's been shipped in the mail, but it hasn't arrived. So instead, tomorrow at 3 p.m., we're going to play through the Case of the Missing Mother Owl, which was written by a 7-year-old daughter of one of the viewers of this channel. So hopefully you can join me for that. It'll be very short. We'll just sort of, it's not gonna be a full mystery the way we normally do it, but we'll read through the case and we'll try to solve it. Okay, what else do we need to talk about? A reminder that Jonathan Warner started a little Fair Play Mystery book reading club on Discord. He's posted the link in the channel. This is the book that's they just got started reading. For the first week, the first 60 pages or so. I'm a little bit delayed. I've been doing a lot of programming on high and low, and I'm behind, but I will catch up. Okay, what else do we need to talk about in terms of bookkeeping? Here's your reminder. Now that the audio is fixed, you might consider giving this video a thumbs up if you want to see more videos like this. It's appreciated. Okay, what else? Last little bit, I did want to thank Debbie Levy, who's been editing some of the high and low text and doing an amazing job. And we've got a couple people now who are helping me with high and low, the narrative detective mystery game set in New York City. I've been working for weeks now, focused on coding stuff for map extraction from New York City. I think if this pace goes on, I'll start doing occasional videos about the development of the game, just as little updates. Okay, let's talk about what Mythos Tales is. I'll be brief since I spent a longer time doing it on our first playthrough. Mythos Tales was originally called Arkham Investigator and was created by two people, Hal Eccles and Will Kenyon. Their names are on the box there. And it was sort of not fan scenarios, but taking the Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective system and moving it into the world of H.P. Lovecraft. And they sort of created it as a fan case and then eventually went on to publish it, kickstarted. Mythos Tales was just a Kickstarter product. It's now out of print. You can pick up copies on eBay for 50, 60 bucks, I believe. It's got 8 cases. It has some different mechanics from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective with regards to time, and we'll look at it. But it's also notoriously buggy. So after its release, all of these games in this genre, it's not that uncommon for them to have errata. But this one in particular had quite a bit of errata. And here is the map, and you can see there's little stickers here that you could download and print out and sticker on. So the map has a bunch of problems that got stickered, and then there's some fairly substantial errata for the cases. So we should expect a little bit of rough going here, but the theme, the Cthulhu theme of driving you mad, sort of, maybe that's part of the atmosphere. And it's worth saying when we're talking about Mythos Tales that we should mention Bureau of investigations into Arkham and elsewhere, which is behind me there. This is a much more recent game by Gregory Pravat. Last couple years it came out and has some similar, the mechanics are, it's a very different game, but the similar idea. It's H.P. Lovecraft, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective mashup with some time elements. Time pressure, I should say. All right, why don't we, I've got the map laid out you've seen. Is there anything else to talk about that? How has everyone been doing? Anyone up to anything new? While I go over this, you can post in the channel. So there were a couple, I think there were one or two printings of this. There's the Kickstarter version, which came with a hardback, and then maybe the retail or the one they shipped afterwards didn't. And the Kickstarter version came with one extra case. So you can see here is the case book. These will be all the leads you read when you look up something. And then I've got a bunch of stuff that I've printed out separately. I'll go over that in a second. So there's the case book we'll be spending most of our time with. There's also this tracker of time. You can see you get a certain number of days, morning, afternoon, evening. So you go morning, afternoon, evening, and then you cycle to the next day. I've just got a little bit of a magnet on the back here. This must be for some special, one of the cases must use this. Okay, so we'll need to keep track of that. Keep an eye on me. I tend to forget to advance those things. Question is, okay, let's see. So here are the rules. So let me just quickly point out the rules that are different and whether we want to follow them. So we're in Arkham, Massachusetts in the 1920s. The general rules are all the same as Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. It comes with some requirement cards, which are just like tracking the letters in Baker Street Irregulars, whatever. It's just to help you track something you've discovered. You could just write it down or you could use that. We've got a directory, newspapers, and map. The only place where there's real differences here are with the passage of time. So it wants you to track your morning, your afternoon, your evening, and what day you're on. And then the case will end at a certain amount of time. So you have very limited time for this game, a strict amount of time, and then you have to go to the solution. And they suggest you keep track of each turn, which we have some printouts to help us do. And there's some, one of the really odd things I find is that you're penalized even if you try to go someplace and there's no entry for it. So if you look up an entry and it's not there, the game also wants to penalize you for the time of that, which makes sense thematically, but it's a little, I'm not sure it holds up mechanically. We'll decide how strict we want to be about that. And then there are a set of allies who are described here, but are also on this printout here. There's a bunch of files that people have uploaded to Board Game Geek, and this is one of them. So we can keep this list of allies here. We can go to the sanitarium. We can go to Henry Armitage, the library director. He's the guy who's running these cases for us. So he's the guy who charges us with each case. Gossip Hound, a reporter, an informant for the underworld. Forensic expert, family history expert, occultist, police detective, cab driver, member of the Silver Twilight, historical expert on folklore, librarian for a different library, the speakeasy, civil servant, birth, marriage, and death certificates, pathologist, and chief trauma surgeon. Okay, at the hospital. Okay, so those are our allies, and that's it. That's the important thing there. All right, so we've also got a booklet to record our progress. We're not going to write in this booklet. We're going to use one of the downloads. Here's just another version of these I printed out. I guess maybe we'll keep this small one on the table. Okay, here's another thing, a file that someone uploaded, which is sort of background reference material for H.P. Lovecraft if we ever need it. Like if you want to hear about what the Migo are. what the great race of Yith is. So we've got that reference material should we need it. Here's the directory of where people live, and then in the end, some businesses here, and then written in on the margins are errata locations. All right, we'll need that nearby. Here is the printout which we're used to keep track of our log of where we go. You can see we played Grain of Evil, so the next game is Flesh and Blood. That's what we're playing, so I'll keep this handy so we can keep track of our turns. This was a little welcome for the Kickstarter. Here are our requirement cards and tokens. Apparently the tokens, they say, are not used yet, but might be used for a future game. Okay, so these are just numbered cards from 1 to 19. If it tells us you now gain number 1, you'll just take that card. And then one of these you're supposed to use to mark what your end of your case is. I'm not sure we need to do that. In fact, I know we don't need to mark it on the map. Okay, then we've got a bunch of printed errata. Errata for the casebook, errata for the map. Hopefully that's been corrected by my stickers. Errata from the directory. Hopefully I've written in the stuff we need for that. And general errata. So the errata for case 2 just says, well, I'm not going to read it. I'll just put it to the side if we need to refer to it. It says, the errata for case 2 basically says, read when you score the case, not before. Read if you visit a location on the West River. All right, so we'll just put that aside. Hopefully we won't need it. Okay, we need our newspaper for the day. It says, according to my printout, that this is August 18th. I believe the rules suggest that you could need to use a newspaper from the previous day. Previous days. I'm not sure if that's right, but let's... Okay, well, I don't see a newspaper for August 8th. That could be a problem. Let's find it. January, June. There aren't that many newspapers. Am I missing some? Are they in here? Maybe you don't need a newspaper for this case. Well, we'll read the intro and we'll find out. And then we've got a bonus case that came and some questions for one of the cases. That's not in the book for some reason. All right, so let's try to organize everything. Why does Flesh and Blood not have a newspaper for it? Why are there only 1, 2, 3, 4 newspapers? I don't remember the solution to that. But let's go to case 2. Okay, acknowledgements, table of contents. So we're going to be playing Flesh and Blood. Now remember, Hal Eccles is the primary guy responsible for this game. Hal Eccles and Will Kenyon have written most of these cases. So we're playing Flesh and Blood, which is the only case written by Christopher Collins and Tim Uren. So that's going to be a little bit unusual. Someone attempts to break inside the restricted section of the library. So here we are, Flesh and Blood. Lots of quite nice art in this book, actually. So it does say that it's August 8th. All right, let's read the instructions here. Maybe we'll get a tip. In Investigation 2, Flesh and Blood, players are introduced to the requirement rule. It is recommended that players read through this section before playing. During Investigation 2, there may be occasions where players stumble upon a requirement card. Requirement cards... The chat has alerted me that the newspapers are double-sided. Ah, good catch. The old double-sided. Okay, so here's our August 19th, October. There we go. Okay, good catch. So there's our August 8th newspaper. Good. Okay, so you found it, August 8th. There's our newspaper. So it's just this side. All right, let's put this aside. We'll read this in a second. Maybe we can put things we don't need away. Okay, good. Good work. All right, back to reading these extra special rules. You might stumble on a requirement card. Requirement cards allow for locations to contain objects or information that players may collect. For example, players may arrive at a house that contains a locked room, or alternatively, one that requires a password. The encounter may ask if the players have a specific requirement card, and if so, what options follow. Often, players will be directed to read a supplemental encounter located just after the location encounters within each investigation. So there is this weird idea that there are these supplemental encounters which are in yellow, and I don't really understand why they've split those off, but okay. If you have a requirement card 7, the above instructs you to immediately read supplemental encounter number 7. As worded above, you must read the supplemental encounter. Okay, so you need to read it if it tells you you don't have a choice. There may be occasions when you're given a choice. Either way, you keep the requirement card, don't discard it unless you're instructed to do so. If you're directed to read a supplemental encounter because you possess a specific requirement card, players do not advance the time tracker, nor does it count as another location. Although I will say it does count if you go back to a place. The rules say you have to pay for that time again. To continue the example above, earlier in your investigation, players may have read an encounter that gave the following information. The old man hands you a brass key and says you'll need this if you want to look in Johnson's basement. Take requirement card 7. Players must, in this example, take requirement card 7. Sometimes they may be given the choice of taking a requirement card. Players may not always find a use for a requirement card, and others may lead to negative results. That's another thing that can happen in Mythos Tales. You can go someplace dangerous and get an insanity punishment. So we have to think about going to places they could be risky for us. If players do not have a requirement card to read a supplemental encounter, they may at a later time return to the same location once the requirement card is found. But then it says what I was saying before. Remember, always advance the time tracker when you visit or revisit a location, even if the location you visit does not contain an encounter. That is a very tough time limit. Okay, so here is Armitage telling us about this case. Armitage tells you, I believe this should be a rather straightforward investigation. However, guard yourself well. We are dealing with an aggressive foe. I'd estimate that I can solve this case by visiting between 7 and 11 locations. Keep in mind, this is just an estimation based on what is presented in the introduction. Take my estimation for what it's worth. There may be surprises along the way that even I cannot foresee. I'm going to give you plenty of time to find the perpetrator, so don't rush in haphazardly trying to solve this too quickly. However, let's wrap this up by day 5 evening. Okay, so there we go. Day 5 evening is our time limit. So day 5 evening, we start out Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Okay, so you can see someone has prepared this. I don't think this was officially prepared. I think this might have been a fan-made case. So it only gives you the 5 days to track. By the time you finish, you're done. So we don't really need to track it. We don't really need to even track it here because we're just going to keep track of every place we go here. The only thing we're going to we may play an audible as if we want to go to more locations and don't want to follow that rule explicitly. Okay, here's our story. Anything more to talk about before we get into our story? Let me just check with the chat. Let's see. Jonathan says, I've watched Slow Horses on Apple TV about a group of undesirable MI5 agents. I watched some of Slow Horses. I may have watched the entire first season. What's the name of the actor who leads Slow Horses? He's a famous actor. He was in the Professional movie. I think that was his best role. He played the villain in that. Really, really great. I'm trying to remember his name though. I didn't love it, but I liked it mainly because he's such a good actor. Gary Oldman, yes, Gary Oldman. I'm trying to remember. There's another show that came out around the same time as Slow Horses that I liked a lot better that Zachary Brown recommended to me. There's a show with Jeff Bridges that's recent. I believe there's only one season of it, although they've said they're going to pick up a second season, and I would really recommend it. It's not the same. It's the only reason it comes to mind when we talk about Slow Horses is I watched them both at the same time, and I liked this one, the Jeff Bridges one, significantly better, and I thought it was really good. What's the name of the Jeff Bridges show I'm thinking of? Someone remind me in the channel. I'll recognize it once you say it. And then we'll get started here. I apologize for that audio. Let me know if for some reason the mic cuts out again because it's on battery power now, and hopefully it should have plenty of battery power, but we'll see. I'm just waiting for the channel to think of the name of the show with Jeff Bridges that's recent. Why is it doing a little rattling? So if you look, the gap between the table and the bookshelf, I was just adjusting my table. I put adjustable legs on it recently when I did last bit of work on it. So, but it's been off a little bit lately, so I've tried to adjust that. All right, no one is coming up with the name of the show, maybe just because of the delay. The Old Man, that's it. That's right, it's called The Old Man. Highly recommended. All right. Let's read our introduction to Flesh and Blood. Nice piece of art. Flesh and Blood, Investigation 2, Arkham, Massachusetts, August 8th, 1929. On a wet August morning, you step into the office of Professor Henry Armitage in Miskatonic University's renowned Orne Library. You're surprised to find no one waiting for you. It was only this morning that you received his call, and you've never known him to be late or miss an appointment. You spend a few minutes watering Armitage's violets. Oh, forgive my late arrival, Armitage's voice rings out from the hallway. Please don't think I take your assistance for granted. It's been an eventful morning. His arrival doesn't assuage your anxiety. Late and apologetic? Something is amiss. He hands you today's copy of the Arkham Advertiser. You catch the headline, Night Watchman Found Dead at Miskatonic. There it is. The old man wipes the dirt and leaves from his shoes. 3 years ago, there was an attempt to steal a very dangerous book from the restricted section of the library. The theft was prevented, but it was clear that more security was required. You think whoever killed this watchman stole this book, you ask? Well, before we get to that, there are several details about the murder the paper leaves out. Unpleasant details. I see I'm going to have to use my cubes to hide information that we're not supposed to see yet. Armitage closes the office door. Well, the corpse was left in a rather grisly state. The attacker removed the victim's skin and his blood. Your anxiety grows into icy dread. That's insane. Well, it made perfect sense to someone last night. Armitage shakes his head. This morning I informed a mother and a father that someone left their son a mutilated corpse and he had not worked here long. You know, I've witnessed so many unspeakably horrific things, but that, well, Armitage struggles for the words. You reach over and place a comforting hand on Armitage's shoulder. He takes a moment to compose himself. Well, there's something else you need to see. Make sure your shoes are clean and follow me. You wipe the mud from your shoes and accompany the old man down the hall to the restricted section of the library. As you do, you see a distinct trail of dried earth running along the floor. Was this from our killer? Yes, indeed. Armitage stops at a door bearing the sign that reads, "Restricted, no entry." The trail of mud goes no further. Well, when I arrived this morning, the watchman's keys were in the lock and this door was open. The watchman's keys, however, will only open the outer door to the restricted area. Armitage unlocks the outer door and switches on the lights to illuminate the overstuffed shelves in the windowless room. A second door within the restricted section provides further protection for the Necronomicon. Armitage glances in its direction. And oddly, the Necronomicon is in a foul mood today. One would think it would be excited. The trail of mud does not cross the threshold of the room. Yes, one would think, you mutter. You're not sure if Armitage is serious when he speaks of the Necronomicon's moods, but you've grown accustomed to this odd manner of expression. You glance quizzically around the room. He unlocked the door, but he didn't come inside? Yeah, it's very telling. Armitage points to the inside of the door jamb, where there are a series of occult protection symbols etched into the wood. As I said, more security was required. The fact that the intruder couldn't pass this door with those protection symbols suggests it was something other than human. Well, whatever it is, I believe it will grow more desperate as a result of this failure. Armitage closes the door and locks it. As the two of you walk to the library exit, he says, "We must find out what this creature is, what its motivations and intentions are, and most importantly, how to stop it. Inspector Garrison and his men have collected the evidence from the crime scene and turned it over to Dr. Corbett. He may have uncovered something, and as much as I hate to admit it, there's someone else who might have knowledge on this creature. I won't mention the scoundrel's name. It's the occult expert. You have proven yourself to be quite resourceful. You'll figure it out, but be careful. We shall work independently. Time is not on our side." Armitage holds the front door open for you, letting a hard wind into the library. Okay, so that's the full introduction. Here is the book. Presumably the Necronomicon. Don't look at it too closely, you might go mad. All right, so we got a bunch of clues here that are interesting. The big one is that this, whoever it was, whatever creature tried to get the book. Let's maybe write down some clues here. We've got some clues, right? One clue was the mud. leading in the mud to the outer door, right? And then the magic symbols blocked it. Armitage thinks that means it was not human. Then there was this other little clue about the Necronomicon in a foul mood. And Armitage says you'd think it would be happy. So I think Armitage is sort of trying to say that, like, if some evil creature was going to take it, it would be happy. But why is it in a foul mood? Maybe it's in a foul mood because the attempt to steal it failed, or it's in a foul mood because the person stealing it was not evil. Oh, look who has joined us here. Greg has joined us. So quite a rare surprise. Very nice to have him here. You have to use a certain keyword to get my light to come up. You have to say Jesse check. If you put Jesse check, then it lights up. Okay. Any other clues there? Mud leading to the door. Magic symbols blocked it from coming in. The Necronomicon was in a foul mood. Likes to skin people and steal the blood. That's right, he stole the blood. Note that the picture of the Necronomicon seems to show someone with their skin being removed or something. One other point, though, that's we don't know for sure it was coming for the Necronomicon, right? They're just assuming it. But that's not the only thing in here, is it? Maybe it is. And it killed the night watchman, and did it use its keys? Is that what we're being told? That... Yeah, he says when he arrived, the watchman keys were in the lock. So whatever this creature is, it knows how to use keys and locks. All right, so that's the introduction and our notes. Be nice to have a little bookmark where this page is. All right, so, and he mentioned, I guess we should write down that he mentioned two people that could give us help, right? He mentioned Dr. Corbett, where the medical body went and probably has clues. And he mentioned the occult expert that he didn't want to name, right? Greg says, buzz me in, Armitage at me. Greg, is Greg actually downstairs? Is that what Greg is saying? Or is that a joke? Greg, are you actually downstairs? Because if you are, I will buzz you in and you can sit next to me and join me. Let me know if you're actually downstairs. So, the occult expert. Who is the occult expert? Let's do it this way so I can see. The occult expert is... Fenton Pascal. So I'm going to write down L4 is Fenton Pascal, and then Corbett, Herbert Corbett, the forensic expert, is D45. All right. Greg is not making it very clear to me. He says buzz, but I don't know. Does that mean he's downstairs? All right, I'm going to have to take a break now, 43 minutes, to find out if Greg is really here. But if he's here, but he could be on his phone. Buzz, what does that mean? Does that mean Greg is really here? It would be pretty odd to just show up at the door without saying, without planning. But you never know with Greg. Let's take a look at our map and figure out where we are. Buzz me in, Armitage sent me. Some Detective Buzz. He could call the actual phone if he rings the buzzer, and then I would hear it. Any clues in this photo here? Can't be any clearer. It's not that clear. All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. 8-minute break. This is our 8-minute break. I'll check the door. Maybe when I come back, Greg will be here. Greg says he's in the building. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, so we're back. You can see who has joined me. It's Greg.
So, hello, sorry to interrupt everybody's the feed for everybody. I know you're just getting into the case, so I thank you for, and I apologize for the interruption here. But Armitage thought it was of vital importance that I come, and because of the Necronomicon.
Well,
Not a
let's
good thing you
just
want to
hope
see.
it wasn't Greg sneaking into that library. Now he's in the room with
I
us.
did wear a suitably Lovecraftian shirt, my King of Yellow shirt here. We've got Jonathan Warner, who I've heard a lot about. Hello, hello. Anna, also a regular, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And you've brought some new people out of the woodwork. Okay.
So,
You heard the introduction
yeah.
on your phone or whatever.
Yeah.
So we're in Miskatonic Library now. Where is that?
Miskatonic.
I'm not sure where it is. I gotta.
Independence Square.
I think
Did they
it's-
give you a little heads up, a little help on
Well, they told us about. Yes, actually, we know where he is because he's at the library. Henry Armitage.
Armitage?
The library. His home is U8, but the office in the library is C23. So I think Miskatonic has got to be.
NDRLC 28 up here somewhere. There's 28 right there.
There's his library.
That's too small to be the library, I would think. What's the other options?
Oh, the Orne. That's where the Orne Library is. C23.
Right here. That would make more sense. Shall I get our little
But I
cubes?
would think, yeah.
Look at that. Boom.
I think that's where we are, but I'm not actually. No, I'm not 100% sure that's where we met him. Miskatonic University's renowned Orne Library. Okay, so that's where it is. I don't know why it's not showing us like Miskatonic is here, but okay. So that's where we are now. All right, so he mentioned that there are two people that he thinks will have information for us. The medical guy who is at D45.
It's probably not his exact title, medical guy.
Well, his title,
He went to school for a very long time to be called medical guy.
he's the forensic expert.
D45, he's right on the water here.
And then he mentioned that the occultist guy would have some information for us, but he didn't even want to mention his name, but that's Fenton Pascal, L4.
L4.
Down here somewhere.
This is like, here's 3, 4. This is like, I don't know whether that's important or not to label where we're at or not.
Oh, yeah.
But these are the...
And you heard that this game is very... Oh, look, our little close-up doesn't... That's okay, we don't go on that.
Logan? Oh, check AC. I think it's the... Oh, it might be the AC. There's a bit of a noise. So
but we're going to have... You'll have to live with that because there's two of us in here. Greg, I should say, Greg has thrown out his back recently. So he came over and he said, take off my boots.
That's a true friend, to take off your buddy's boots. Anna suggests seeing the body first. I think that's probably... that's always the best way to start, right?
That's typically the best way. Remember, there's two things I want you guys to remember, including Greg. One is there's strict time limits in this case, so we got to be efficient. And the second thing is we have to be careful because we can get into danger with this game. We can get, lose sanity. So... but surely medical examiner. Okay, so medical examiner D45. Let's go there. All right, you want to read it for us?
Sure. D45.
Oh, but wait, they gotta see it.
It's just like the...
I'm gonna take this off.
Okay.
So yeah, just go to D45.
You want me to place it down like this? And then
just
it's
put
the
it
top
down and then do the thing while you read it. I gotta
I'm new
teach
to
Greg
all
how to
this.
do all this.
Here we are, right here.
All right, so just put these on the side of it.
Ready? Top down. There we go. Nope.
Wait, it's just gotta be closer to the center. There you go.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's pretty handy, that little device. But it's not quite...
You just gotta move these cubes a little bit.
Perfect. Dr. Corbett is hunched over several photographs with his back to the door, and yet he uncannily knows that it's you entering his lab. What's fascinating about this case is the evidence we don't have, and I don't just mean the corpse's skin and blood. Corbett turns around to look at you. If I were going to steal someone's skin, I'd bring a car if I had one. Wouldn't you? I mean, where did it all go? That's the real mystery here. Skin is heavy and messy. We had rain and we had mud. It's the perfect setup to see tire tracks, but there's none. Or there's nothing, excuse me. He points to a series of photographs of the outside of the library. So he walked? You shrug. So he walked? He flew? I don't know, but I know he didn't drive. Now, I'm not one to tell you how to do your job, but it occurs to me it's likely that your killer doesn't have a car, and if that's true, I bet he's been in a taxi in the last few days. Unless he flew, you add.
Interesting.
That seems pretty...
Didn't drive. Now, is he wearing the skin? That's occurred to me. Has he taken over someone's skin? All right, so let's just remember how we have to do this. We have to track that we spent our morning time going to D45. I'm just going to put a little note here, no car. It was suggesting that we might want to check cab records because we do have access to the cab logs. That would tell us at least whether he came by cab or not. That doesn't sound right. What's your gut? Is your gut that he took a cab like that guy says? Or that he's a monster?
Yeah. So this case, obviously, this set of cases in the Mythos tales is interesting mainly because, like, you aren't using any conventional thinking. Anything that you, like, that whole Spock thing or whatever, or it's not Spock, but Spock always says it, when you eliminate all the improbable.
That's Sherlock Holmes' thing.
That's
when you eliminate the improbable, whatever's left.
It has to be the truth, right? So, but in this case, it's actually not quite like that because there's so much mystical things happen, so many mystical things.
And you've got the whole backstory of Lovecraft to draw from. Like, this sounds like a familiar case. Doesn't this sound like a little bit like Dunwich?
Dunwich Horror, Wilbur Whately.
That's right.
Wilbur Whately's grandson.
That's right.
Well, his son, his grandson or son. Anyway, he tries to steal.
That's right.
This is obviously an homage to that case.
That's right.
So there's no tracks in no tire tracks.
That's right.
So why would we check cab records?
That's a good point. I guess the idea is that he's got to walk from somewhere nearby, so maybe he took a cab to nearby and then walked.
So it happened at the library at C27. If we look at the map, right? Like,
well, you've got a good point though. Like, if he took a cab, if you're saying he didn't have a car because there's no tracks there, however he got by cab nearby, he could have left his car nearby. So you can't. If he didn't take, if there's no car and you're going to conclude he didn't drive, then you should conclude he didn't take a cab.
Also, how is he going to get this big pile of
skin
into the
That's
cab?
right. You would think there'd be a blood trail. Okay, right. So we think he's a monster somehow that he got there.
Well, and they say in the thing, unless he flew, they say it twice.
Yeah,
it's a pretty big
Okay.
Just in case you missed it the first time.
All right, so maybe he flew. All right. Well, that's that. The other place we could go is the occultist. That was the other place recommended to us.
So those are the only two places.
Those are the only two places that have been suggested to us. I mean, we could go to any of our allies, but it does seem like we should go to the two places. Oh, the newspaper. Yes, let's read the newspaper, especially
Unless
the story.
Else, fire away if you have a. I'm in charge of this thing
yes,
somewhat.
You are.
I think I'm trying to watch it.
All right, read us. Where's my green cubes?
The ones that you use for
here.
Sorry.
All right, read. You want to read?
You have to do this part because I don't know this system as well.
Let's read our newspaper article. Night watchman found dead at Miskatonic. A night watchman was discovered dead last night in a grisly state at Orne Library. The murder has some citizens of Arkham in an uproar over the contents locked away in the restricted rooms inside the Orne Library. One such book, the Necronomicon, is believed by many to be cursed. Even the mayor is expressing concerns about the contents of Orne Library. My heart goes out to the family and friends of the victim. We don't know what prompted this attack, but I'm concerned the contents of the library make it a target for malicious deeds. The mayor was quoted as saying, when reached out for comment, Detective Garrison stated, it could only be a feud the guard had with someone else. We are looking into every possible lead. Okay, so there's another person we could talk to, Garrison. He's on our list, but he sounds like he's on the complete wrong trail.
Well, either one of two things. Either he's completely on the wrong trail or he's just trying to keep things quiet so people think, like, oh, it was just a routine killing. It wasn't like, the end times.
That's
because
true.
the
He could be trying to cover it up.
Bring Yog Sothoth to our world.
I'm going to write down Garrison, though, since he is mentioned. Good. He's listed as the Morris Garrison, police detective, D32. So we could talk to him. It seems like a little bit of a waste of time, though. What else?
Okay, well, not necessarily, because he's canvassed everyone. He's kind of done a job for us in terms of, talking to everybody. But if you're going to try to go for time to not go insane, and in the system of Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective, since so much is based on incentivizes you to follow the least amount of.
Shall we look and see if there's anything else interesting? Okay.
Ship and Gale. delegation to London Naval Contest. Okay, well, here's interesting.
What do you
Today
got?
ran head-on a gale with wind blowing 80 knots an hour. A giant sea smashed glass in portholes and cut the speed of the boat. So a lot of wind would be suggestive of not being able to fly.
That's interesting. What's going on here? It looks like a typo. Little misfit. There's lots of typos in this game.
Anna says family detective. I'm not sure what that is. And then
In the paper, there might be an article
about
about
the
a family
family.
detective.
I gotcha. And Jonathan Warner is saying got a flying machine. That could also be. This could be a little steampunk.
Oh, here, flying machine. I see.
I see.
Saucer-shaped flying machine was built.
Interesting.
According to an anonymous source, a secret government organization is building an experimental space machine. Source tells us that the machine consisted of 3 discs, one 8 meters, one 6.5, and a third disc maybe 7 meters in diameter. At the bottom, the central body is cone-shaped, and there's a pendulum reaching the cellar is hung that serves for stabilization. In the activated state, the top and bottom disc revolve in opposing directions to build up an electromagnetic rotating field. Okay, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Here's a diagram of it. They can't deny or confirm it. How about letters to the editor? Anything interesting there? There's another thing about the cab ride. You want to read that?
In these dear sirs, in these trying times, I feel inspired by the common goodness of people in Arkham. Just the other night, I was given a ride from a gentleman at the Arkham Cab Company and realized that I had neglected to bring my wallet. The driver, Mr. Hoppins, said, "No problem, Seamus. First one is free. I would like to publicly extend my gratitude." Wait, well, you know what that sounds like?
What?
It wasn't that person's cab. You steal a cab, or you're there, right? You're like, whatever.
I
Right?
see.
Like, you don't care what the money is, right?
Okay, but there's another pointer to investigate the cabs, possibly.
That's true.
Here's someone saying about former president. Doesn't seem relevant. What about this woman? Maybe she's involved in the case. An altercation on the unvisited isle resulted in the arrest of one woman who reportedly attacked her friend, Elliot Cousin. Therese Morris is being held at the local jail awaiting arraignment. Miss Morris asserts she did not attack her friend, but that a monster attacked Elliot. Evidence was collected from the scene of the altercation that police assert proved the two were alone.
Yeah. So
That sounds
actually,
like a monster swooped down.
well, there's a couple different things. Like it could be a monster swooped down, or it could be that like something controlled her. Like either it was a
Interesting.
possession.
Uh-huh.
It's possession.
That's true.
In which case, also someone could have been possessed. Like you could see a situation where like that person was possessed to go in and take the Necronomicon, come out, pass it off to.
Maybe even possessed the night guard.
That's true. Also.
Used his keys to open the door,
that's
couldn't get
exactly
in,
it.
and then sort of exploded out.
Full disclosure here, I didn't quite. I got caught most of the. But the
intro-
guard,
the-
the guard gets killed.
The guard is found with no skin and all his blood is gone, but his keys were used to unlock the door. So I wonder if it's not
That
a
sounds-
case of him. In
Having
fact,
been possessed
we
for a moment.
played again. We played another H.P. Lovecraft game where we had creatures inhabiting the bodies. But I will point out that if your theory is right that the monster inhabited her, it left her without causing any harm to her. That would be it didn't have to explode her body and take her skin. But this does sound actually like we might want to check this out.
So either one of two things. Like it could have been she could have been possessed, or some monster could come down and attack her friend, and then like, taken off.
And
right?
that could be a big clue for us.
So let's break this down a little bit. Good point. Yeah. Couple of things. Okay, so we have the guard. Okay, who took his skin? He could have been possessed to do that. He could have been killed and his skin removed as part of some ritual to allow them to try to gain access to the Necronomicon. Their goal is to get the Necronomicon, right?
We think.
This is a pretty safe bet, right? And then how did they get there?
How did
The
they
monster
get there?
flew there. They took the cab, which is another clue without the cab here. Or they flew this flying machine, right?
Dropped in.
So if you think of it as terms of there's one mystery is how do they get there and get away?
Right.
And the second mystery is how do they unlock the, you know what I mean? How do
They
they
didn't unlock, but why did they skin this guy? I think they're wearing his skin.
That's possible.
There's no trail. Remember the guy said, like, it's very odd. Taking the whole skin of a body is very heavy and very messy, and there doesn't seem to be signs of it. So that's weird.
There's quite a lot of like legends and folklore about like like skinwalking, about like adapting, like you just step in their skin and then it's all no muss, no fuss, and now you're that person. So that's very likely as well. It could be the drive was formerly called the Schumann SM. Elevate is Jonathan Warner drive, so it might be worth noting we might be able to look up Schumann in the directory. That's a very fantastic idea, Jonathan. Diversity expert, he'll know what creature it could be. Yeah,
That's good. Let me just pull this down for you. If you want to put something on the screen, you could just tap it, and it will come up.
Okay, good. I watched a little thing on this, but I forgot my training. So, in the interest of trying to take the least amount of steps, these are two completely different paths. If we think it's the monster, then we're going towards the occultist. If we don't think it's the monster, that it's something more scientifically based in terms of the flying machine, and then we got to go that route. So we could do both, but that seems to.
I think we should go to the recommended occult expert first, don't you think? I mean, like it's sort of.
They do push you in that direction.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious to see if they've got. Oh, Wogan Hill makes an interesting point.
Economics only interesting, right? Yeah, it is. It is, yes.
That is in fact, interesting.
Just as a little whoop, like you used to do the whoops, they actually have, when you go to Providence, Rhode Island, a lot of Lovecraftian sites there. They have there's a specific name for a book, which you usually know these terms, that's bound in human skin, and they actually have some in their library there. There's quite a lot of actually, like if you like Lovecraft, that's a very good town to go to.
That's creepy, and it's in your favorite movie too, right? Isn't the Evil Dead Rise and all those Evil Deads? They've got the skin covered.
That's an
Necronomicon. Okay.
So just a quick thing.
Yeah.
I think that maybe I agree with Anna here about going to the expert because whether or not they use the flying machine, it could still be a creature.
And it sounds like
taking the flying machine to get there, then the creature can come back.
And also, don't forget, it couldn't get into the room, so it's got to be some supernatural type thing. Okay,
let's take a look real fast at this weird text to make sure it's not something. That's what Nicola is saying. Baby, my baby, 6-year-old taken. That's a little ominous.
It's probably a misprint. There's lots of typos.
Before we get too carried away, we should just at least
you want to scan
at least
for
to
something
quickly
else?
go over the rest of the items in the newspaper.
Okay, let's see.
Right, we're gonna go off half-cocked.
So we read The Night Watchman. We didn't read this though.
Businessman slumped in French Hill. Last Sunday, police picked up a man who was drunk and thought to be without a home. They lifted the unfortunate to his feet, but soon realized it was the prominent businessman French Waters, who, although not a resident of Arkham, owns several merchant district businesses. Mr. Waters was slumped on the ground, completely taken over by liquor purchased from bootleggers. Okay, could be completely monotonous, or it could be like a case of both of these things about people being possessed or whatever, but probably not very likely.
Unlikely to be
we did the woman arrested, saucer-shaped fry, and we did these two here. Romanian typhus.
These are international. These are very hard to see how they would be related to us.
Well, let's at least give them a quick scan through.
Typhoid fever, and then Germany demonstration protest against newspapers. Berlin called war guilt lie.
Yeah. Well, this is right. This is after. This is in between. This is
World War I and World War II.
So that's a very heated. We did the businessman, the woman. This thing is very important. Einstein extends relativity theory.
Just a little bit of history here, but not going to be related to our case, surely.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's actually pretty awesome because it's very. It kind of puts you in that. That's what you like, right?
Love it.
Most of the time, you're like, I love the history, and I love to read about the history, and then you're just like, I can push that out of the way. That's not part of our case. Home wanted for 2 girls, 8 and 10, both healthy. Men wanted for hazardous journeys, small wages, very cold, long months of complete.
Shackleton. It's Shackleton. It's Shackleton. Look, Ernest Shackleton.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. They found Shackleton's ship. They think they might have found it.
I think I read something about that.
Pretty exciting. Local matron. Let's check this one out real fast. Will that bring that up? Yeah. Miss Dillon was honored with a party given last Wednesday.
Honored with a party. First Baptist Church. Church members were in attendance. Tilton said, I'm humble and thankful for the recognition. I hope my wealth brings more attention to the needy and impoverished.
This will be for another case, probably more centered on the King in Yellow, which is the shirt I'm wearing.
What about this?
Oh, the maypole thing? No.
Soap? Okay.
Yeah, it's just a little ad. Yeah. Cute little kitty cat.
Okay, what do you see here?
Just the King cometh. The Yellow King for sure.
Congratulations to Miss Larry for winning 2 tickets. Hopefully
Miss Larry, this is the worst contest that you ever won in your whole life.
Okay, and then a little ad about the radio. All right, so nothing great here. But we've got a couple stories that could be related. But
Now,
let us...
Yeah, we should probably go home.
We don't need to have a...
Let's not forget that, that this took place prior and could be important.
It did, several months prior. Well, Jonathan pointed out actually early that there was a previous attempt at this room. Do you see a story about that, though? If not, probably not. Well,
I think we should buzz through these real fast.
All right, buzz
just to make sure.
Buzz through them.
Logan Hill, every paper in Lovecraft becomes a National Enquirer. That's pretty funny. Oh, I'm supposed to do that, I guess, right?
All right, just look for anything about our Miskatonic. Otherwise,
ward stocks.
The only thing we're looking for is if there's a break-in, I think, at the museum.
Huh. Birth of mouse over 6 babies.
Woman attacked in Upton. Remember this. So we're looking through the paper from the previous
just
previous
to make
case.
sure it's not. It's not a. There's nothing related to the case.
All right, I don't see anything.
I'm gonna look over this while you take over the next part.
All right, so we're gonna go to the occult expert now. The occult expert for our second trip is L4. Okay.
Would the owners of the Emperor home be sure to secure their property as workers from the hospital seen lights on the 3rd floor? That's nowhere near as our Emperor home, huh?
What Emperor home? Oh, it could be, but probably not. It's related to our previous case, Greg.
Oh, this was the previous case.
Yeah, that's our previous case.
Sorry, I thought this was.
Oh, I see. Right. Oh, yeah. It's mostly going to be about our previous case. Okay. Here's the occult expert. For as many times as you've seen the interior of Pascal Fenton's home, it never fails to disturb and surprise you. Each cabinet and shelf overflows with curios from long-forgotten civilizations. Most of these trinkets are obviously counterfeit, but a few seem unnervingly genuine. Pascal points you to an old, soft chair that exhales dust as you sit. Did Armitage send you? Has he finally admitted that old Fenton might just know a thing or two? Behold, all things are possible. Pascal laughs sarcastically. Ha ha ha, I've forgotten more about the unseen world than that little mouse will ever know. I'm surprised you have so long avoided becoming my student. Now tell me, how may I help you? Given Pascal's fascination with the grotesque, you don't spare any of the details of the watchman's death. After you finish the story, the old occultist thinks silently. Tricky. He eventually concludes, there is a cult in the Orient that ritually skins their victims. If they are making an incursion into the Western world, well, I dread to consider what that could mean. Some Turkish immigrants get together for chess at the desolate Highway Cafe. It might be worth asking them about the Brothers of the Skin. Okay, so L4 was our afternoon visit. He tells us about Brothers of the Skin cult, and he suggests we go where? To the desolate Highway Cafe. See if you can find it.
Might be worth following that lead up.
Yeah, might.
Well, hold on a second. Is there any press?
Wait, there's more, though.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I was looking at the screen, so I thought that was...
You finished taking notes and are about to leave when Pascal stops you. However, that doesn't take into account the loss of blood, nor the susceptibility to Armitage's primitive magical warding. Those elements suggest a vampire. You stare at Pascal, wondering if he's using you to tease Armitage. A vampire, like in the movie? Oh, exactly! It drinks blood and it fears religious symbols, as well as basic protections like garlic and silver. By the way, did you see that vampire film at the telenews? The projectionist there is probably well informed on the subject. Pascal strokes his chin. I can't imagine why a vampire would remove a victim's skin. I suppose, he says, that's all I can tell you. Good luck. All right, so he's like, hey, it's the skin cult, but it's not them because they would have taken, why does he say it's not the skin cult?
Because of the loss of blood.
The loss of blood, why would they take the blood? And then he thinks it's a vampire that drank all of his blood. That's
So-
a very thirsty vampire.
So let's just take for a moment the fact that he says the film about the vampire. Because at this point, well, no, there's two.
In 1920, there's two.
There's vampire and there's Dracula.
So he's talking about that specific thing.
And that's what there's three actually. I think there should be three at this point in history. But most people probably don't know that, and they think the vampire film, which is kind of a cool thing because it places the time a little more.
I just wanted to record where he suggests that if we want to
cafe.
learn.
Yeah,
no, the cafe was the skin cult people.
Oh, yeah, and then
but
the theater.
here it's the projectionist at the Telly News.
So, Nosferatu, yeah. So, so we have two things. We got lack of blood and we have skin. The fact that they're part of a cult, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to remember. Is there any precedent for cultists in Lovecraftian lore? Can't quite remember. Maybe it was Logan Hills. Maybe it wasn't Bat Boy this time, but let's not rule it out. That's another reference to National Enquirer, or Weekly World News, actually. And then a vampire who wants to make his own Necronomicon from the guard's skin. Well, that's actually a very, very good point, Anna. That could be, they could have drank the blood and used the skin to make
I mean, it can't be. Why wouldn't a cultist be able to go through the magic warding? Like, it has to be some sort of creature, right?
Okay, so let's walk through it. You're a cultist.
Yeah.
How do you... So you're a cultist, presumably then you would take the flying machine to get there.
I guess. Why wouldn't you drive in, though? That's a crazy thing.
That's interesting. Then you kill the guard, skin him, take the... you'd have to remove the blood, you'd have to remove the skin, and then you would not be able to get into the room? Not that likely, right?
It
Because
seems like you'd be able to get in if you're a human.
Right, okay. So let's do the other one. You got a vampire. Vampire comes in. He drinks up all the blood, like, it seems kind of crazy. Like, he just, sucks you completely dry and then takes the skin off. And then he can't enter the room to get the Necronomicon. What a vampire needs a Necronomicon.
Also, vampires wouldn't, he's just, I think the vampire is wrong, right? It's just a monster. It's just like, vampire isn't in H.P. Lovecraft world. They're just
vampires, yeah.
There are.
There's a really
really
one of the coolest stories as a vampire who's just he's sort of a ghost vampire, and he's in a house and he's just killing. This house is just cursed. Everybody keeps dying there. Nobody can figure out that there's this huge vampire.
There's a room underneath.
He's living. He's buried.
He's living.
He's just absorbing all these people.
Let's see what the chat says.
Go to that person from the paper who said it was a monster who attacked.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
Idea,
we could catch.
Logan is a resident vampire killer of the group, written in blood.
You're gonna drive yourself crazy if you try to pay attention to every message in the chat.
Although Jonathan
Yeah.
Warner does point out about using the blood because the Necronomicon is inked in blood. It's made from human skin and inked in blood.
I gotta say, the blood does throw me a bit because I think someone's wearing that skin, but why? What did they do with the blood?
So here's another thing to think of. If you show up to this place and you're you got this whole plan to fly in and take the Necronomicon away, surely you could have killed and skinned and someone else. Why would you depend on their night watchman? You're oh, it's not like you're running to the store. You're since I'm going to the store for the Necronomicon, I'll go ahead and pick up some blood and skin, which seems a little strange.
It is strange.
It would make sense if somebody wanted a disguise of some kind.
It is strange. Why would you combine these two things? If you're there for the Necronomicon, why take his blood? All right, but let's go to that woman in the newspaper.
I think that sounds like the absolute best thing. So let me figure out. Let's take a look at who this is. Maybe you can do a little faster. Woman arrested. She attacked her friend, Ellie cousin Teresa Morris, is being held at the local jail.
So probably local jail. All right. So can you look that up, or I'll look it up? In the back of the book will be the.
You're faster. It's funny. That's a little flip flop. Normally I'm running the. You're where do I put this card? But this is I'm not playing.
No, when it comes to objects, you're certainly better. All right. Let's see. So there's our boarding houses, local culture.
While you're looking that up, I'll address it.
Local jail.
Oh, you got it. Look at that. Courthouse jail, D10. In here?
Okay, this is our evening visit.
This is what you want to do?
Yeah.
I'm going to read it. You want to read it?
No, you read it.
Oh, my God.
I'm not sure we've ever hit this yet, but it's possible that going to a place at night or in the morning might make a difference. Now we're going to in the evening.
And you do here, right like this?
Just put it somewhere there. And I read it from the screen, but you can, this is a nice long entry. Let's see. You can choose. You want to read from
the guard brings Therese The guard brings Therese Morris into the visiting room. Therese is a young, petite woman who smiles defiantly as she slumps down on the chair across from you. Her cheek sports an ugly purple bruise. I assume you want to know what happened with Elliot on the unvisited isle. Unvisited? Ha! Kids from Miskatonic sneak out there all the time for their drunken orgies. That's what everybody says. I assume that's where Elliot got the idea. We took a rowboat over the island and walked around the standing stones. We were having a nice time. But Elliot was drinking. A lot. It's like he doesn't even care that it's illegal. Oh, that's the right prohibition. I didn't drink anything, and yet I'm the one in jail. Anyways, he got drunk and started to get a little too grabby as far as I was concerned. I told him that nothing was going to happen until we were married. And well, that led to an argument, which led to a slap in my face. And boy, oh boy, did I see red when that happened. Boy, oh boy. I socked him right in the face and split his lip open, but that's it. That lawyer of his, Alonso Ferdinand, says that I beat him half to death. I mean, that's ridiculous. When the police looked the next morning, they couldn't find any blood at all.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
She pauses, apparently reliving the moment in her mind. I couldn't actually see him that clearly. We just had a couple of flashlights. I saw the blood from his lip fall to the ground, and then the ground just soaked it up.
Whoa.
Soaked it up completely. Drank it like a thirsty desert drinks rain.
The ground drank
Yeah, that
it?
means there's a vampire under the ground in the standing. Well, that's just, she said there's standing stones. That's probably like the site of it. I just was mentioning.
All right.
She pulls herself out of the memory. So I passed out. So he passed out, and I left him face down in the dirt. I took the boat back to the shore and then reported what happened to the first policeman I found. The next morning, I'm the one who gets arrested. You ask her, weren't you concerned about what was happening to the blood? Didn't that look strange to you? It looked just fine to me. Therese stands and nods to the guard that she's ready to return to her cell.
Whoa, that's weird.
So I wonder... So let's just go real fast. Let's just hit the highlights here again. Kids go out there for orgies and drunk.
Well, this aisle that she's talking about was in our first case. There were people doing occult rituals on this aisle. So there is a connection with this place she is.
Okay, so
the ground drunk up the
here's
blood.
something else that's kind of interesting. Is like, who doesn't need a flying machine? I can't believe I didn't think of this right away. Who doesn't need a flying machine to get to
the aisle instead of a rowboat? But if you could fly,
who doesn't need who doesn't need a cab? Who doesn't need a flying machine?
A bat.
Who can turn into a bat or mist?
A bat.
Right? He doesn't need any of that. So that actually is very, very compelling now.
Anna points out we could go to the unvisited isle and check out that place.
Yeah, that seems to be. Well, I mean, can we bring a shovel?
Yeah.
Passed out, left some face down in the dirt. I just want to see. So he just was beat up. He was really beat up.
Well, yeah. What is it saying happened to him?
So she got very, very angry and starts beating him up.
She punches him in the face. She splits his lip.
Like, knock that guy out. They couldn't find any blood at all.
But they find him? Yes. Because his lawyer says he beat him half to death.
Yeah.
I think he got attacked by something else. Like that's because she just punched him on the lip. She didn't punch him to death. Or
he's half to death because he hit the ground and his blood was all sort of sucked up. There are some like films where things were like, there's a really cool movie actually where the vampire just walks down the street and like you and I are sitting and doing this and blood starts pouring out.
Oh really? What movie is that? I don't remember that movie.
It's a Scottish, I think. I gotta remember it. So it could be that kind of a creature that like doesn't need to physically make contact with you to pull out your blood.
I have a question about the scene of the crime. We're told that there's like dirt on the ground, but of Miskatonic Library, but are we told that the floor is dirt?
So we can revisit that in just a moment because I want to point something out. I saw the rope fall on the ground and just soaked it up completely. Okay, since there's no blood at the scene, there's no blood here, we're on the right track with this.
Yeah, also, there's no car tracks because it's come up through the floor of Miskatonic Library.
You think?
I think it's come up through the floor.
That's compelling. I mean, I think it's more, if it's a vampire, it would be more likely that he turned into gas or a bat and he flew over. Drank it like a thirsty desert drinks rain. I mean, that's pretty...
Can someone remind me what the scene about dirt? Can we reread the? I'm just really curious because there was a part that I didn't quite understand. When we go to the scene, he tells us about. Let's see. He tells us about the room. Dried earth. There, just this part. You wipe the mud from your shoes and accompany him down the hall to the restricted section of the library. As you do, you see a distinct trail of dried earth running along the floor. And we say, is this from our killer? And he says, yes. And then he doesn't go back to it. But there's earth along the floor. Something is traveling in this earth.
So that kind of makes sense. Like he's like Bugs Bunny. He does the little.
Yeah, I think that's what we've got. We've got a monster that sort of travels by earth.
Yes, Logan. I think we're suggesting exactly that. Somewhat that I think we're in the ballpark. And what's the vampire want with the skin?
That's a good point.
Yeah. Oh, and it says awake the blood, awaken the vampire.
That's very interesting.
Oh, this attack happened. So okay, but then if the vampire gets woken up, he wakes up and he's immediately like, "Oh, I got to go get the Necronomicon."
That's a pretty quick plan.
He really, I mean, he's a go-getter. There leaves no time. So it would suggest probably that there's an alternate. Maybe there's multiple people involved,
Or maybe multiple people. Yeah.
maybe using the vampire. I mean, that's kind of just like out of left field. But
Now, where shall we go next?
well, I think
We could go to the unvisited isle where this stuff happened.
Yeah.
We could go. Is there any other place related to our theory of the Earth vampire?
Well, we're pulling on a thread right now.
Yes, we
and
are.
Clearly, the thread leads to the unvisited isle.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, where else are we going to find? We're going to go right to the source. I mean, granted, like, either we're going to find it, or we're going to find where it was, or we're going to find some kind of clue.
Hopefully we'll find a clue. Was there a story about Romanian... What about this?
Romanian
Bucharest,
type.
Romania.
I mean,
Typhoid fever.
blah.
Yeah, okay, there's not much there. All right, let's go to the unvisited isle.
You throw that away so cavalierly.
This is the thing where I put things where they shouldn't.
No, I just meant like Bucharest, Romania. Of course, if we're dealing with a vampire, that's
But the
insane,
story
though.
is not related. It's just
6 dead
typhoid.
and more than 100 persons are suffering from typhoid fever at Bralia, Romania. I'm not familiar with that city. 15 persons have died with the disease, which is broken out in particularly malignant form. I don't know. That sounds... Check, Jesse. Is it night yet? Do we want to visit the isle at night for more atmosphere? But also
It's now morning. We did... Our morning trip was to the doctor. Then we went to the occultist. Then we went to the jail. So now we're on day 3 morning. So it's a safe time to go to the isle.
That's very interesting, Logan. Typhoid was thought to be a reason for vampire myths. So,
Okay.
does typhus involve blood loss?
I don't know.
Because, like, if typhus involves blood loss, and that is the case, then that... I mean, this seems like pretty... I think...
There could be a... it's not a standard
I'm
vampire.
sliding my
though.
chips
Can I
onto the
just point out, vampires don't normally go underground like Bugs Bunny, and they don't normally take the skin from people.
Like, if he's been awoken, or if that was his... vampires are normally supposed to be buried in the earth that comes from... In the Standing Stones area, it seems like probably a magical area if you're surrounded by standing stones. Usually that has some sort of occultist meaning.
Yeah.
So if he's there, or if he's buried there, or if he's just... That's like his hostel for the night.
I'm a little nervous about going there, but we are going there in the morning. I just think you guys are too focused on it being an actual vampire. It's just a vampire-like creature.
Yes, I think I think very similar. But I mean, surely this typhus
Romania?
clue is
Maybe.
something we should keep in mind.
All right, look where we should go next, I think.
There it is.
Unvisited isle.
M9.
Nicholas says, could you show us the article Greg was looking at?
Oh,
They
yeah.
want to see the Romanian.
Yeah. I mean, it's not much. I mean, all it really does. I mean, we're not
just
going to go.
hints you
We're
that
not
it
going to
could be
Bucharest,
a
okay?
vampire.
And we're not going.
That's right.
We're not leaving.
That's right.
But it's just another thing saying like, hey, you're probably on the right track.
Yes. All right, so we're going to go to the unvisited isle. It's the morning, so
before-
probably
before
safe.
we read
Yes. Yes.
Let's run our current theory.
Okay.
Again. Okay. So if it's a vampire, we're going to ignore the flying machine. He flies in or travels under the ground.
He got woken up by the blood. He lives on that unvisited isle.
Okay, so we're going to skip ahead, right? However, whether he woke up or whether he was staying there, he flies in or he goes through the earth, as you're suggesting. Either way, that's why we don't have any kind of tracks. We have dirt on the floor, which would be suggestive that he comes out of the ground, unless in his transformation he somehow retains some amount of dirt on his body.
Or he has to like spread the dirt, and he's only allowed
Now,
to
if
go
he's
on that
If
path.
he's vampire-like and he has wings, then he comes out of the ground.
Yes.
And then when he gets in the building, he's shedding the mud that is all over his body. If you're sleeping
Of
in
the
the
bat?
dirt. No, I'm saying if he's vampire-like he has wings and he's
I see.
humanoid,
Okay,
and he just like he's a large creature, like Amigo, and he flies in, and he's covered in dirt and earth, and then when he lands, that dirt is deposited.
And what did he do with the body skin, though?
Well, then he carries it away with him when he flies around the air.
He carries it away.
Yeah,
He's going to eat
blood.
it. He's going to eat it.
We know that the blood is completely drank
That's
up and
true.
sucked up, right? So that explains the blood, and he can carry away the skin, but he cannot get in because of the wards ward off a vampire.
This is interesting. All right, let me just propose one alternate theory.
Let's hear it.
Like, if the blood at the unvisited isle got soaked into the ground and that the vampire drank it, it's at least possible that what we've got here is someone killed the guard, unrelated, not the vampire, and that his blood soaked into this old ground of Miskatonic Library, and that the vampire has gotten awoken by that, and isn't his killer.
So that's actually a very interesting theory. So if you think about it, so they tell you don't get tunnel visioned. And Sherlock says that all the time. Don't decide on the cause or whatever. Right? Like you have to let the facts guide you. It is very suggestive that it's taking place at the location where the Necronomicon is, which is a highly stealable item for cultists or whatever. Wizards, whatever. But it could just be a coincidence. It's sort of like if this took place at the bank, we're assuming that like the bank wasn't intentionally robbed.
That's right.
So someone else could have, in fact, this other Turkish, it was a Turkish cult, skin stealers.
Yeah.
If they were doing something or whatever, then the vampire could have been pulled to that area from the massive amount of blood. However, then that leads us with the idea of like, how did they get in and out?
And why didn't they go grab it?
Right.
Yeah.
So it seems a bit more unlikely, but worth considering for sure.
All right, let's go to the unvisited isle.
Yeah, we all want to go there.
M9.
Logan is like an encyclopedia about all this.
That's why it helps to have all these people. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Unvisited isle.
Logan's our occult expert here.
All right, read us that.
Yep. The unvisited isle. Oh, I'm reading this? I read the last one, sure.
Oh, okay, I'll read it. M9. The unvisited isle is a fetid blight on the Miskatonic River, a mass of rotting muck interrupted by cold-weathered stones. The rumor that this might be a romantic destination for Miskatonic students seems highly dubious. You thoroughly search the area around the island's standing stones, monuments raised by long-forgotten native engineers for some unknowable purpose. Disturbances in the mud provide ample evidence that people were here. In fact, it appears as if something quite large was pulled out of the ground. However, there is no sign of a struggle or blood loss. You spot a carved piece of wood poking out of the disturbed mud. Closer look reveals that it's a rotting stake that could have been carved a century or more ago. Your inspection is interrupted by the approach of a ragged-looking figure, an older man dressed humbly. "Oh, sorry to startle you, stranger," he says. "I'm just out here looking for treasures like you. Sometimes you come across odds and ends worth a little cash. Found a coin from 1793 one time." "Have you seen anything strange out here recently?" you ask. "Well, on a night a week or so ago, I bumped into a drifter. His clothes were soaked through with this muck, and he looked sick. I reckon he must have been in trouble with the law or some such. He asked me for a ride to shore in my boat, and I said yes. And as soon as we're in the water, he began having fits and howling. I thought he were going to die right there. We get to the shore, and I ran to find someone to help. By the time I got back, he was gone. That seemed pretty strange to my way of thinking." You thank the man and leave. Oh, is this the vampire that's been woken up, come up out of the grave?
Pretty clearly the stick. Hold on a second. Let me quickly recall the stakes. Logan, do stakes figure into the vampire lore at all?
However,
there's also a coin from 1793 in other odds and ends and things like that, suggesting that like this is an old person.
That's interesting that they dug up someone who was buried in 1793. Yeah. Okay, so but any clues about where we would go next? Like, we're looking for a ragged older man.
So there's an interesting thing here because like one night a week or so, he bumped into a drifter. His clothes were soaked through. So why did this person need help getting to the shore?
And why did he freak out when he was
he's
on the
having fits
water?
and howling a week ago. Is there any way to check and see?
I know
if
why
there's
he
a
was
full
freaking
moon?
out, because of the movie Dracula, where he's on that boat, like he's afraid, he's like scared of boats and water.
Running water can kill a vampire in certain
What?
mythology.
I never heard that
you
before.
stick a vampire in like moving water. That's like one of the ways you can kill a
They
vampire.
didn't talk about that in Fright Night.
Well, that's one way. So that could mean that he's scared.
Okay, that's interesting.
But if he can fly to the
But if he can
fly to the place,
why
then
would he, and why didn't he kill this guy when he was
By
on
the
the
way,
boat with him and had a chance?
having fits and howling during a full moon would be suggestive more of a werewolf,
Yeah,
right? Don't you think?
yeah, I agree. This is weird.
So this
is weird.
this drifter, this sickly drifter,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't help us in our case. He actually goes against most of the stuff. That
He
we
kind of
already
goes
decided.
against our theories.
Let's take a look here.
But this carved piece of wood, I mean, that he could just be a drifter.
Yeah.
But this does sound like this guy, the vampire, was living here.
Anna agrees with our thing there. Vampires can't cross moving water. Well, they can go on ships. I mean, like, and that's, it's. I guess it depends on what kind of mythology you're talking about. Well, that's why it hurt. It's like, yeah. So everybody
Okay.
seems to think
Also, this goes against the flying theory, but it might be okay with the traveling under the ground theory. Like he has to get to the mainland. Once he's on the mainland, now he can go underground.
So if this guy, if he's woken up with this woman, as he says a week ago, right? What's the date?
Yeah.
What's the date of today?
August 8th.
Today's August 8th.
Mm-hmm.
This is the newspaper for August 8th. This is this woman got in an attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like she was arrested. That wasn't a week ago.
That's a good point.
So if
That's
the
a
blood
very
went
good
in,
point.
then that wasn't what awakened this individual.
It does say yesterday that.
Well, it doesn't say the day.
It doesn't say.
Do we remember the location you wrote it down? We could just quickly
Yeah,
check.
on this aisle. She's talking about
Sorry, not
the
I'm
attack.
saying does it tell us?
It's definitely
Did you write down the
August
location so we can see
8th.
when
Yes, I did.
when the fight happened? What's
Oh,
the,
I didn't write down when she said the fight happened. I just
mean,
know
like,
that
do we
today
know-
is the 8th.
Do we know what the location of the jail was?
Oh, the jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
D10.
jail is D10.
Let's take a quick look. See
Is
if
she
the
gonna
date-
tell
and
us?
just see if it said when it happened, just so we can get it.
That's a good point. She says, I assume you know what happened on the aisle.
The next morning, they couldn't find any blood at all. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to say when. So the timeline is a little bit.
It is a
hard
little
to-
off if this old guy was dug up a week ago. And Tina says he wasn't fit to fly.
Yes,
I mean,
that's a
it's
good-
certainly possible that he's. It's certainly possible that he was weak, but it is weird that he's now attacking someone on the aisle. Maybe he's coming back home to the aisle every night.
So, I mean, this is interesting because, yes, we're along that same tack that everybody seems in the chat seems to be saying is that he's too weak to fly. He has to kill somebody, he needs a boat ride. And yes, we do know that wolves are another form that the vampires can take. But him having the fits and things, I guess that would make sense
That's
about
on
the
the
water.
water.
But if he's howling, that really sounds like, to me, like the moon is like...
True.
starting
I don't
to-
understand why he wouldn't kill that guy
Jonathan,
on the boat,
that's the problem that we're having right now is the timeline of
the timeline too,
events.
yeah. The lawyer of the man drained in blood might know the exact date. We were told about the lawyer's name because we are running out of
Yeah,
things.
here we are here. The lawyer was
Alonzo Ferdinand.
What is he going to... All he's going to do is confirm what we already know. He's not going to give us any new information.
Well, I tend to agree with you, except for one thing. We've heard from the woman, but the guy might have been attacked. We haven't talked to the guy. Maybe the lawyer can
What's his
fill
name?
us in on the guy's name, Elliot.
Elliot...
But-
I just closed the book. Let's look up his...
Elliot Cousin, right there. Elliot Cousin.
Thank you. You want to look him up in there?
Yeah, let's look up the
Is that a good idea to go talk to him?
It's an option, but we don't know
consider
where
what
else to go.
Let's consider what he's going to tell us. She says that she left them there laying face down in the mud, right? If he tells us there was some
Creature.
sickly drifter or some creature that attacked me, we already know that information.
That's true.
Like there's no way this guy's going to tell us something that's going to be that helpful. I don't
I
think.
tend to agree with you. I'll give you, but I will give you a little counterpoint here. What if he's turned into a vampire?
Well, that's a good point, actually.
Or what if something tried to rip his skin off or whatever? Okay, Elliot
hold on a
Cousin
second.
is not in the directory, but maybe his lawyer is.
Now that 1793 thing was interesting because, it's like, oh, cool, the guy's old, he's been around, for, well, at this point, 200 years or whatever, 150 years, 140 years. But is there some kind of way we can figure out who this guy is or was?
Who the old man was?
Who the
drifter?
vampire is?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we need to find more on his trail.
If he has a coin from 1793, then we know he's old, obviously, right? Et cetera, et cetera.
Don't forget, this guy just said he once found a coin, so
I think that's pretty suggestive. He said you find all sorts of old items and odds and ends there.
I wouldn't necessarily say. Okay, but say he found it in Dracula's thing. I mean, in the vampire's thing. That just tells us how old this guy is. All right, I found the address of his lawyer if we wanted to go there.
Okay,
but where else would we go? I agree it's not as exciting.
Just to cap that off, if he's from Romania, which this would suggest, then, of course, there's no, he's from there, we're not going to go there. And it might not matter. I just didn't know if there's some way we find a little more information about, if we could find who actually the identity of the
I see what you're saying, if there was a way to do that. Do we have an archive here? You mean a historical archive? Yes, we do have allies.
Let's go back to this. Anna's made a suggestion here. Let's take a look at this. What was the last location again?
The last location we went to was M9.
M9?
On the Isle.
M9. Yeah, because he dropped him off where the location where he was dropped off.
That would be fantastic if it told us. I don't think it does, though.
He said, shore my boat, and I said yes. Then as soon as we were on the water begins having fits, we get to the shore, and I ran to find someone to help. By the time I got back, he was gone. That seemed pretty strange on the way. My only thing, you thank the man and leave.
So they went to shore, but we don't know where. It could have been in any of these places.
Yeah, I mean, on either shore, by the way.
Yeah, right? On either shore. Anywhere. Actually, there is something a little nerve-wracking, though, about that, because the errata says that if you visit a location on the West River Street, but that's not...
That's a little extra information you shouldn't have.
Yeah, I agree. But it's the only way to know it. So I don't think we would go... I don't think we would naturally go there, but it kind of... There's West River Street. It's kind of like there's only one... Actually, there's a couple places, but this might be where we took them.
These are bridges?
These are bridges, yes.
Okay, so he could have gone anywhere on either side of the river.
It's true, but they're at the Isle, so he probably made a straight line. So
did
either
he
went... he rode right...
I just want to see if he mentioned we went west or something. I doubt it, but let's just do a quick chickadee check here. Once this man, I reckon he must have been in trouble or something else for me for a ride. My boat and I said yes, and as soon as I ran, if it's in howling, I thought I was going to die. Right? Yeah. So there's no hints there, and this because that's such a long location. It does seem like, hey, maybe it's worth trying, but you could try all these things.
You could certainly try all of these, but if you made a straight visit, that gives you basically three. So but because time is so tight, we would be very reluctant to do that. I do think we should spend a moment to look at these, because Anna was saying, is there an archive? Let's just look if any of these would be useful for us. So, Gossip Hound, no. Star Reporter, no. Shady Informant, Forensic Evidence, that's the one we went to. History, Arkham Historical Society. We went to Corbett, the body, that's right. We went to the occultist.
Hold on.
There's the police detective.
You skipped right over the family history exit in Arkham Historical Society.
No, that's useful.
That's very useful in terms of hey guys, was there a vampire hanging around here?
But what would we be asking? What family history?
Anything. We could see if there's any
the police detective who was involved in the
I don't
case.
Think he's worth the while here.
He might have some details that were overlooked. The cab driver. We still don't know if our guy is going through
This guy either went to the ground or went in the air. I think the cab company is not. Would you agree?
I would tend to agree with you, yes.
I mean, if we're sticking with our tack right here.
He is riding by a boat. That might suggest that he can't travel underground, but I agree.
Car tracks.
I agree. Secret gathering, civil sergeant, birth, marriage, death, trauma
So
surgeon.
Robinson, Leonore Robinson,
well versed in folklore. Yeah,
that seems pretty compelling.
Yeah, that is tempting.
Librarian has access to the restriction section of the library.
Anna wants to go to the Historical Society with Dorothy Davis. But family history expert, what family history are we going to be asking to
So
look
Arkham
into?
Historical Society, I was thinking like if there was like, we went there and they're like, yeah, there was like somebody who seemed to have like some family, anything that is suggestive of like someone that lived a long time, had a lot of power, or maybe some information about the unvisited isle.
There's something else that I don't want us to overlook or overthink the possibility. The detective says, what's happening?
I need my pad.
Oh, you need your
Don't
pad
I
of
have a little
paper.
pad in it?
Yeah, you do. You've got some stuff down there. The police detective said it must have been a feud with the night guard, and our thinking is that like someone broke in here to get the Necronomicon has nothing to do with the guard. But it's also possible that the reason that this attack happened is some connection with the guard. Like maybe that he ran into this vampire somewhere, or he knows the vampire. The guard has just been working recently. Maybe the guard is the vampire. So like, we might want to visit his house of the guard and talk to him and see if he's related to the vampire in some way.
Well, that's interesting because what if this thing is like changing bodies? If it's changing bodies, then is there someone else? Was there any mention of anyone else that worked in the museum?
Not to our knowledge, but like talking to the guard's family could tell us whether the guard was acting funny.
If he jumped into the guard's body, you're suggesting that like he jumped in the guard's body
and walked in as the guard.
So, if we're going with the theory that he was not after the Necronomicon.
Yeah, that I don't know.
Okay. If that's a theory, then the guard, that is more compelling that the guard has some sort of involvement in it in terms of he could be the vampire or skinwalking or whatever. But if a Necronomicon was the thing to get, then I think the guard is irrelevant.
Well, no, think of it the other way. If you want to get the Necronomicon and you're some creature that can take over bodies, like that's the way to get in here, get access to the key, like take over his body, get in, open it up. I mean, that could be the solution of how he got in. If he didn't come into the ground and didn't fly in, maybe he took over the body of this guard.
So, but that also kind of doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So if your motive is that like, hey, I'm a guard and I'm the vampire, my body's been taken over. He goes in, you go into work, you don't go get the Necronomicon, and you just lose all your blood and die on the floor.
You try to get the Necronomicon, you can't fail, you can't get in there, and you're just like, all right, I'm just going to consume this body.
The blood is all gone. That's suggestive of that guy his blood was sucked out of him.
You're right.
That makes the most sense.
That's a good point. There has to be another creature there.
I think so.
You don't just
drink your own blood and pop
that's
out
a good
of the body.
point. That's it. Oh, but the blood seeps into the ground. So, but yeah, it does suggest that he's not just taking over that body.
Yeah, I mean, he could be mesmerized, which is what we were kind of talking about. Which, instead of being possessed, you could be mesmerized. But surely if you were mesmerized, you'd be able to get in and get the book. The only way to mesmerize, the reason that you pick this guard out of the hat is because he would be able to get you the Necronomicon.
Yes, you think so? All right. Does the chat want to suggest where we should go? You got a suggestion?
Anna says the historical society. We saw this old coin, which is what I was kind of mentioning that like they might know some kind of history about connecting. And Logan is saying the Turkish Brothers of the Skin.
That appeals to me too.
So obviously that's very appealing because it has to do with this case, but it can't be both, right? The vampire didn't show up, drink the guy's blood, and then the Turkish society
unless they're related to vampires.
So if there's no relation, then we have enough evidence that it's definitely the vampire and not the historical skin.
It does seem like it's not a
cult. In which case we would close that avenue of investigation off.
All right, let's not visit them yet. Let's go to the historical society.
Is that what you think?
Yeah.
What are our choices now?
Well, we've got the family of the Night Guard, which I am sort of excited about the possibility of. We've got the lawyer for the guy who was attacked, who might tell us more about the attack at the Isle. We've got our allies.
I mean, I think the folklore person. I think
folklore is good too.
What else? Let's pull this back up for the chat. So we saw historical expert of Miskatonic Valley and well versed in folklore. That seems pretty compelling since we're dealing with a specific creature, right?
That does seem like that would get us some information about them, and then.
So right now we have no other information. I mean, we have a rough idea of what's going on, right? And learning if we, I mean, the chips right now are on vampire, right? I mean, I don't think anybody is
Yeah,
thinking it's
some sort of vampire-related creature.
So in that case, I would say we should probably try to track down a little more on the vampire, at least to figure out
on
his
the
motive.
lore, you think we should go here to the?
It's probably the best place to find his find a motive.
Let's
don't
do
you
it.
think?
Yeah, let's go.
Chat, what do you think?
C-17.
The old round state, the grounding villain running around is hurting him must be a vampire. In that case, he doesn't need a body.
But how do we find the vampire? We could, if we decide it's time, we could just try to find where this body was taken.
We'd be checking all.
Yeah,
there's
I
like
agree.
25
It's
things
pretty
here.
rough. All right, let's go to the folklore person. Maybe you're going to tell us about the water.
So let's say another thing. Like, if he got to shore and somebody saw him, it's not like they're like, yeah, he headed in the direction of that old castle over that way, right? Like what would they tell us that would help us?
Yeah,
right?
well, they could tell us he went into a certain building where he hid out. We might want to also see what the relation is. Like, where is our Miskatonic? It's over here. It's not that far from. Look, here is the library. Here's where he. Well, what you don't know, he could have gone ashore this
Jonathan
way.
says we should have a vote because some people, Antina thinks we should go telenews is a better option, but I don't know.
All right, I'm going to teach Greg about the voting.
Oh, this is great. I love it.
Just click this little button here. All right, so vote where you want to go. And we'll just go to these places. Like if we don't, it doesn't have to be just the one. Just vote where you'd like to.
Thing. I saw you do.
I think though that we should.
When does it tell you?
It takes them a little while to hear us. So, but in a couple seconds. So just type vote and then where you want to go.
Come on, folklore.
But we get to override. So you're like this is a democracy. Unless I don't like the answer, in which case I'm going to show you that it's actually a dictatorship. This is a puppet government if I've ever seen one. Okay, who is voting open? Folklore. Jonathan. Waiting on Logan. We're going to have to go to the guard's family.
Yeah, we got to vote
at some point. I'm going to insist on that.
Looks like we've got 2 for folklore,
3 for
folklore. I think the folklore's got it.
You talked them into it. They're just going with you because you're
Professor Armitage sent me. He has a good reason to. Telenews. Yeah.
So the telenews is the vampire movie.
The only thing that I'm not sure on that one is that like the projectionist there is seeing the film. Like, that seems the only...
Logically, it seems far-fetched, but I think you have to read this as, like, that's the vampire expert. Going to the telenews is talking to the vampire expert.
Well, and to be fair, like, that could have been the avenue that they thought we would go, you know what I mean, in terms of, like, the case to pick up on the trail of the vampire.
Okay, well, those are all reasonable. Let's go to folklore first, and then we'll go...
Which was C17 or something?
Dorothy Davis, not that
folklore.
one.
C17.
C17. All right,
go
go.
read.
Sure, I'll read it, or if you want to read it, you can read it.
Every time I open this book, I'm like, where will it be?
Okay, let me turn off the vote.
That's kind of a cool little feature, that vote. I mean, I think that's pretty neat.
Okay, C17. It is
Jesse,
C17.
check vote. Look, it's got some zingers in there.
Okay, historical expert of folklore. It's a small entry. Oh, but look what we've got. That's very interesting. We've got the first use of a requirement card.
Okay.
Friday afternoon.
All right, I'm reading.
Yes.
Clearly frustrated, Professor Robinson pounds her fist on one of the many file holders stacked in her desk. She grimaces when she sees you. I'm so sorry. Please tell Professor Armitage I'm so sorry. Sorry about what? You shut her office door behind you. This whole thing with the... She shudders. The flesh and blood, It's happened before, but I can't recall when. There's over 200 years of recorded history in Arkham. She sullenly flips through papers. I need something to jog my memory, something that can narrow it down just a little bit. If you have requirement card 1, proceed to the supplemental encounters on page 30 and read entry 1.
Okay, so that's huge.
So that, I think...
C17 needs requirement 1. So that means we're going to come back here when we find requirement card 1, but we have to figure out where to get it. But she's talking about 200 years of history. So that sounds like it's pointing us right to the Historical Society, where we could get the information to bring back to her. Right? Because she's the historical expert in folklore, but we've got the Arkham Historical Society run by Dorothy. So I think we're going to go to Dorothy, and maybe she'll give us some information to bring back to our woman to look up.
All right, let's take a quick think on it. Historical Society is one avenue, which I would agree with. But are there any other ways that we could find out more information?
Oh, that's a
about
good question.
Right. Can you pass the directory to me for a second? I mean, that does seem obvious. Like,
I mean, she's clearly saying here,
history.
you need some history to jog her
100%
memory.
agree with that.
But it doesn't mean we'll get that at the historical ally. We could meet someone who will tell us about it.
I mean, I'm just going to read through some of these. There's boarding houses, charitable organizations, churches and funeral homes, churches abandoned, financial institutions, diners, local culture, newspapers, local lifestyle. Well, there's a lot.
The newspaper guy might know something about it, but I think we need to go to...
Doesn't he have the coin to reminder, but maybe that First Historical Society? Did the guy who had the coin maybe pawn it?
He didn't give us a card. He would have.
Yeah. So if there's a pawn shop, you could find, but all you would do in that case was to find the actual coin.
The coin is a very
I
remote possibility that's related to this case.
I think
way.
maybe she does say the word history.
She says history.
Yeah.
So I think.
She needs something to jog memory.
Since we want to go to the Historical Society anyway, eventually, I think we should do that. All right, so let's go to the Historical Society, L1, Dorothy Davis. I'm writing it down. Here we go, and then we'll take a break.
That's like no backsies. It's written down already. Hold on. What was what is that?
Well, it's hard to know which one it's related to, but I think it's related to
The
something we're not
skinless,
reading.
bloodless man.
Greg, that's not something we're supposed
No,
to see.
this picture. It's on the page.
I know, but it's not.
Oh, I thought this
you
was
don't know
part of the.
which one
I
it's
thought that was
related
part
to.
of the opening.
It could be.
I thought that was the opening dialogue. Sorry.
No.
Okay.
This is not opening dialogue. This is.
Why did they do that?
Dorothy, I know it's weird. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective does that too.
Okay, I didn't mean to do that. I really legitimately thought that was part of the opening.
Well, when they show these
thing.
pictures, sometimes you don't know what it's for and you're allowed to look at it, but you shouldn't read it. You bump into Dorothy Davis as she's exiting the building and inadvertently knock several files to the ground. Oh, that was my fault, she says, picking up the fallen items. I've got so much to do, I'm not even watching where I'm going. You help her pick up her things. What's the rush? I need to run by the First Baptist Church. Have you ever been? They have some amazing records, some of the oldest in the city. And I'm off to see the new items on display at the Pickering House. History's alive and well in Arkham. Perhaps we can talk some other time. Her papers collected, she walks to the street and hails a taxi.
It's pretty clear she hailed a taxi. The cab thing is back in play.
They are suggesting cabs a lot.
No, I'm kidding.
But here we've got two places, she suggests. The First Baptist Church, and it does seem like a vampire would have run-ins with churches, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, she mentions the Pickering House.
And then she mentions Pickering House.
That's not suggestive of, there's new items on display. It could be anything. Could be
I agree.
Nana's
But it could be someone was digging up relics.
Well, that's possible, too. I think that's a much less likely lead than the church one.
I agree. Church seems a little more likely.
Seems like...
We've just finished, by the way, our second day of 5.
How many days we have?
We get 5 days.
Oh,
so
boy.
we're 2/5 of the way done.
Oh, boy.
All right, but it's time for us to take a break.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. See? Can you see it says session 10822? Yeah.
Oh,
that turns red when it's been over an hour.
Oh,
all right, so we're going to take
let me just catch him on the chat real fast. The pawning it. Let's check that supplement. We need special card. We can look at the supplement. Pickering.
Anna, you think Pickering is better? Why? Because you think there might be some relic that they dug up? There's no article about Pickering in the paper.
I don't believe so. We can check that in just a moment.
This is the one we just read, Historical Society.
Have you ever been? They have some amazing records. Some of the oldest in the city.
That's the Baptist Church. And
Oldest in the city.
church fights vampires.
Yeah.
So
Oldest in the city and church fighting. I think those
it does make sense. All right, we'll take a break. We'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. I'm Jesse. I'm here with Greg.
Thanks for having me on your channel.
All right, so Logan actually gave us a nice little summary of places available for us to go. The church, the Pickering Museum, the victim's family, that's the guard's family, the lawyer for the victim in the newspaper, the telenews where they talk about vampires, the detective who runs the case, who thinks it's a feud, and then the skin guy, and then other allies. Okay, so did we have a vote for where to go? No.
So Anna liked the idea of
church.
Pickering.
It was
She
the
says
church.
And
You have to lean in a little. If I knew you were coming, I would have fixed these
it's
split
okay.
screens.
They don't need to see my face. Yeah, it looks like.
I think the church is our way to go.
I mean, I would
vampire.
tend to-
They'll know about the old lore
we've got
of
the
vampires.
Loose idea that it's some kind of vampire.
Yes.
We don't know all the. Forget what you've seen at the movies, right? Isn't that what they always say, right? And then they tell you the exact. Okay, so we don't know all the exact particulars, but I think what's important is to figure out now that we can kind of know who our suspect is. Maybe not exactly who, but like a vampire of some sort. We still have no idea what the motive could be.
That's
So I
true.
think if we go to the historical society, we figure out, what we figure out a little bit more. But I think we need to start thinking about or try to figure out how to.
Well,
figure
don't
out
forget,
what
we're
the motive
headed.
is.
We're trying to find the requirement card to bring to the
yes, that's
historical folklore person. Also, we used
I'm
to
just
have
saying in general, we should keep our
Yes.
mind open to the.
That's true.
the
And
motive.
we used to have more sidebars of movies and stuff. Favorite vampire movies? Like I've already said my favorites are, well, I know your Dracula is your favorite one, Bram Stoker. But there's also Fright Night, which I love, the whole series.
You can see my top 10 vampire films actually. I'm thinking.
There's a great little plug. Greg's top 10 vampires.
Actually,
did you do it? You did it.
yeah.
You did
My
a
wife
top
and I
10
did, yeah.
vampires. All right.
But let's.
Okay, so let's go to the church.
I'm excited.
Yeah, let's go to the church. We have to
excited.
look it up. It's the First Baptist Church. I'll
I've
look it
looked
up
it up.
and you read it.
Okay. I need those little heating cubes. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. Getting the hang of this now. Mm-hmm. Lovers Left Logan. That's a great movie. Only Lovers Left Alive.
I don't know that movie.
That's really good. Anna says Twilight. Just kidding.
First Baptist Church of Arkham, F15.
F15.
And we should always, we haven't
look at
been
that.
using this map much, but we should keep our, keep
boy.
a back.
You're not going to be happy with this.
Oh boy, okay.
Sorry. Let's see if we
that's
can.
right.
There we go. This weathered old First Baptist church doesn't keep the chill out. The pastor walks towards you wearing his coat. He says, "Is there something I can help you with? If you just want to visit, stay as long as you like. I was about to do a little grocery shopping. You need a requirement card to proceed to, and that's entry 2. The other one said entry 1, though, didn't it?
Yeah, so this is the second thing we need. Requirement card 2. So F15, let me just record that we've been there. That was our morning of the third day.
Mm-hmm. Anna's got a very good, and Tina, yes, you pointed out again, Only Lovers Left Alive is fantastic. Anna has actually said, does he want to resurrect someone? That's actually very, you get the Necronomicon.
You can resurrect
Now, most
someone?
vampire films, or I should say frequently, or often have to do with like love, eternal love, there's often, most of those monster movies, werewolves can only be killed by a person who loves them. So I think that's actually a pretty compelling motive.
And now we've got 2 places.
In which case, we're going to be helping this vampire, even though he killed some other people.
Let's not help him.
Well, we're going to help him.
No, let's
find
not
his true
help
love,
him.
You know?
But now, how are we going to find these 2 cards? This one we have no clue how to find.
All right, we need 2 requirement cards from these 2 places, which tells us we're absolutely on the right track.
The first one we kind of know what she's after. She's after some historical
be narrowed-
event that we can
we need to
narrow it
narrow it
down.
down. So-
This one, nothing. This one we have nothing.
We've got nothing to go.
Tell us what to do.
Yeah.
Some-
So let's. What do we have? Jonathan Warner pointed out the fact that we have the coin that we could go to a pawn shop or something. That doesn't seem compelling to me. It's a good
We don't
idea.
have the coin. This guy just
That's true.
mentioned to us
But if
about
he-
some
if he
old
had-
coin from a year.
I'm just saying we don't have a whole lot to go on here. So where else would we find some historical evidence about this vampire?
That's a good question. It might
Is
just
there
be
a
that we
Romanian-
stumble on a
is there
story.
like a embassy?
Embassy?
Oh yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, let's. I like that. I hope that's the case. That would be good because it would.
I don't think it's going to be useful, but I'll just look.
So one other thing interesting. Now we know we came from the Standing Stone, so I know that already. But the idea of the Stimson ship in Gale, like Dracula takes the ship, you know.
But we know he went on a rowboat.
That's true. I'm just saying, like, in the book / films, he comes to Carfax Abbey from, you know, Transylvania, right? By boat, and he eats a lot of people to sustain himself on the way. And I know that's not the case here because he's in the Standing Stones. That's where we believe he's been resurrected.
There's a couple of abandoned churches. Oh no, the vampire wouldn't go to the abandoned church, but he could go to a graveyard. He could hang out at a graveyard.
Consecrated. I can't.
Consecrated.
Consecrated. Good God.
I just want. Can I just see?
Look at Sarah.
They can't see that, right?
I know.
Okay, there are some graveyards. Whoa! Wait a second. Wait a second. This place, Unvisited Isle, M1. M1 is listed as the Old Wooded Graveyard.
I think that might be a clue. Let's go back to the Pickering, the other place she mentioned. Anna's voting for Pickering or anything. Logan is saying Pickering or Telenews.
There's also the
and
cab.
Tina had
don't
mentioned
forget.
the Telenews before.
But now that I've pointed this out, I think everyone's going to want to go to M1. Now that I've made this brilliant observation.
It was a brilliant observation.
That this is the graveyard.
It was a brilliant and modest.
There's no modesty on this channel.
Yes, I think that's
Old Wooded
pretty
Graveyard.
Clear. Sarah, you gotta get out of here. Cutie. Okay.
M8 is also an abandoned church. Oh, church. We said he's not at the abandoned church.
Well, I mean, at this point, he had to be let off on the shore, right? One of these shores. And could it be the old graveyard?
Could it be this big
That
old...
actually would lend itself to the idea that he's trying to resurrect someone. If he was buried under the Standing Stones with a stake on him, like going to the graveyard would lend itself to.
And as Anna points out, M1 is also the errata, possibly.
Yeah. That's a little cheating.
I know it is.
I don't like that.
I don't like it either. But
it's a good
how do you get away from it though? If you have an errata, you have to have someone else. That would be the only way to do it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the.
I think M1 is the place to go.
Yes. Okay. So here we are. We're going to M1.
Again, I request a shovel.
All right. Take us down.
You read it. Yeah.
All right. I'll read it.
Oh, yeah.
And then we'll have to check the errata. But first, we'll read M1.
Thing.
Okay, so there's no entry for M1.
That was very clever. You put a little.
Thank you. There's no entry for M1, but let's look what the errata says.
I haven't used this thing at all, so your very clever invention was useless.
Okay, M1 says read if you. But there's nothing. It's very faint, so you don't read it by accident.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. You want me to read it since your eyes are not as?
See if you can see what it says.
That's actually kind of clever that they did that. I can't. I'll have to look in here. Read on only if
If the unnameable house is the location you're at. No. So I guess that was wrong.
So the Unnameable is a Lovecraftian story, and also has 2 movies, Unnameable and Unnameable 2, for the record.
So
which I believe are both out of print.
That is supposed to take us up a time.
Well, what does M1 tell us in the actual book?
It's not. There's no entry for it.
I see.
So I guess we were wrong.
Okay, hold on a second. So the errata says M1, and we can't.
Well, no, the errata doesn't say M1. The errata says if you go to a place on the river, on this street. The errata says if you go to a place on this street, and then when we looked it up, it said unnameable house. So it sounds like the place is M10 in the Kickstarter map. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a point. The chat says.
Do you have this?
Nicholas says the place is M10, not M1. Here's M10.
So, okay.
Are you saying, Nicola? Hold on, Nicola. Are you saying that this place is M10, or are you saying that the directory entry for the wooded graveyard is M10?
I see.
Because that's how we chose to go here, because we saw that the graveyard is M1. Mm-hmm. You know what? There's no entry for M10 either, so it's irrelevant. It's moot.
So he says, but I see there are 2 M10 in the Kickstarter map, so maybe the typo is there.
It doesn't matter. There's no M10 or M1 in the directory. All right.
Okay, so let's put a pin in that, because it does seem compelling from the side of, like, he took someone somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we check these?
We could, but they would eat up time.
I mean, like, can we look and see, like, can you, the way you just did this, can we see if there's anything of note along here in that book?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You looked up the graveyards.
I did. I looked up graveyards. I mean, we could look if there's graveyards. There's
So,
M2.
These are all N's and D's.
No graveyards.
Okay. So, I mean, like, we should probably go about this not using this extra information of, like, what the M is, right? And since M1 and M10 are not located in there,
Right.
and M1 in the errata says that we can't read this unless we're at a specific house,
Right.
then I think that we should.
Which is a very weird thing, but right, if we get brought to that house,
So
then
now we
we'll
should
read
look
that.
about how are we going to find this.
Yes.
Okay, so we're back again at the point of,
yes.
like, we're at a little bit of a standstill here.
We are at a little bit of a standstill. All right, so, but Logan made a nice list for us. I should have written it down.
I can back up to that.
Church, Pickering.
Church, Pickering,
we went to
victim,
church.
lawyer, victim family, lawyer, telenews, detective, skin, other allies. And Tina was very keen on going to the telenews.
The vampire history.
Yeah, and I think some other people as well. So maybe that might be what people want to do.
I
Maybe
mean,
this is a
I'm
good
willing
choice.
to do it.
Maybe it's a good chance to do the vote.
You want to
Flex
do the
that little vote?
next?
Yeah. What is it? Because I think this is a bit of a murky moment.
I want to go to the guard's family. I want to see. I know it's a long shot.
I think that's a long
All right,
shot. I mean, I'm fine with going.
Where would you
I'm
guys
just-
like to go next? You've got the list of places: the Pickering Gallery, the lawyer, the guard's family, the detective, the telenews for vampire aficionado, the skin walkers. Vote Pickering. The reason I don't like Pickering is because we're just going there because a librarian mentioned she was interested in it. That seems very far-fetched,
I agree. However,
right? I mean, nothing has told us there's anything interesting at the Pickering.
I would agree, which is why I wasn't keen on it.
I don't think
in
we
the
should
first
go
place. But
there.
I do think, number one, you should go to wherever the vote says to go.
No, that's not how I do it.
You're,
I take it
What's
under
the
advisement.
point? What's the point of the
It's not a
vote?
democracy. It's advice.
and Tina's wanted to go to telenews for about the whole game.
I
here.
wouldn't mind going to telenews.
Well,
even
but we've
though,
got the vote says Pickering. Can I vote?
yes, you can
I'm
vote.
voting with the democratic process here, which is to go to Pickering.
What? Look at this. More votes.
Look
Does
at that.
anyone have any reason?
I don't really like the idea of going to Pickering, but I think that there's a reason you play this live. You got to go with your audience. They want to go to Pickering.
If we go to Pickering and it's like
Then you can gloat.
if someone else was going to tell us why to go to Pickering, then this is going to
I
be
do think
remembered.
that if and Tina has been wanting to go to telenews for a while, so we maybe should consider
Go
doing
those
both
two?
those.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's do
do
this.
that. Let's do that.
Nicola is voting with me to the victim's family.
Okay, well.
All right,
Pickering
let's
wins
clear
it.
this vote. We're going to go to those places now.
Well, if this is a dictatorship, then I'm going to be.
All right, we're going to
what's up?
Pickering
Where is it?
in the evening.
Do you know the location?
Yeah, we have to
Oh, we
look
have
it
to
up.
look it up. Okay. You want me to look it up and you do this?
Whatever you like. Pickering House is E1.
We got Logan's what's close to that short geographic. That what would the monster have gotten to first? Anything cross-reference with the list? We did sort of cross-reference
We
that
did
list
with
a
the
little bit with
M's.
the
There's no easy
with the
way.
graveyards. I don't know. There's so many places. I went through this whole directory, sort of trying to figure out, but there's so much. It's hard to.
Can I point out one of the things that we've been discussing in the threads on high and low on my mystery game is that we're going to have a reverse directory. So if you picked a place, you can look up and see
what it is.
every place that's around there. So you could find places by location. All right, E1, the Pickering.
I don't think this is going to be valid.
Oh, I think it could be valid. I just think we're going to have another thing that's going to point us there.
What is it?
E1.
E1.
I think someone else is going to point us here if it's important. But look, it's actually huge. My point is not. My point was not that it's not useful. Just that something else is going to send us here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay. Several historic pieces. Well, maybe you should read it since you've not been vindicated. Several historic pieces. I did actually go on the record to say that I did not think this is the right place to go, but apparently it is. Several historic pieces of furniture and art have attracted a crowd of visitors to the Pickering House. A new donor from Boston recently made a contribution for the exhibit. This donor, an older woman named Rachel Coffin, Cauthon, is happy to speak to you about her ancestors who hailed from Arkham. Interesting. Rebecca Cahill and her husband. Okay, Rebecca Cahill. I think Anna hit the nail on the head there. Anna's going to be the resurrected person. Rebecca Cahill and her husband used to live on Boundary Street across from the old wooded graveyard.
Whoa!
That's the house that they were
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. They were right next door to the notorious unnameable house mentioned in Randolph Carter's knowledge. That's novel. That's another. That's a couple of the Lovecraftian stories.
Oh, really?
The Cahill's house is gone now, but I believe some apartments were built on the old foundation. After her husband died, Rebecca moved to Boston with her daughter. Take requirement card 2.
Whoa, this is huge.
Okay, so for those keeping score,
Hold on, put this here.
Oh, sorry.
We may need.
Sorry.
Yes, for those keeping
score, Anna gets
No.
1 point. Jesse and I get 0.
No one gets any points until the end of this game. If something else points us to Pickering, you all lose all your points. Always trust lead detective Anna. I know Anna has got a good track record.
T-shirt.
All right, so let me see here, though. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So a recent donor from Boston named Rachel Calthon. She's happy to speak about her ancestors. Okay, now here she is telling us. She's telling us Rebecca Cahill and her husband used to live on Boundary Street.
Which, let's take a look at the map. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm moving this out of the way for a second so we can see the area here. What if I did that?
But is it going to be near here?
Boundary Street. Well, we should take a look here. So we know it's somewhere around M1, right? This is so he was going across the river to get back home, right?
Yeah.
Which we know. She does
don't
mention
see
Cahill's house is
Boundary
gone now, but I believe some apartments were built in the old foundation. Why don't we look up foundation or apartments, right?
What do you want to look up? Sure.
Apartment buildings, because they say apartments are built there.
I think it's going to be M1. I think that's basically it. I think we go to M1. Let's just...
What does requirement R2 say?
We don't know. It's just a card. It
doesn't have anything on the back of it?
No, these are just generic. But it's going to let us go back to that place.
I understand. I'm just wondering if there's...
Sure, okay. Wooded Boundary Street across from the old wooded graveyard. They were right next door to the unnameable house. So we did find the old wooded graveyard, and we know that's M1. So I think what we've got here is we've now been told that there's a reason we would go here, because this is the old wooded graveyard.
Well, I mean, okay, so if I were arguing this without having read that errata thing, then I would say, let's figure out exactly where they're talking about, because there's apartment buildings there, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, yes.
But now, having read the errata, we know that M1 is the...
Yeah, you have a reasonable point, because she does say some apartments were built on the old foundation.
Yes.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Well, the errata looks like it's an additional paragraph, so it very well may be...
The errata says, it says if you're not in the unnameable
That's
house,
right, but it very well may be that errata point says what you're saying. It points you to the apartments. It may be that just like this would be a place you could go. So maybe you're right. Is there a way? Is there apartment
stores,
buildings?
Sports, schools, clubs, residential students. C. These are all C's. We want M's.
What
right?
about an M here?
M56. Where's M56? Up there. So this is M56. We don't have a Boundary Street, which is what they mentioned.
I agree.
Why don't you
There's no
zoom in on
boundary.
this so people can see the boundary, the map that we're looking at. So she specifically says Boundary Street across
It's
from...
true. We don't have a Boundary Street, though.
Okay, so... Across from the old wooded graveyard, they're right next door to the notorious unnameable house mentioned in the Randolph Carlton.
It does sound like it's probably one of these.
Yeah, that's what it suggests.
But I think what's going to... Wait, there's the unnameable house.
Oh, look, there you go.
M3.
Oh, perfect.
Well, that's strange then. Where is that? Where's
M3. Here's M4.
Here's M3.
Perfect.
Okay, so...
Boy, this is like Legends of Andor map. M3, M66, M4. Interesting.
Okay, so this is interesting. So we're going to head to M3, and then maybe M3 will point us to the wooded graveyard, because that errata...
Okay, so let's leave the errata aside for a second. Let's once again, I think that Anna had it correct earlier in the fact that resurrecting the wife, although that's can't possibly be, like, whether or not that's the motive or not. She's moved from here, right? Rebecca Cahill and her husband used to live on Boundary Street. So Rebecca Cahill and her husband being the vampire.
Right.
The old wooded graveyard, the right next to the notorious unnameable house. Okay. Cahill's house is gone. Apartments were built in the old foundation. After her husband died. Okay.
Maybe and buried stake.
After he was brutally
Maybe
killed
just died and then the blood...
Rebecca moved to Boston with her daughter. So Rebecca's gone. So she can't
Rebecca moved.
So she cannot be
But the husband died. He doesn't know that.
And Tina's pushing for Telenews might get us card 1.
All right, let's just think about this. Nicholas says, the errata says substitute Hangman's Hill for the old wooden graveyard. Interesting.
Now that we have a requirement card, we should start to backtrack to unlock. Well, I guess this is all just discussion, which we're obviously going to go and ask about the M2 one, right? Jesse checked. The errata says substitute. Good thing we have this thing now because it is light that we ignored. Errata says a substitute Hangman's Hill M2 for the old wooden graveyard. Okay.
There's no entry for M2 either, though, so that doesn't really help us much.
So do we have an M2?
We don't have an M2
Should we go there
either.
first, or you want to backtrack?
No, here's what we've got. First of all, we've got the unnameable house, which is worth going.
Look, old wooden graveyard, M1 and M2.
Whoa.
So that was Nicola pointed that out.
Whoa, there's M1 here, but it's also here.
Yeah.
Problems.
Well, let's just look at this too.
Neither of these places have entries in our book, though. So that's
M1
not right.
and M2 do not?
M1 and M2 don't have entries here. That's right.
Well, that's a pretty big omission. Imagine
weird.
playing this game and you're
that's
like...
weird. But one other thing that's important. So we've got requirement 2, so we could go back to the place that uses requirement card
which
2.
Is as they're pointing out the church.
That's right. Or we could go to the unnameable house. Those are 2 new places.
So we know we need to go. We don't know that we need to go there. We probably do, but we don't know for sure. But we do know for sure that we do need to go to the requirement 2 card place, which is the church. So I think that would be the most clear.
I think you're right, but let me just point out that that's not. This game could have you. You could go to a place that could be bad for you. So if there's a reason for us not go, if there's a reason for us not to, you could lose sanity, which affects your score.
I want to lose some sanity.
I do think we should go to the
unhinged
church.
by the time
Let's
this
go
is
back to the thing that requires this card, because now we know to ask for...
Did you write down the church's location?
It's the place we went to before, F15.
Yeah, Anna's saying, let's go to the church first. Church. Nicola is saying, errata references something across from old wooden graveyard, actually across from Hangman's Hill. Church, then Telenews, says Logan.
I see. So maybe across from there might be... If she's across from the wooded graveyard, which is, if it's not
the unnameable house is
then
here.
this could be, the unnameable house.
Is M3. And the old wooden graveyard is M1.
But there's no entry for it. Oh, there is an entry for M3.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to the church first, since we know absolutely 100% sure that we're going there because we have requirement card 2. What's happening there?
I was just trying to see if the air conditioner was on. It's getting hot in here. Okay, we're going back to the church.
Hot in here.
F15.
F15.
Which, according to the rules, costs us an extra time. So I'm going to go back and mark it down.
Okay, so we're going to go to the page 30 and read entry 2.
Okay, we're spending. We don't have to spend it. It just says.
Let me see that card for a second. I'm going to put it in here so we can go back to it.
All right.
We're going to go to supplementary. Is that in here? Supplementary cards?
It's the yellow.
Oh, that's not very far. Oh, I thought it was late. Way far. Entry 2. Shall I, or do you want to?
You can do it. Where's the cubes? You got them?
Cubes.
You read it.
Is that... There we go. The pastor seems to recognize the name Cahill. That's a very old name. Very well. Groceries can wait. Let's go look through our records. He guides you to the records room in the church basement. Let's do... How's that? Is that working? Maybe not. A little more. Stacks of wooden boxes and yellowed paper sit on row after row of tall shelves. He guides you to the furthest corner of the room and pulls back the lid of a weathered crate. A dank smell emerges. These are delicate documents, he tells you, so treat them gently. Do you know where they lived? You tell him that they live next door to the unnameable. He looks through the documents and finds the name Cahill. Jedediah Cahill, that's a vampire name if I've ever heard.
And look what the date is.
Yeah, left the church in 1793 and was accused of several monstrous murders. For his crimes, he was burned at the stake.
Whoa, we found who it is. It's Jedediah.
Yeah. Afterwards, his wife, Rebecca, changed her last name to Sheffield and moved to Boston with her infant daughter. Okay, just a quick note, we should probably look through the paper and see if there was anything about Sheffield in the paper or anything like that.
That's interesting.
That sounds like, now that we know there's a name change. Pastor reacts when he sees the name Rebecca Sheffield. My word, it must be the same person. A patron from Boston, recently made a donation to the Pickering house in the name of her ancestors who lived in Arkham. The ancestor's name was Rebecca Sheffield. Do you know the name of his... I guess so enthralled in this, I forgot to do the voices. Do you know the name of this patron, you ask? Rachel Cawthon. She's in a town now visiting the Pickering house. Isn't this where we got this card?
It's kind of weird, yeah.
You thank the pastor for his
Well, we
help
talked
and
to her.
make your way back out into the cold.
Okay, well, that was pretty cool. So we've solved a big piece of this mystery. We know who this guy is now.
Yes.
And we know who it is.
But we're not
We don't
necessarily...
have proof, and we don't know why.
We don't know the motive yet.
We think the motive. I think you guys were right. I think he's going to try. He was trying to get his wife back. His wife's dead now, right? Yeah, because she's the answer. 1793.
Change your name to
It's 1793,
Moved to Boston
and
with
now
the daughter.
she's dead.
With the daughter.
But she's surely dead.
And then
now.
there's ancestors, of which Rachel Cawthon is one. Cawthon?
Right.
Cawthon something.
But we already talked to her, so we're not going to be having more talks with her. But so a great question would be, where would he be hiding out? And the unnameable house might be where.
Just went home. He's gone home. If you're using vampire lore, he's got to go someplace that he's allowed to enter.
His home under the dirt.
I think they said across from the old. It's not the unnameable house. It's across from the old.
It's true. It makes you think it's one of these places here.
Where apartments are. Again, we could look at the. Okay, so I think
we should look at that again. Your theory
of like trying to find.
Look, now that we know it's here.
Again, what was the one where? What was the entry that we had on the?
Which one you want? Which one entry do you want?
The entry where they talked about the location of the graveyard and stuff.
E1 was the
yeah, Rebecca
Pickering
got
house.
it. Yeah, okay, it's right here. Crossing Old Wood. Okay, let's choose again. Rebecca Cahill and her husband used to live on Boundary Street. She's the one who changed her name to Sheffield.
Oh, look, there is Boundary Street right there. We couldn't find it, but now it
we were
makes
looking in the wrong
sense.
spot. Yeah, let's move
There's
this out of the
Boundary
way
Street.
so everybody can see.
Boundary Street. So they lived off Boundary
Let's do
Street.
this, right?
So they're going to be in one of these buildings.
Will that pick that up? Does that camera do the thing?
Yeah. Well,
There you go. Look at that, so handy.
thank you.
Okay, so there's Boundary Street, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it says they were live on Boundary Street across from the old wooded graveyard.
So one of these
One of
buildings,
those houses,
possibly just these two, but
they were right next door to the notorious unnameable house. The unnameable house was M3.
M3. So
they were
M67. That's exciting.
Oh!
That's pretty good. All right, let's go to M67. Which, by the way, is in the directory. Nathaniel Wingate Peasley. That's who currently lives there.
Yeah, well, Nathaniel Wingate Peasley, I hope he took out a pretty good life insurance policy. Anna suggests asking who staked the vampire before. That's a pretty good question.
Someone in the church, maybe.
So do we think that, the reason that this is all happening is because he wants to find...
I think it makes sense.
So he's gone home. He hasn't found his wife and family. Right?
But he's probably hanging out here.
Yeah.
Let's go, Greg. Let's go to M67. Let's uncover.
Yeah.
Although this could be dangerous. Is it night? No, it's the afternoon. Okay, let's not go there at night. It's afternoon.
Maybe it's a good chance we can chase down the telenews and the other things
Later
that
at
we're
night.
excited about when it's the nighttime.
Yeah, let's go in the afternoon to this place. M67.
This never asks you if it's night or not so far.
So far it hasn't.
But it has
so far
before in the last one. You just played one of these
I
before?
don't know. Just one other case, yeah. Okay, here we go. M67. There it is.
Saw you.
Okay.
That's a very small entry.
It is, but let's see what it says. If you arrived at this location during the morning or afternoon, proceed to supplementary encounter 30, number 10.
Yeah,
if you arrive at night, you're fucked.
Don't read anything. Don't read anymore. All right. Page 30, entry 10. You read it because you didn't get a chance to
That's
do it.
pretty good.
Entry 10 is right here.
That's so cool.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
The tenants of Nathaniel Wingate Peasley Apartments tend to be older, and according to the landlord, they're prone to complain about problems that only exist in their imaginations. They're deaf as posts, but they tell me they hear noises all through the night, and of course it's always too cold for them. There is quite a chill, you point out. To you, it seems even colder in here than it is outside in the rain. Well, that's just recently, he tells you. I need to take a look at the furnace, but this rain has made the door to the basement swell up, and I can't get things open.
Yeah.
Can't get the thing open. The landlord shows you the door, he means, and you make several unsuccessful attempts to force it open. I'll just leave it closed. It's a fine. You need a crowbar to get to the basement. You ask, how old is this building? Coming up on 50 years, I reckon. I've been here 20, and some of these old timers remember before it was here. They say it's built on top of the foundation of an older house, but you know, these folks sometimes remember things a little funny, so take it with a grain of salt. So we found the vampire.
Yeah.
That's
we know where
pretty
he's
cool.
at. Okay, so it didn't say anything about requirement cards or anything like that, so we're going to have to figure out how to... Well,
we don't know what
we
need
can
to
go
know.
at night, and maybe that's what we... Oh, I know that could kill us, but I mean, like, we're going to have to get in there.
No, we're not. We're not going in there.
Well, eventually we're going to have to catch the vampire.
That would be the
we
end
know it was
questions.
a vampire?
The end questions.
All done. See you later.
We're gonna have a vote for whether we go in that vampire's lair. Okay, let me just point out, it is evening. Mm-hmm. You could go waltzing right in there now, but you would be crazy. You want to be skinned alive?
Well, I'm not... Okay.
Let's have a quick vote. We're gonna have a vote.
I'm not saying we should go in there right now, but I mean,
Okay.
certainly at some point, I think we'll probably have to go in there.
Who wants to go? Someone
Some
vote.
of these old people in there.
That's only us, Greg. It's only us.
There's like a bunch of old people in the
see, you wanna
Peasley
ask them to
apartments
go.
there. Anybody who's go around and just make a little chit chat, and any one of them that are not very friendly, you just send them into the basement.
Send him into the basement.
Go
We
to
have
the
to. The door's locked. Someone's gonna have to
Yeah.
get up. Anna says we have to come back at night to catch him. Wow, you guys think we're gonna catch him, huh? That sounds crazy to me. I think we just solve it in the end. There's no catching, if you ask me. Anna thinks we gotta catch him. All right, so we found the vampire lair. Remember, we don't know exactly what we're tasked with. We're trying to solve the case. I don't know if it's our job to kill the vampire. But if we almost know it all now. Well, we only have 4 more turns. We only have 4 more actions.
All right. Well, we should probably let's revisit.
Where do you want to go?
Oh, we gotta wait for the vote to come in first, and then.
Okay.
What was the question?
Well, I was asking if they wanted to go into the vampire's lair, but you don't have to. All right. Vote whether you think eventually we need to save time to go to the vampire's lair,
Certainly, I think.
and you can
sure.
vote for where you want to go next.
I know.
Anna says we need to know more first. All right, so we're not going to the vampire yet, but we need to remember it's to save this turn
All right, we got multiple people wanting to go to
for the
Telenews.
vampire. Telenews? Do you
But
want history of
before we-
vampire? That seems so.
Before we, and Tina and now Logan is voting for. I mean, I think there's been a desire to go to Telenews for a while. Again, I don't think it's going to be as useful, but that turned out to be pretty incorrect. I was very wrong on the last clue. But I do want to take a moment. I think one of the most enjoyable things about this is to kind of go back over things.
Sure.
So let's
I'm going to
talk-
close this vote out for now. I'll just hide it. It'll still be open. All right.
So let's again just go over what we know, right?
Okay.
Okay. So Jedediah
Accused of monstrous crimes, killed,
was killed, staked through the heart,
and we think buried on this aisle here.
burned at the stake.
Was that what it said? Burned?
Said burned at the stake.
Okay, burned and staked also.
Well, I mean, we presumably staked. Mm-hmm. Little fuzzy there. Probably woken up by this couple getting in the
That's
fight,
right. That's right.
He comes out.
Like they bled right on top of where he was.
Right, in the
Right
standing
on top
stones.
of him.
I mean, if you're gonna bury a vampire, the standing stones is the place to do it. They get on the boat, go across. The guy's twitching and howling, and he escapes. Right.
Right.
He's let off here at M1, and then he makes his way back to his home at M67.
Which is now an apartment building, but he's like, I gotta be at my home.
goes in. The old people can hear things at night, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. He's living in his little
That's
basement
right.
there. Okay. At some point, I guess he would have flown, right?
He doesn't have to fly. He just walks in.
No. There were no car tracks or anything?
That's right. No car tracks, but he could walk
you
in.
think
He's
he
right
just
nearby. He's right nearby. He just walked.
Okay, so he walks, goes in, kills the night watchman, drinks up his blood.
He's very weak, right? Drinks up his blood, yeah.
He takes his skin, either before or after he realizes that he cannot get into the Necronomicon.
Yeah, we don't really
Okay.
understand why
So
he's
now that's
taking
what we
his
know.
skin.
I think we're pretty certain on that, right? I think everybody.
And we think he's going to the Necronomicon to revive his wife.
So Jonathan Warner is reminding us about what you had suggested before, which was to go and look at the person that was drained of blood at the hospital, which is Elliot. Little too touchy-feely, Elliot cousin. Mm-hmm. We needed the card one for the folklore. Mm-hmm.
We can't.
Anna's pointing out we can find the granddaughter came back. If she came back, she would be staying at a hotel. Anna's on fire.
Rachel Cathon, is that what we're saying? But we talked to her. She was at Pickering.
Yes,
we
right.
already
We did
spoke to
spoke
her,
to
so I don't know that we're going to have any more information to get from her.
I did want to make one other quick mention here is that they changed their name to Sheffield.
That's right.
Which seems like sort of an innocuous thing to like just throw out there if it means nothing. So
You mean, is there another Sheffield?
well, change the name to Sheffield, move to Boston.
Move to Boston. She
But
could
what
have a relative
But
here.
what I'm
though,
saying is
okay.
that like it seems kind of an odd clue to be like, yeah, they changed their name. And you're like, oh, we don't need to know that. It seems like
It's
there
a good
might
point.
be
But
something.
if your husband's accused of monstrous crimes, you change
100% reason why
It's
they
like, let's
changed
just
the name.
change our name. But you're saying the fact that they mention it.
The fact that they mentioned it could
Yes,
seems like
yes.
it could be important.
Oh, look what happens here. Someone has come up with a very interesting theory. Put that on the
This
thing.
one, Antina, great thinking.
Yeah, that one.
Right, but the problem is that we can't go to we need a card to get into the
That's
folklore.
right. We need more information, but that's why we could go to the vampire.
Did you look and see if there was a Romanian
I did. I couldn't
We don't
find
need that.
any
We don't need that.
indices. And it says, at this point, we need to know more about Jebediah and the old story. So where could we find more information about them? It's true. The
That would
card
help
that
us
we're
in motive.
missing
Yeah,
is the
the motive.
historical card. So
Let's consult.
wait
the
a minute. What? Hold on. Before you do that, do we have a separate expert that's good at births and deaths?
Oh yeah, you looked at that, and I'm going to look through this paper again just to see if there's anything about Sheffield in here.
Because now that we know his name, here, births and deaths, D21, Nicholas. If we go to Nicholas, we could get the death certificate and marriage certificate of Jebediah, and maybe that's what the historian needs.
Okay.
What do you guys think about that?
Let me make another point here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more entries.
Yes,
right?
only
one of
4
them,
more turns.
One of them is going to be going to the vampire lair.
That's what you guys think.
Means there's 3 other places to go. So we better pick
Yes.
confidently,
Yes.
right? So why don't we list that as one of the places to go,
Okay.
which is, as you say, the birth and death place, right? Telenews is one of the other ones that everybody's been asking to go to.
Birth and death, telenews for info about vampires. I really just think, okay, but yeah.
I mean, is there a can you hand me the book? Maybe
Is there a
there's
Sheffield? I didn't see one.
I don't. It just seems like such an odd fact to kind of throw out. It does make complete sense, but I mean, they didn't give us the whole history.
There's some sort of a debate on the channel that I'm not sure about. Folklore card is not historical. We need to know more about Jebediah. That's why I think we go to the births and deaths. But the folklore person, where is the other place where we were supposed to come back with card 1? I just want to
That
make
was
sure.
the folklorist.
Is that what it was?
Yes, absolutely. C17.
C17.
Yeah, C17.
Okay.
They need
so
to have their.
they need something to jar their memory.
No, that was the other person who needed to jar the memory. They said something else.
No, this is the jar the memory. The church
you
was
sure?
the church was the one that we just went to. Well, no, I'm not sure.
I'm pretty
Let's
sure.
try C17.
That's not this one. Why you got to do that. I don't know. There we go. C17. Ooh, I wanna go to Salmon's
C17
Haberdashery.
is she needs history. C17 wants a bit of history.
You're right. She did.
So
need
I
her
think we
memory
go
jarred.
to the births and deaths to get some specific information, and then the
Does
folklore
seem-
person could tell us.
Okay, let me just look. First of all, there's Salmon's Haberdashery. If we want to look swank when we're killing vampires, you want to look good.
Is there a place that sells steaks, like wooden vampire killing steak shop?
Okay, so there's no Sheffield in here, which seemed like kind of a long shot, but I'm just kind of curious. I mean, I kind of tend to agree with what you're saying.
Well, this is the summing up. We want the folklore person to tell us how to kill the vampire or whatever. So the question is, there's 2 places that we could go. One is we could go to Telenews to learn about vampires. But the person, let me just point out, when you go to the folklore person at C17, they don't say, what topic do you want to hear about? And I'll tell you how to kill a vampire. She says, there's 200 years of history. I need something specific to help me know what to look up. And if you want a specific date or something, that's not going to be the vampire aficionado. That's going to be the Office of Marriage Certificates, Death Certificates. If we can get his death date, then she can look up and tell us more about him.
Again, three places. That's
Yeah.
all we're getting.
That's true.
One of them is going to... Oh, actually, there's 4 places we're going to go.
And you want to save one for killing the vampire.
There's 4 places we're going to go. One is to kill the vampire. One is the folklorist. And that leaves us 2 places. That's it.
Well, we don't know that the folklorist has to be our one place. And we're not going to the unnameable house. Doesn't that bother you?
We know we need card number 1 to talk to the folklorist.
Right.
Which means
I'm just saying we don't have to go to the folklorist. But if you guys think that that's how it's going to be to kill a vampire...
I think that's probably what we need to do. I think number 1 is to go to the I'm sorry. One of the 4 places is to go to the folklorist, and the second one is to go and kill ourselves our vampire, which leaves us 2 other places to go, which means we have to pick very, very carefully.
And I am not convinced that we should be trying to kill the vampire. All right, someone has a point. Let's see.
Also, we don't play Sherlock Holmes consulting according to the rules in order to read the whole story. So we need to bend the rules here either. I'm interested in the story, so after 5 days, I'd continue the investigation.
I think we've got to play this game the way it was intended. Then we can go back out and read some extra stuff. But I think for this game, for the tension, we could fudge a little bit. Like we could give ourselves extra time for the places we went back to.
I think that we should. And Tina has been asking for the telenews. Let's go telenews.
We're gonna have to have you guys really want to go to the telenews?
I don't necessarily think it's the best idea, but I think that's a.
We have 3 places we could go, so we could go
2. One's the folklore, one's the vampire.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. We could go telenews and births and deaths, and then
that's
if either
right
of them.
there.
No, telenews, births and deaths, and then the folklorist,
and
we don't have to go to
murder.
We don't have to go to both those. We can start at telenews if you guys want. And Tina says family records also work for me, so I've convinced Antina. We'll start out of the family records. If we get the card, then we'll go to the folklorist. If we don't, then maybe we go to telenews.
I'm just thinking about your voting system.
It's just under advisement.
This is the voting system. If everybody votes the way I want to go. Then we'd go there. But they don't. There's in Casino, one of my favorite. I love that movie so much. One of my all-time favorite movies. But he goes. He's like Nicky Santoro. He's like Nicky had a great system. If he won, he collected the money. If he lost, he told the bookies to go themselves. That was it. It's not a very clever system, but it's pretty effective. I just want to buzz through these real fast to look through if there's any other places in here, because we really looked right over the unnameable house in here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. We figured out where his house was, which was pretty amazing.
Yeah, that was kind of a fun moment, right? Ooh, there's the witch house. You want to see some cyclopean, otherworldly architecture.
One of our time spots here I put as M1, but there was nothing there. I don't think we're going to count that against us.
Adam's Lumber
That's where we're going to get the steak.
Well, I think we're going to burn this guy, Just throw a Molotov cocktail in the basement, shut the door. Excuse me, elderly people that are living here. The exit is this way. Maybe don't trample each other, but this is the way to go.
Anna says, at this point, telenews would only give us redundant information about Vampire War. That's what I think.
I would agree, but I think it's important, we're playing with everybody to
And also, I do want to point out, we have more than 4 turns left, because we're not going to count M1 against us. I'm going to play an audible call here, because M1 is the one that was confusing with the bad map. So actually, I'm just going to back everything up here. So we actually are on the afternoon of Sunday.
Okay.
We have 5
Would
turns.
that have affected when we went into the vampire lair?
Let's hope not. Well, we were not walking into that vampire at night. We knew that.
Seems a little funny.
No, that would have brought us there in the morning instead of the night. All right, let's go to Births and Records.
Okay, I think that's...
Births and Records is... although you could... Is there any other place that we could get that information better? I think Births and Records is going to be it.
Okay, let's just... Hold on. So she wants something historical. We know when these events happen, so it seems like from a common sense...
We should already be able to narrow her down.
Right, but the game system, abstracted game system, may be requiring it. We do know that. I'm still kind of looking through this tattoo parlor. You don't see that much in 1929.
1920. Patients at the sanitarium. All right, let's go.
Go for it. I'm gonna keep
D21. Births. D21. Okay, here we go. All right, I'll read it. When you reach the counter where you would normally find Nicholas Saltonstall bouncing on his toes, you're instead disappointed to find a young man who grumbles about people calling in sick at the last moment. I'm sorry, the fellow mutters nervously. I've only been here 2 days. Nick isn't feeling well and he won't be back until tomorrow, so you'll have to try him then. You ask him about the unnameable house, but tell him never mind when you see the confused look on his face. You resolve that you'll just have to take a look at the house yourself. If you have requirement card 2,
I'm pretty sure that's what we've already read, by the way.
which we do have.
Is this what time are we at now? Now we are at the evening.
No, now we're in afternoon because we.
I know, but if we have a okay, so we can read this now.
Yes.
But I'm pretty sure it's what we already read.
Did we already read entry 3?
I mean, I'm guessing, but hopefully it's new information. But
It's. Whoa, this is weird. Look at this. What about the unnameable house, you asked the clerk. There's a chance it might be involved in the case somehow. Oh, those records are gone. It's an empty folder. You persist. Well, what if I wanted to visit the place? I'd say you must be out of your mind, he responds. But if it'll help, I'll go get you a copy of the key. Take requirement card 3. We now have a new card.
okay,
Yikes.
So, hold on. He's talking about the unnameable house.
Yeah.
Which is not the house that we.
It's true.
That's really strange.
It is a little strange and scary.
So like,
We didn't get card 1 the way I hoped. We got card 3.
So that's very. Why would it be giving us? This is a rabbit hole.
It's a little. It feels.
So I mean, like you could imagine if something was built on top of something else that maybe he's using the, like he's going. If he's blocked that door off, maybe he's going out through the unnameable house.
Yeah, they're right next to each other, the
Yeah.
two houses. So maybe they're connected. Like maybe you can't get in. You can't get in through the locked room, but you can get out.
and
The
Tina
basements
said it here,
connect.
too, what we're just discussing.
Yeah.
The basements connect. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So.
So we do know that it is a we know that the stake is necessary. Like if we had a little more time, I'm kind of curious if what would happen if we went to, because I just saw hardware and construction.
You want to get the lumber.
Adam's Lumberyard. I mean, that's kind of like, I mean, do we really need to go to
It's an interesting. Yeah. Let's just answer Nicola's question here. How did we arrive at the house M67? We're told that
the house is
the
on
house was on Boundary Street.
We
Sorry,
need to
let
put
me-
the map up.
We're told that the house is on Boundary Street, right across from the
Old wooden graveyard.
old wooden graveyard, and right next to the unnameable house. And we're told in the errata that even though that M1 should be considered up here as well. So it's the fact that it's on this street on one of these, and then we know the unnameable house is M3, so we guessed that here, and we were told it was also built on apartment buildings now,
Yes.
and that was an apartment building.
The Peasley somebody or something.
So we now have the key to the next door place. So we could get in here, and we think he's probably moving between these two rooms.
That does sound like.
But we've got
most
more
likely
time.
thing. What do you have more time?
I mean, we've got 4 more turns.
How do we have? How does that math work out?
What do you mean?
We had 4 turns total.
We had
and
4
just went
turns,
to the,
and then
went-
we realized that we wasted a turn at M1 where there was nothing because of the errata was confusing.
Seems a little chitando.
This is how we do it, Greg.
We went to
This is how we do
M1.
it.
Purposely went to M1.
But we had a thing we could have read,
because we
and
thought
we
it was-
didn't read it. So if we want to read that thing about the unnameable house, we could read it and eat up that time. But because the
Okay. Well,
all right, so now the question is, we still don't have the card that lets us go to the folklore.
so just for pure like amusement. I'm kind of curious what would happen if we went to Adam's Lumberyard. Like,
Here's my suggestion. 95% we think you can't get anything there, right? But let's wait till we're about to go walk in on the last move. We'll quickly stop by the lumberyard on our way. Just peek in the thing.
I mean, it's likely that we go to the folklorist and they're like, take this wooden stake. 'Cause I think it has to be oak or something.
Does it?
Logan should know. He knows an unnerving amount of
All right. It's now the evening of Sunday, though. Where do you guys want to go to get that folklore person to talk to us? I don't think she's going to tell us how to kill vampires.
Well,
She
if they
needs
know,
some
like-
piece of history to jog her memory. How are we going to get her the history she needs?
I'm still buzzing through these. Well, there's
publications?
newspapers, by the way.
What do you mean?
Well, there's like 4 different newspapers.
Oh,
Isn't that where
well-
you would go to like find?
Well, we
information
could
out?
talk to people in the newspaper. We got a newspaper guy.
Do we?
Yeah, we do.
Let's go through the list of people again, maybe real fast. I'm gonna keep. I'm just saying in general, there's newspapers here. It seems like
Well, we've got a gossip hound. Here's the star reporter for this newspaper. So he's done research into those articles. Oh, we've got a shady informant. We've been to these guys. We could talk to our detective. We could talk to the cab
we
driver.
talked to Davis Dorothy.
Yes, we did.
And we talked to Pascal, of course.
That's right.
That was like the one. Of the
And we talked to Leonore Robinson, who wants more information from us before she can find anything useful. Maybe it's time to go to Telenews. Okay, I think we should go to Telenews now.
Okay. So let me let's back out just for a second. I do agree with that.
Okay.
However, interesting thing to note in our very spare time here, would it be better? And of course, we're probably going to get more information on this. But would it be better to go when we make our confrontation at night to M67, which is the apartments where we couldn't get in the door, or would it be better to go to M3, the unnameable house, if we believe that those are
Wow,
connected?
that's a good question.
So that's something to consider. But shall we?
This is actually a very good question because, this is actually a very important question to answer earlier rather than later. If we leave ourselves one more turn and we go to the apartment building at night and we read a different entry, but it doesn't let us get in, that would have been a mistake. So should we be going to the unnameable house early to see if that's good? I mean, we have the key.
Well,
And should we be going there during the day?
yeah, I mean,
That's
you want to go in the day
really-
to murder vampires, but Jonathan's saying it seems we should go in the day to see
This
the
is
vampire.
a really
And
interesting
Anna's
question
suggesting
now.
Unnameable house.
So if we
And
want to
Tina's
kill
also
this
pointing out
guy,
that-
it seems like we should go there during the day to kill him, right?
Yeah. So, and Tina says go at night. He might not be there. That's actually good,
Or he'll
which is
kill
probably
us.
recommended. Otherwise, he might murder us. And then Anna says unnameable, of course, and Jonathan Warner says that it almost seems like we should go during the day to stake the vampire. So
I wonder, should we go there now with our key?
you don't have a stake.
Oh, it's evening also. We don't want to go there in the evening.
So I think I would vote on the side of going to the unnameable house. Because if we can't get in the door now, how are we going to get in later?
But you don't want to go there at night now,
I think going there, the unnameable house during the day is probably best, which means we
Yes.
have one less time because we would go in the afternoon. So we have even less time than we thought. we did.
Morning. We can go in the morning.
I'm just saying we have one turn less than we thought if we go in the afternoon
Okay.
to confront the vampire.
Yes. All right. So we don't have a steak, Anna says. We should go get, but where are we going to get a steak?
Lumberyard.
You want to go to the lumberyard
No,
now?
that's purely a joke. I mean, there's a little bit of seriousness in there. I think it'd be fun if we had extra time, but I don't think we have enough time to do a frivolous thing like that, and I don't think there's going to be an entry anyway.
It seems like the lore person might be able to give us a...
We just need to know where we're going to... So I think Telenews, let's see, that was the point.
All right, let's go to Telenews. Maybe that can give us an entry to the lore person. On the morning of... Right now, it's here. Right now, we're in the evening of Sunday. So we're going to go to the Telenews. It's playing at night.
Yep,
and then we're going to hit the unnameable
The
house.
folklore.
Well, depending on what we get. Yes, then maybe the
Telenews gives us the card. We'll go to the
folklore, then
and
the
we murder
unnameable
vampires.
house. All right, let's
Right.
do it. Telenews.
I'm still looking through this, making my slow... Can we do F&M trains and toys? That sounds fun. I'll be in there. You guys go murder the vampire. But I'll tell everybody that I was with you when it happened.
All right, Telenews. Look up Telenews.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had that information.
Oh, maybe we did. I'm not sure.
I gotta look into this thing.
This
The
is
Innsmouth
tense,
plot.
actually. This
wanna go to
game
the
is actually tense.
I think the
in terms of
time is really...
Well, it's not just... It's scary because it's not just tight
Telenews
time.
Cinema D12.
It's the fact that as a vampire, if we wake him up at night, we're in trouble. All
By the way,
right,
that's-
D12.
I'm just seeing if it's anything.
Far away from everywhere.
It's far away. Wait, D12 is very far away from what we're talking about.
Okay, here we go. You
Just
want
in
to read
terms
this?
of like seeing if it has anything.
Ugh, no card.
The projectionist at Telenews is more than happy to talk about his favorite movie, Nosferatu. I was thrilled each time we showed it. I've become a regular vampire expert in the last few months. Tell me everything, you tell him. A vampire is undead, dead but also not dead. Neat, huh? It survives by drinking the blood of humans. This grants it a natural strength and speed. Oh, and it casts no reflection and it can't cross running water. Okay, well, it can control nocturnal beasts and transform itself into a bat, a wolf, or a mist. What will kill it, you ask? A stake to the heart? He sees how serious you are about this description of a vampire. It's just a movie, right? He stared at him blankly. Well, it depends on what lore you follow. However, I think they all have one thing in common. Something that will kill them for good. Cutting off the head is the only way to be sure. You read Bram Stoker? Well, in Bram Stoker, they stake him and cut his head off.
I mean, better be safe than sorry. It's the braces and suspenders.
I think that goes.
But now
against my
we've got
stopping
a
of the
problem,
lumberyard.
right? Because now it's the morning of our last day. We didn't get access to the folklorist, who we were hoping might give us the stake or something.
Okay, so now we know no stake. But the folklore...
We don't know no stake. We just don't know how to get a stake unless we go to the lumberyard.
I mean, this guy says cut off the head, right?
Yeah, he does say cut off the head.
I mean, that's what the game is telling us.
Wait,
How would we cut his head off? Well, Anna?
at the knife? Do we really need special lesson on that? What are we gonna do? Okay, it's the morning. Are we ready to go into the unnameable house? Anna wants us to take our time and not rush into this place.
Here, can I make a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
If there is a time element, we could go into the unnameable house now, which is the morning, and see what it says. Because if we go in and he's there, we cut his head off and we leave. If we can't get in or
we
whatever,
can't kill him,
right?
then
Like if
we
it says
leave.
like, hey, you need requirement card 1, and you're like, we don't know what to do, and we just leave.
Yes.
Don't you think that makes
Yes, I agree. Let's go to let's just peek in at the lumberyard without a penalty. We're not going to actually count this
This
against
is
us.
just for funsies. Again, there's no possible way this is going to be a thing. D40.
No entry for D40.
Yeah. Okay. So, what do we think?
Let's go to the unnameable house. We have the key to get in. We might not have everything we need, but then we'll have a...
Let's take a vote.
Okay,
Hold on. We're going to
good
vote.
point.
Should we go now? Do a little reconnaissance? Maybe we get lucky and we're like, hey, look, there's an old rusty blade here.
So you can vote where you want us to go,
Yeah.
but vote unnameable house is one place. That would be the confrontation with
Yeah.
the vampire.
So
but if you have another theory of where to go,
we need
or where
card
to
number
find
1.
that folklore...
We need card 1 to get in the folklore.
We don't really have time for it, actually, even if we found it. Even if we knew where to get card 1, if we got card 1 and then went to the folklorist, we would be knocking on vampire door at night.
Something else before M3.
Well, okay.
Wait. Oh, yeah, M3. Yeah.
That's the unnameable house.
Waiting
But
on...
where would we go? I like the idea of like going in there early so that we have enough time to run away and
Well, I mean,
get
it's
something
interesting because,
else.
like, sometimes we've had this thing before, right? Where, like, you and I will play a game like this, and, like, we'll do all this stuff. We'll be, like, spending 2 hours because we're like, we need to do something like this. And then it turns out, like, all we needed to do was just go and look at the thing. Like, we overthought it a lot, right?
yeah, well, hopefully that's what's happening here.
Well, we'll see.
All right, we've got 2 votes for the unnameable house, 1 vote for something else.
No, we got 3. Unnameable House for Jonathan Warner, Hugo Garcia, and Logan Hill.
3 votes for the house, that's right.
We're still waiting on Anna and then Tina.
Hugo Garcia is one of our new persons joining us,
Oh, yeah?
or at least the new person speaking up.
It looks like the house to me.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to the
Let's go
house.
murder some vampires.
Okay, let's hope we don't need a stake.
Yeah?
It might
Oh,
have
yeah.
card 1. That's interesting. Could we get card 1 at the house?
Oh, yeah,
That's
we
not
go there, we see...
That's
we
an
figure-
interesting
we're like,
idea.
Hey, here's the vampire.
That's
Huh,
an interesting
what should we do?
idea that we can go there and, like, if you don't have the key, at least you have card 1 that will lead us to the key. Like, we
By the
happen
way,
to have the key, yeah.
Let's just pause for a second and consider this like logically.
Uh-huh.
We're a little gung-ho to go murder this person.
You're the one who wanted to go in there at night. Okay. You're like, okay, it's at night. Let's just walk
I said
right
we.
in.
I'm included in the we. I'm pretty excited about it. But like, if we're like detectives, or like we're in there with a hacksaw, and somebody's like, whoa, he's just a little crazy. You know, you got to send him to the courts.
I do think it's worth saying that no one charged us with killing this vampire. They just charged us with solving
pro
the
bono
case.
work. What is it? M3. Oh, M3.
M3. Yes, M3.
Which, okay, for some reason I cannot figure out where you put this little thing in there, which made it so much easier, and yet it did not help me.
Okay, read us M3.
Here we go. Ready, everybody?
Mm-hmm. This is it. Wait.
What?
It's time for another break. We like to break on suspense.
That is a cliffhanger.
That's right.
It's
All
like
right.
it's tune back after the.
We'll see you in 8 minutes for the confrontation with the vampire. Okay, we're back. I was just showing Greg my painted Mansions of Madness figures that I thought maybe we could get one for this case. Like, is there any guy that's got a...
I think those are the investigators. No?
Yeah, these are the investigators, but we need someone with like a stake.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's kind of a...
You could get Armitage out of there.
Yeah, I think that's Armitage right there.
This guy's got a pipe. It's like a pipe wrench, it looks like.
It's a staff or something. All right, so here are some bad guys.
He is holding a...
Do we have any vampire here? We've got some undead. We've got some religious people.
Oh, no, those are cultists.
Yeah,
They're
these are all
guys.
cultists. No real vampires.
So while you're doing that, I'm going to buzz through
Okay.
chat here.
I mean, if you turned into bat form...
When we run out of time as a compromise, maybe we could record our current theory for the case and then take a few extra turns like Anna suggested. That's a good idea. That's Jonathan Warner. Anna says, but I want to know more. What was his story? How did he become a vampire? He's trying to resurrect because that's what he's doing now. Well, that's interesting. I do agree. I think like finding the vampire and understanding what it was is taking a lot of our time. And I think earlier I did mention that we don't really know what the actual motive is. Of course, if he was just woken up, he goes back home and maybe he's just sitting in there like with his head in his hands like,
maybe he wants to
What am I doing? What am I doing here?
He didn't ask to be...
Although we do know that he was looking for the Necronomicon. There's no way, there's no connection to the officer now. Jesse, could you peek about how many long leads left, if many? Then definitely need more time to uncover the story. Reading the solutions must wait, Logan Hill says. And Tina says, 1,000-year-old vampire is a very good solo GPG. What is GPG?
I don't know.
I know, role-playing game or...
Oh, it's a role-playing game.
No, GP. G stands for something else.
1,000-year-old...
RPG. That's just a misspelling. Okay. Wants to know more about the brother's skin. Yeah, I think that was a red herring, personally.
The skin...
Oh, sorry, yeah. Oops. Boy, I shouldn't be in charge of this thing. There we go. Vampire the Masquerade. Tina wants to know, interested to know how other groups did with you a lot of time. It does seem like this is a very tight timetable.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's some more discussion about Vampire the Masquerade.
I think it's most of the time we play these games and we are like, we don't want the time limit. It doesn't help us.
Yeah, didn't you tell me the Sunday thing that you were doing went on for like 10?
Yeah.
I think maybe it's time to abandon the miniatures.
But what I was saying is that for this game, I appreciate the time limit. Like, it's adding some tension to
I
the
agree.
game.
This is Amigo, by the way. It's not a vampire, but
I know, but we have no vampire, so I just got. We're going to use these creatures as stand-ins. There's Armitage. He's going to accompany us. That's us pointing like, oh my God, look at that thing. All right, so there's some real interest in the channel in us exploring more before we wrap it up. But we still have three turns left. Let's go to the house.
Mentioned that like we record we settle on our thoughts, and then, which I don't think is much. I think we just think we should go there somehow and kill the thing, right?
Yeah.
And I think Anna had the best theory about resurrecting the lost love. Although, like, was he going to go there and get that, and then go to find out where they were, and then go to
find her. Yeah,
where she ended up.
It's true. You'd think he would travel.
We were just about
just
ready
for
to...
us thinking, just while we're thinking about it. So I think we have to
so
stick
are we
with
gonna
our
back
plan.
up?
We're going to go to the unnameable house.
That's where we left at the cliff.
That's where we left.
Now
yeah.
people are saying don't go and read that.
I don't agree with that. Like,
This isn't. Is there some sort of epilogue or solution?
yeah, there'll be a solution.
Then we'll go here and we won't read the solution if we don't want to yet, right?
Yeah, let's go here to this house, give ourselves time, and then we'll decide. But surely we're going to the house.
So that's where we left off with the
Yes.
cliffhanger.
Okay, M3. We've gone to the unnameable house. I just saw a picture that's terrifying.
I didn't see it.
That's part of our thing. You don't want to see it? Okay, M3. And you're going to read this for us? You read
I
it.
think you started, but whatever.
Okay, here we go.
All right, that thing flipped off the book. Ready? Mm-hmm. The large house known as the Unnameable has always filled those who see it with a sense of seething dread. The window panes have all been shattered and never been replaced. Uninhabited for more than 200 years, the property officially belongs to the city of Arkham. There is little done in the way of caretaking. The front door is locked, and you know that Armitage would not want you to get caught trespassing. If you arrive at the Unnameable during the morning or afternoon and have requirement card 3, do we?
Yes, we do.
Proceed to supplemental encounters on page 30 and read entry 4. If you arrive there in the evening, something else happens.
Yeah, like, key or not, you're about to die. Like, that door's going to be open.
30 and entry 4.
All right.
It's 30. It's 4. You want to do this one?
Sure.
How's that?
Unlocking the padlock that holds the front door shut, you find the large living room littered with wet leaves, mud, and broken glass. The wooden floor creaks beneath your feet, and with each step, furtive skittering noises emanate from the walls.
Mm-hmm. Whoa.
You cautiously move from room to room, finding the space not nearly as large and imposing as it seemed from the outside. You explore the low-ceilinged attic, encountering nothing beyond a dull fear. When you descend the stairs to the basement, the stench of death steals your breath. You cover your nose and mouth with a handkerchief and press on. Once you reach the bottom, your flashlight reveals swarms of flies clinging to pieces of flesh stretched between wooden dowels. On a blood-soaked table, you find rectangles of cold flesh sewn together along one edge, a primitive attempt to bind them together like a book. This sudden realization proves to be the final unbearable truth of the basement. Nauseous and terrified, you run. So this is weird. We found where he's hanging out to process the skin that he took, but he's turning it into book.
For those keeping track, Anna is the all-star of this game.
Why?
So,
what did Anna say?
I think way back in the chat, she was the one that said something about making this.
He's making a book,
another
but he's making his own Necronomicon?
No, I think she said that he's making one a duplicate to do a little swappy swap.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. That sounds like some pretty advanced thinking for a vampire.
So if
Why
he
not
doesn't
just...
know-
If you're saying he's going to steal it, he's going to do an Indiana Jones?
So you're not going to write your own spell book if you don't know the spells. Mm-hmm. And also, he drank all the blood, which is what it's inked with. So my guess would be like you do a little swap, and then nobody knows that it's missing.
That's really what you've just no one knows it's missing. You just took a guard and decapitated
Yeah,
him.
that's true.
Why? There's...
He's clearly making a book, but you would have to know,
clearly
like,
making
it
a
doesn't
book,
make any
but
sense that,
why?
like, you would have to know. If you already knew the spells and things, like, this, I mean, it seems like you would not know all the information that you would need to write a full new Necronomicon on your own.
Yes,
The
I
Mad
would
Arab,
agree with
what is
you.
the name? The Mad Arab something. That wrote, I can never remember the guy's name that
Vampires don't
Diana
do these
said-
swaps. This is not like Ocean's 11 of Vampire
this
Necronomicon.
is Jonathan, this swap idea.
The other thing is we can't, like, we didn't kill him. We didn't even find him. So now what do we do?
So he's blocked up the other basement. So he's in one of these two locations. We've gone here during the day. He's not here.
Right.
If he's a vampire, he would be sleeping here, which means he's sleeping in the other house.
I think that's right.
He's blocked the door. Right.
think that's
You
right.
block the door, and then you go to sleep.
That's right.
So
But the problem is
do we need a requirement card for the other one?
we couldn't do anything more during the day. The only option if we want to confront him there is to come at
here
night.
at night. Well, either place at night.
Either place at night.
So if he's making this book at night, he might be in this. He could be in either of the locations. By the way, did you write that down, M3?
I did.
So we only have 2 spaces left. So we already knew he wanted the book. So whether or not he's doing a swap or he's making a new book, we don't quite know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like what his goal is. It does seem like maybe, resurrecting his wife and child, or
He couldn't get the real book. He's going to try to make his own. He's like, he's
I really hate
disturbed.
that idea if that's
He's
the case,
disturbed
because
in
like
his head.
it's like basically saying like, hey, I need this book, so I'm going to try to steal it, but somehow I'm going to write the whole thing myself. It makes no sense.
No, it's not that crazy.
It's completely- if you
it's
already knew
not.
what was in it,
He's
you
this
would-
vampire monster. He wants to revive his wife. He's not all in the head. He gets it in his mind that he can, if he gets this Necronomicon made out of skin, he can revive her. He can't get at that, so he's like, all right, next best bet is to try to make my own. Like he's not all there.
This is me doing my Indiana Jones swapping.
All right,
You're going to see the new Indiana
does
Jones,
the-
Jesse?
it looks terrible.
I can't imagine it's going to be any
It
good.
looks terrible. Where do people want to go? We can't go to the apartment building it's now afternoon, so we have 2 more turns. We can't go to the apartment building.
No, we have one more location to go before we have to go to the evening vampire place.
Yeah, we have 2 more. We don't have to go confront him. I'm just warning you guys. You're really dead set on confronting this vampire. I'm not sure it's our job to do that.
That's that. Okay, first of all, there's the rational thing that says, hey, we've solved it. We don't need to go and fight the vampire. But on the other hand, there's the fun factor, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're playing a game, and it's like saying, like, hey, do you want to go on the roller coaster? Like, yeah, I want to go on the roller coaster.
And I would be open to cheating time a little bit if we had reason to. But where do you guys think we should go? Anna says, we don't know all that, we're just guessing. We need to know more about Jebediah. It would be nice to know a little bit of his backstory, but how would we...
Well, let's bring up
Find
this
that
little
out.
thing again.
Yeah.
Again, we just seem to be going to just those people.
Yeah, it's true. Can you think of any? Well, we go into the house where we get a steak. If we confront him at night, you guys are awfully bold to want to confront a vampire in the evening. A steak's not going to help you. He's going to be fully awake.
Yeah,
Here he is.
yes.
He's going to just tear us limb from limb.
Very powerful. That's Amigo, but yes.
All right. Well, that's all I got. So we could, another person who might, what do we want? What do we want to find out?
I mean, this is one of the things about this style of game that's always kind of crazy to me, is that like, you know what you want to do, and sometimes it's very hard to basically say, this is what I want to do, so how do I, where do I get the information that
Yes. But right now, what's
So
we
Nicola,
don't
they
need
did
it.
mention
We
that
don't
we
really
don't need the stake. We're supposed to cut the head off according to the.
That's right. We're
the
just going to cut
telecom.
his head off. But if we go there at night,
All right, Logan is listing the places again. Lawyer.
Okay.
I think the lawyer is not the place to go. The lawyer is just talk. I mean, what is he going to tell us that we don't already know about?
agree with
Unless he's right, like
we've already found the guy. We know his name. We know where
family
he's
of
hanging
victim,
out.
the family of the cop. Again, I think he's just the night watchman. I don't see the connection.
I agree.
there.
At this point, we don't need it anymore.
The detective, I doubt he's done as much due diligence as we have.
Agreed.
The skin people, I think that was a complete red herring. That was another angle to go, and now we know not to go down that path. Right? We know that we know where the
He
skin
is trying to use the skin, but
he's
yes,
using
we
the
know where it
skin.
is. Yeah.
The cult's not a part of that. The cult would be at the club that they mentioned, right? Allies, we've got the ally sheet out here now. Wherever card 1 is, well, that's the $1 million question. Yeah, the folklore still seems to be the most important since it requires a card. Jonathan Warren says, and I think that's the thing. We gotta like where. How will we find? Can we relook at that cult, the folklorist, what they said?
Sure. And I want to point out something else. The intro of our case told us what was happening at the Orrin Library, but I don't know that that's the same as going to this place at the Orrin Library. So we might be able to examine the Necronomicon more or talk to Henry Armitage's office there. So we might want to consider whether we want to do that. All right, so you wanted to look at the folklore, C-17.
Yeah, I want to just revisit that really fast. And then I don't know. I was just kind of looking at this book here again. I mean, boy, it's got to be maddening to be in the chat and oh wait, the real folklorist got sick, right? Look for him. Was that right?
Here. C-17 is the historical expert well versed in folklore. She grimaces, I'm sorry. She says the whole thing, flesh and blood, had happened before, but I can't recall when.
Yeah, and then we brought the information.
200 years ago. No, this is the one we can't do. We never brought her the card. She says this happened before, but she doesn't know when. Sometime in our past 200 years, it's happened before, and she'll tell us about that if we can jog her memory. But we need to have a card to jog her memory.
That's why I said the newspaper people before. Go to that sick thing. That there was something about that. What was the other location we went to?
Dorothy, this history expert.
Yeah,
but we got her information.
But go to the. I'm just kind of
sure.
I just want to chase that down because that does sound like kind of.
Okay, so that was here. This is the thing. She's in a rush.
I need to run.
She's going to the Baptist Church and the Pickering House. History is alive and well. And then we brought her.
There was somebody that was that said they were what's
that was the Pickering House. Where was the person that needed 2? That was the church. First Baptist Church needed card number 2.
Wait, it does seem like so. I mean, I would think that the news there's 4 different newspapers. That would be something where I would think
go to a newspaper. We could also go to. Someone's alerting me. We could also go to the
records?
To the library where this happened. Let me see. Who was it that said they were here just the last 2 days and the real expert is sick? The records. Okay, let's remind ourselves what that was. C-17, Robinson Lenore. Was that it? No, it was the records person.
It's someplace we went.
Death, births and messages. D21. D21. All right, so here is the person. Okay. So you reach the counter. We normally find Nicholas Saltonstall.
That's it, Saltonstall. Good job, chat.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
That's absolutely what we're supposed to do. I can't believe that we. It's M. Nicholas.
And it's probably a typo, so that's probably it.
Saltonstall. Saltonstall. Okay, so this is completely off, by the way. I just want to show this.
It's a different name.
Look. Wait, oops. I should. Saltonstall M, and it should be Saltonstall N.
All right, so Nancy. Either it's a big typo or
double typo.
There's no entry. There's probably no entry. There's no way to find this person, but we can look at it. But we can look at it. What was it? R17?
R18.
R18. No entry. That was a good idea,
seems like
though.
a very... Hold on, let me just... One more time again. What is it? Let's just...
21. Nick isn't feeling well. Won't be back until tomorrow. Nicholas Saltonstall.
I mean, I guess the other thing... That's crazy.
But they pointed us to... I mean, we found what we needed to find from there.
Wait, salt... Oh, wait, I think I did something stupid then. Yeah, because look, hold on a second. It's interesting, like, this is under SAL and then STSA.
That's a really good point.
So it should
That's a really good point that it's not even...
It's in alphabetical order, but it's...
If it was misspelled. Okay, but there is no R18.
And there's no errata for that. There's not like a...
There's definitely... The only errata says... Let's see. The only other piece of errata for case 2 is...
I mean, you could be in the hospital.
It's not this one. Could be in the hospital.
Well, that's what...
Well, that's an interesting... But what we don't think it's that...
Right, but like he could know more information about it.
I know, but it's not like he holds the piece of vital information that we care about.
It's not that he holds... It's not... Somebody holds the key to card number 1.
It's true.
That's the issue.
It's true.
That's like...
Where's my other errata printout?
That I could not tell you.
Here we are again, where I misplaced the stuff. All the way on the floor.
I mean, is it helpful to like look at any of these locations, like to go to any, you know what I mean? Like look at this map and see if there's someplace like...
I don't know. Let's look at the chat. Maybe they have some ideas.
Yeah.
Anna wants to find this guy.
Well, I think that's...
Is he in the hospital?
It's weird that they mention him not being there, and we need more information, and yet...
It's true. But it wasn't a wasted place. It directed us to go someplace else. Okay, I'm okay with spending extra time checking these places that probably don't exist.
If we need information about Arkham, we need, like, to jog that information. It does seem like the newspapers would be a place, right, that would have, like, you could go through the old...
Newspaper archive might have a date. Correct. You're right. Okay, I'm okay with that idea.
But there's 4 different newspapers.
No, just go do it this way. You find our informant ally who works in the newspapers. So if we thought a newspaper might give us a date that we could bring back to her, we could go to Donnie Clark, the star reporter at this newspaper. How do people feel about this?
That seems like a real big stretch.
And it says try to find out. Two people are suggesting we talk to the skin cult. They might know how you use skin for building a book.
Well, Turkey's in, close to Romania, so.
All right.
Is that war? I mean, that's a potential, I guess.
So the channel's been begging us to take a little bit more time here. So the last move we're going to make, we're still in the afternoon, but the last thing we're going to do is go to the lair if we want to. But we can spend a turn or two going to these other places. So we could go to the skin cult and we could go to the newspaper ally.
Or we can go to St. Mary's Teaching Hospital if the guy's sick.
Or the teaching hospital.
But of course, there's other NDs as well, by the way.
Well, he might be in the hospital nearest to where... Well, we don't know where he lives. Hospital, news, ally, and the skin crawlers. Can we talk to Armitage? You can talk to Armitage. I'm going to write down here that we could go back to that library because actually there's also an informant that's at the library. You can go to the library to talk to Amelia, who's the librarian.
Yeah.
That might have information that the historical person could look up. And while you're in there, you can go to talk to Armitage. He might just yell at you or give you hints. So shall we try? And that could give us more information about the Necronomicon. Hey, is it possible... Anna says, let's go to the library then. So is it possible he did steal it? No, because surely he would have checked it.
If you stole the book, you wouldn't be making a new one.
No, I guess not. Okay, Anna wants to go to the library. Logan says library, and Tina says library. 3 votes for library, Greg.
All right.
Take us to the library. C23.
What is it? C23?
Mm-hmm.
Is this thing set up?
Mm-hmm.
Before you even ask a question, Amelia Sargent whispers, Professor Armitage told me to keep track of anyone who wanted to get into the restricted collection today. One student came in, Patty McCullough. That's the same Patty McCullough who just got pulled out of her dormitory and dropped off at the sanitarium. Do you think she's the one?
What?
She's just a kid. How could she do something so horrible?
Yikes. Patty McCullough.
I mean, like, this...
Sounds like a red herring,
That's
right?
a red herring. Well, from what we know now. But at the time, we would have...
From what we know now.
From what we know now, it's not Patty McCullough. She has no connection.
She could be working with this guy, but probably not, right? The vampire's not talking to real humans.
So let's just see.
And then we're allowed to go here for free. So when you go to the library, you're allowed to knock on Armitage's office door, which is C23.
Can I just mention something?
Yeah.
Let's just look at Patty McCullough in the book and see where she lives.
In the directory, you mean?
In the directory.
Okay.
And see like where she
In
lives.
case she
maybe.
lives next door to the guy.
That would be pretty awesome, actually. Of course, maybe she... Whoa, what if, like, they said the teenagers would drink at the unvisited aisle, right? Which would be pretty interesting, actually, if she went there, went crazy. But
we don't think
know
he's
that the guy
possessed.
got
He's
beat
a
up and the blood went
vampire.
in.
Yeah, he's not. He's not using people
That
to
was
help
an
him.
interesting thought. McCullough. Was it MCC, right? MCC.
MCC.
So there's no MCC.
Okay. We could visit her in the sanitarium, but... I mean...
She's not in the sanitarium anymore.
What do you mean she's not in the sanitarium anymore? She got dropped off in the sanitarium.
Just got pulled out of her dormitory and dropped off.
So if we wanted to talk to her, she might have some theories about how you could use the Necronomicon.
She tried to steal it. Yes, that's true.
All right, look up where the sanitarium is in case we want to go there.
So, I mean, now we're really burning through. This is a little stabbies in the dark here. Oh, you have it. Oh, we're going to do an Armitage real fast, though.
Yes,
right?
you do Armitage.
Is that going to go to the thing? That's not the one.
Whoops. There you go.
Armitage's door is locked as usual, note stating he's not in his office but at his home. On the floor sits a small vase with a single violet and attaches another note. This one is by Pascal Fenton. There may come a time, old friend, when you cease judging me and instead call out for my help. Judge not, lest you be judged, Pascal.
This is the occultist. All right, so if we wanted to visit her at the sanitarium, that would be D1.
Well, I mean, now we're playing fast and loose with the time.
We're using up a little bit more of our time, but it feels okay.
We've used all of our time now.
It is time to... Okay, so you were right, though, what we should do. Let's get everyone on record, including you and me, about whether you want to walk into that vampire's lair in the evening.
So if the solution to this game system says you just have to solve it, then we can solve it, right, by going to the solution. But if we're going to have some fun, we go murder us some vampires.
Maybe we should read what Armitage tells us at the beginning of the case. Like, what does he
I was starting
tell us?
to reread that, actually.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
What does he tell us he wants from us?
Let's just take a look here. What was D1? That was a sanitarium. Nicholas pointing that at Anna. Anna says sanitarium. Logan says he will not vote to kill this one. Tina says in staking vampires. Logan loves libraries. Oh, there was a bunch of
already
discussion
went to
about
library.
Okay,
We
that
went
was
to
when we went to library. Okay. All right.
So let's look at this here. Armitage says it should be rather straightforward. Guard yourself well. We're dealing with an aggressive foe. You can solve this case. Keep in mind just an estimation. There may be surprises. I'm going to give you plenty of time to find the perpetrator. He says find the perpetrator.
So we found him.
We did find him. He doesn't say kill him.
So if the goal is to find the perpetrator, we've done it.
That's right. Although you could argue which of those two buildings is not entirely
No, we know
correct.
which building he's in. He's not in the unnameable
Let's read
house.
his final thing again, though. He says he adds a little more. He says, we must find out what this creature is, what its motivations and intentions are, and most importantly, how to stop it.
Cut its head off. Okay,
He doesn't say you go stop it, though.
Yeah.
He just says find out how to
is
stop
a
it.
vampire.
That's
what
right.
its motives and intentions are. Well, we believe he's trying to resurrect his dead wife. That's the best motive we have at this point.
That's right.
Most importantly, how to stop it. Cut its head off. Inspector Garrison and his men have collected the evidence. What's it say? Other things in the way.
It says...
Mr. Norner, Dr. Norbit.
There is someone else who might have knowledge, that's all.
Oh,
okay. But so our charge is to find out all those
Which we
things,
have.
which we think we have.
So we could just solve the case, and then just for funsies, like...
Yeah. Then we can decide. Because it seems like those things about, like, do you get here at night, are asking for you to be killed.
Well...
We need his motive. We don't know it, we're just guessing. Okay, this is an important point. Anna's saying we don't really know his
Wait, what's
motive. We're just guessing.
We are just guessing. Let's find out.
If cutting the head off the guy would give us a card to prove we have knowledge of it. Is this
It's him!
But where would we get knowledge of
I
his
think
motive
the
then?
sanitarium is probably the only place that we have that.
About the woman?
Oh, yeah.
That card about the history. If she could find the history of
The
what?
folklore woman?
I'm not sure how that would help us, though.
So,
Although,
I mean, the
it
woman,
would
the
be
girl,
nice-
the girl that was trying to break in to get the Necronomicon might have, you know.
She could be his granddaughter. She could know information. If
She's
we
not
could
the
find...
granddaughter. McCullough's not the. It would be either Sheffield or Cahoon or something.
Yeah,
it's
I
like
agree.
CAU or
Follow the... Anna says go to the sanitarium. The other thing is, I think we should probably go to the sanitarium, but I will just say one thing. If we could find the newspaper or something of when this guy, Jebediah, was actually killed, we were told he was accused of monstrous crimes and killed. Like, maybe he made some statement, like, I'm going to come back and get my wife or something.
That's
Although
true.
his wife
When
wasn't
we went
dead.
around the uninvited. So we went on the uninvited island, unvisited island. I can't keep that straight.
Unvisited.
When we went to the unvisited island, like, that was it. There was no other. Right, like
Yeah, nothing else to do there.
pass me the book again, I guess.
The directory?
I'm forever looking through this book, hoping to like.
The legend of folklore might provide a motive, yes.
Yes, but we don't know.
But we don't know how to get at
That's
that.
the thing.
All right, let's go to the sanitarium.
Yeah. Okay.
We're using extra time here. We've already voted
Let's keep track of how many
of our
extra
extra
moves
time. Okay.
how many extra ones we
We
do.
went to C23, so this is the evening. This is when we would normally have to go to confront
So
him
let's
right
just. We are guessing. If we had to guess at the motive, we could. At this point, we could solve it and take a reasonable guess.
now. We could try to solve it.
Okay, and I
we
think-
could try to confront him at night.
But if we were going to play for high score, I think we would take a stab, and we would, we know the vampire. We're guessing at his motive. We know where to find him, right? It's not the unnameable house. It's the house next door. He's barricaded. Okay, so we know 2 out of the 3, and we can make a fair guess at the third. So we're just going to solve it now by going to the solution. That's probably what we would say. I would
Yes.
guess. If we wanted to have some fun, we'd go to that place at night and try to kill, and probably get ourselves
killed.
Right, but it'd be a great little story. But then third path is to chase down some more of these leads.
That's right.
So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, let's see what they say. Legend folklore might provide motive. Yes, that's the thing. Is tell us how to kill him. Agreed. Not understanding which story to feed as well. Just trusting the film buff as well. Yeah, I don't think I wouldn't trust the film buff, but I think like the game is telling us that, and I tend to try to
I would agree.
go along with what the game.
All right, so let's do a couple of these last leads before we charge in, right?
right,
We'll
so
try
the
to trace out.
sanitarium
Sanitarium's
seems like-
D1.
Seems like the.
All right, you read this, Greg.
Really seems like.
Oh, this is exciting.
Oh, you think this is it? Huh?
Yeah.
Boy, that's a long one. An orderly accompanies you to the room where Patty McCullough is sleeping. You note the heavy straps around the frail figure's wrists and ankles that keep her immobile. The orderly explains, "It took 4 of us to secure her. She bit and scratched the whole way, kicked like a mule. I'd keep your distance." "She's a student from the university," you ask. "I guess there is a side to her no one knew about. Folks are saying she left in the morning to go meet her grandfather for breakfast." Oh, he's got a place over the Nathaniel Beasley apartments. Well, there you go. But he says she never showed up. Next thing anyone knows, she wants access to the restricted section.
Wow,
When
that's
she gets
it.
turned down, she goes back to her room in the western dormitory and starts biting and clawing. bit a hole through a man's cheek.
Wow,
Did
he
she-
possessed her.
No, I don't think.
Yeah,
I think-
he did. She went to visit her grandfather who lives in this building where the vampire's living, and he
Or-
turned her.
You think? Oh, he turned.
Yeah,
Well, not
because they
possessed her,
talked
but
to the
she-
grandfather, and the grandfather says, she never showed up. So the grandfather's alive and well. It's just the vampire captured this woman who walked into the apartments and turned her into some helper.
I see. So she. Okay, I was thinking of it from.
I
another,
thought his
I was thinking it
grandfather.
was like that was the
yeah,
grandfather.
I thought so too. But now I'm
No,
reading
you're right.
it.
That makes sense. She just went to visit one of the older people.
And
there.
she took advantage of it.
Okay. Did she say anything when you brought her in? Before the orderly responded to question, Patty's eyes open. She speaks in a raspy, staccato whisper. He sees you through me.
Whoa, he's seeing us now. The vampire's seeing us now.
Okay, since you can see us, we're coming to cut your head off.
I don't know if you want to tell him that, Greg.
Oh, yeah, we want to tell him that. We're going to come during the day when you're asleep. The more orderly moves forward to intervene, but you motion for him to wait. You step cautiously forward. Who sees me?
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Curse you! Patty lunges forward, but her restraints keep her secured to the bed. Her voice is not that of a young woman. A curse on you, on your Professor Armitage in this entire town. Tell him to release the book. Tell him that these deaths will weigh on his soul. She gasps and collapses to the bed. Her voice changes to that of a terrified young woman. Help me! He's in my head! Who? You reach out to take Patty's hand. Shivering and struggling for breath, Patty says, Cahill! His name is Cahill! A sudden seizure contorts your muscles. The orderly races for the door while Patty grip on your hand, crushes your fingers. Patty, breathe. Patty, tell me where this Cahill is. Okay. So.
Wait, it continues.
Oh, no kidding.
First of all, here's a picture
Now,
of
here
her.
we go. Here we go.
Here
Now
she is.
I've
Whoa.
seen what we finally
She's going
get here.
crazy. And, yep.
There's requirement number 1, what we've been looking for. Patty tries to speak through conscience. Book. He wants a book. He wants the book. You see the life slowly fading from her eyes. He went home. She coughs. By the time the order returns with the doctor, it's too late.
Whoa, she
she
died
did.
off from
did.
that. All right, and we got card 1.
Well, there you go. So it just took us an
Alright.
extra couple of steps.
Yep. All right, so now we want to visit. That was in
Now we go to the folklorist.
Now the folklorist. Which number was he?
Boy, it is
Yeah, it's a little one.
very toasty in this room.
C17. It's 85 degrees. That's the official temperature.
In this temp room, that's about 30 degrees too hot for me. I like it to be cold.
If Greg knew what the temperature was,
would
he
never
wouldn't have
showed
showed up.
Look, I can even see sweat on my face in this thing.
I've been-
Well, we've got what we were looking for.
Okay.
Bingo, says Anna.
All right, here we go. We went back.
Yep.
She says, if you could tell me something to jog my memory, you can narrow it down. So
30
this is a bit of a flaw in the game, though, right? Because what she gave us is his name, but we actually got his name already from another place. So it is a little weird. But maybe we're asking this woman about possession.
Well, I mean, that talking to Armitage, we really jumped past that.
All right, here we go.
Right. Wasn't it Armitage at the library?
Yeah.
So that was a lead.
Oh no, there was some. It was Armitage who lives there, but we were talking to the librarian. You share what you've learned, and Professor Robinson shouts, "Of course, 1793, the Cahills." She throws open a filing cabinet and flips through her immense collection of notes. According to legend, Jebediah Cahill's son saw strange faces in the upstairs windows of a large house across from the old wooded graveyard. You mean the unnameable? You inquire. So called because of a story written by Randolph Carter, she explains. It's owned by the city now. Hold on. Chat is trying to interrupt me for something. Just use the AC, no need to toast. We could barely hear if it's on. Okay, it's on low power. We're just gonna stick it out. I appreciate them.
We're in the
we're in the final
home
throw.
stretch here.
This is the nervousness. This is how it should be. We're sweating from fear.
Yeah.
Okay. Carter's story describes the sun snuck in to the building. Story written by Randolph Carter. It's owned by the city. One day the sun snuck in to investigate. Carter's story describes some sort of nonsense about an incomprehensible horror inside, if you like that sort of thing. However, it's a historical fact that Jedediah found his son screaming uncontrollably. Eventually, the poor boy lapsed into a catatonic state. Is it the kid that he's trying to revive? The whole thing left Jedediah devastated. He was a very religious man, a founding member of the First Baptist Church.
This thing, finding
this is
this
key.
path
This
would
is
have
key.
saved us so much.
But he abandoned his faith and began trying all kinds of screwball things to help his son recover. After the boy died, he buried him on the unvisited isle. Not only did Jedediah return to religion, he became a zealot. Way off the deep end, it's written that Jedediah was reproducing sacred text onto human skin. Wait. She runs her fingers across the notes and reads a particular passage out loud. The elder Cahill was accused of murdering 8 people. He took both the skin and the blood of his victims. Just before they burned him at the stake, Jedediah was recorded as saying, "My soul is at peace. I have atoned, and I know that God will understand what I have done. My flesh, my blood. This thing now lies where it cannot return." The professor hands you her notes. If you haven't been already, you may want to check with Dorothy Davis over at the Historical Society, she says. Jedediah's wife was pregnant when her husband was burned for his crimes.
Okay, so before we delve into this whole thing, let me first say that this is kind of like, I think, kind of a happy accident or whatever. I think that, like, this was way more enjoyable to have circumvented this.
Rather than get this early?
This thing basically tells us all this information that would have cut out a lot of our interesting discussion and run around.
Yes.
Obviously, I think the ending part of this, there was a lot of stuff about how, like, you know, it's basically like, hey, we're just stabbing in the dark trying to figure out something,
This
right?
is sort of like the solution.
But this is like, here's all the information, and then when we found it, like, I like the idea that we went to the uninvited island. I like that we went to the unnameable house. Having read this would
If
have,
we had
like,
read it early, it would have
really
sucked all of
spoiled a lot of the fun.
Yes,
I
that
think.
happens sometimes. You get lucky in the path or unlucky. And we did
So I
get
think
lucky. We had good discussion, and then we got this, which seems to confirm it and then fill in some extra little details.
Right, because otherwise, like, we, you know, this is a lot of, like, this is all the piecemeal information that we came up
Yes.
with. Because finding the deduction about where the house was and going to the uninvited island and then finding that woman from the paper, that was so much more interesting than just like, hey,
Yes,
this girl's
agreed.
died, he's Inuit's Cahill. Oh, interesting.
Was there a
Boom.
reason that we couldn't have gone here first? We needed the sanitarium woman,
It's just that we
and
took
she
a-
was
we took a
found
certain
at
path.
Armitage's house. Yes, okay. All right, so, but now, is
Okay,
there
but let's
anything in here
unpack.
that's new? Yeah.
Yeah.
What here is new to
Okay,
us?
so the boy looked into the windows of the unnameable house and saw something there.
That's right.
He goes in.
His son, right?
The son. He goes in, he sees something insane, he goes into he sees something that drives him mad. He goes into a catatonic state, right? And the father, who was First Baptist Church guy, very, very religious, he starts writing stuff on human skin.
That's right.
He kills 8 people, took their skin and blood,
It's all to help his son.
and it's all to help his son, but also he says that, like, God will forgive him because he was doing something just.
That's right.
Okay.
And he also says the thing is in me. I think that's what he says. He's like, he made the skin stuff, and the evil spirit that was in his son came into
Do you think
me.
he pulled the thing out
Yeah,
of
I
his
think
son?
that's what it. I think that's what it's saying. Let's see.
No, but the boy is buried on uninvited
My
island.
soul is. It's true. That's what's a little bit confusing to me.
So that's the
He
boy.
finds his son screaming. Okay, he's trying to save him. He tried all kinds of things to help his son. After the boy died, he buried him.
So he put a stake through his own son's heart.
Maybe so. He took both the skin and the blood of his victims. Okay,
Well,
son
so first,
already
first of all,
dies, then
this
he's
makes
taking
sense
these
because,
things.
like, if he was staked, he wouldn't have been burned at the stake.
Okay.
Burned.
All right.
It's a little confusing, but he wouldn't have been burned alive as a death sentence, and we would have found a stake. That's kind of like so that actually kind of makes a lot more sense that that's the
But
son.
look what he says here. God will understand what I've done. My flesh, my blood. This thing now lies where it cannot return.
So he killed, meaning he killed his own
his son and buried his
buried his
son where he will.
So he staked his son and buried him. But what's weird is, like, why did he murder 8 people? And take the
Yes,
skin and
why
blood?
did he murder 8 people? Is he murdering devils?
Maybe he's
Maybe these people are bad people.
So if that's the case, that doesn't then if presumably the son is at the house now and he's the vampire that rose after being reborn from the fight, then why is he putting skin up to write on it? And why did he want to get the
Yes,
necromancer?
this almost suggests that it was the son that get revived, but then why would the son be making this book? We don't know where Jedediah...
And Tina is saying that like the son murdered the people, so maybe the father took credit for the murders instead of the son.
Anna says, I don't think the father killed these people, but his son.
Yeah, and he's basically...
I see. The kid became the vampire, killed the people, so the father killed his son to stop him and buried on the island, and he wasn't the killer.
So what was this? What is the son doing then?
Is it so who has woken up now?
The son, because he was the one that was buried on the island.
Not Jedediah, then what is he doing with the book?
So that's the question. Okay, so Jedediah takes credit for the murders.
I like Jonathan's thing better than the idea that the son killed it, because doesn't it say the 8 people were killed afterwards? First he buries his son, right? And then, let's see, the boy died, he buried him, and then he became a zealot.
Way off
The elder Cahill was accused of murdering. Yeah, so it's hard to tell if the murders happened before or after.
So one path is that, okay, so the son wakes up, that's clear. The son is the one that wakes up on the island.
It's not clear, but it does sound right. You're right. The
father was burned alive, meaning you wouldn't have a stake in it. The son was killed by a stake and buried on the island.
Okay.
We know that his son was buried on the island. So it's the son that's doing it, and the son is now drying the skin to write in blood on the skin. That much we know. So what's unclear is, so the father either took credit for his son's murders, which doesn't fit with this timeline. So maybe it makes more sense that he was killing, as you say, other vampires that were made into vampires. Because he was a religious zealot, meaning like he's like Peter Cushing.
But either way,
if
we now agree that it's the son, the evil kid that's risen, what is he doing with the skin? Why is he trying to make a book?
So Anna points out it looks like the son wanted to make the book in the first place because he took the skin of those people and now continued to make the book. We don't know why. But the problem is that according to this timeline, she says is that after the boy died, he buried him on unvisited island. And not only did Jedediah return religion, he became a zealot going off the deep end. It was written that Jedediah was reproducing sacred text
on human skin. Right. So the father, who's the good guy...
Unless the timing is wrong on there, but that sounds like...
That's what's confusing me. If the father was the good guy and was reproducing sacred text on human skin, why is the son now trying to do that? That's weird. Or maybe they both went crazy?
No, the father became super religious. Like he returned to religion, became super religious. Like there's nothing like seeing vampires to make you be like, hey,
yeah, that's true.
I'm going to go ahead and start like, Peter Cushioning.
But you're killing humans to write on their skin.
That's true. So that's a little bit of a weird thing.
The whole family's messed up.
Okay, the kid goes into the house. He sees something horrific, which is probably another vampire. Whoa. That's another thing to consider. The boy originally saw a vampire in the house. He entered the house.
Okay.
Right?
This is the Randolph
He goes catatonic. He comes out. Right? The father's like, oh no. And then there's all these murders. We're considering that the son, we know the son was staked and put on the unvisited isle. So is it possible that there was a master vampire living in that house, the unnameable house where the son went into, and now he's going back to the master vampire? There's a second vampire.
So you're saying, when it says son, Carter's story describes this nonsense. But Jedediah found his son screaming. So you're saying his son saw something scary, snuck in?
He goes into that's where he
becomes talking. Is that the timeline of the story? I thought it was sort of after.
One day the son snuck in to investigate. Carter's story describes the horror inside, like that sort of thing, blah, 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 blah. Eventually the poor boy lapsed into a catatonic state. The whole thing left Jedediah devastated. He was a very religious man. So, I mean, clearly the son was buried. We know the son was buried there. And we know a vampire woke up there. There's a stake there. There's a 1793 coin. The blood is what rejuvenated him. So clearly he's become a vampire. He killed the son in order to because that, and that's what his quote was, right? So the question is what was the timing? The two big questions are, what is the timing here of this writing on the skin? Did the father do this, or did the son do it, and the timing is just wrong in this thing? Secondly,
it's true that
is there a second vampire? Where was the original vampire? still living in that house.
Maybe the reading by the channel was right. Maybe the Jebediah is getting blamed for all these things that the son did.
Yes, that's very
so
possible.
maybe Jebediah is getting blamed for the 8 people, but maybe Jebediah is getting blamed for writing on the skin, but he didn't. Maybe...
Well, the only, and I agree with that. That makes the most sense. Is that Jedidiah didn't do it; his son did.
It's
but
all
what's
his
strange
son.
is that they specifically say
It is weird.
that
That it
it
seems to
says-
suggest the timing seems to be that this is happening after
after the
became a zealot.
boy died, he buried him on the unvisited isle. Not only did Jedi return religion, he became a zealot. And it's written that Jedidiah was reproducing a sacred text on a human skin. Now, I think that maybe it is a good idea to find out a little bit more about this from the Turkish cult, right?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Okay, but it could be that that the father got also turned into an evil person. But I do like this new theory that the son was the one who was trying to write in the book.
Yeah, if there's a master vampire, what would he have been doing all this stuff? It doesn't make it, I don't know, that was just a thought. Like, I mean, clearly if there was a master vampire there, like, does he just disappear? Maybe that's not part of the scope of our case.
But yeah, if he was writing on those skins for evil purposes, then it is sort of consistent. He discovered his son goes crazy, sees something, turns into a vampire, becomes mad. He kills his son, he buries him, and then he gets corrupted. And he starts doing this bad stuff, and they burned him.
So
now the son has come back. The son's trying to bring back his father. That's what it is. The son, the original kid, is trying to Necronomicon back his father, maybe.
But his father's the one that killed him.
That's true.
But he was trying to make these before. Again, the timing is a little weird. But he needs the Necronomicon to finish the ritual or whatever.
Let's go talk to those skinwalkers.
I think that's probably...
And then we're almost ready. The skinwalkers were at a location, right? How do you like in this heat? You're back, Bonnie.
Yes, okay.
All right, the skinwalkers are at... Brothers of Elf.
They were at like a they were at a cafe or something.
The Desolate High Cafe.
Yeah, okay, I'll find that in the book here.
It might be looked up by name. They might be under D as well.
Here it is, N29. Okay. It is interesting because this style of game is supposed to incentivize you to take the fewest leads, but sometimes when you cap off certain leads, you have to like re-go to them.
Where's the other?
Are we missing the other?
Yeah, I got it. N29.
Okay, this is going to be nothing. I can see it's a very short entry here. Huh.
Okay.
Wah, wah.
All right, so I think it's time to decide. I think we've got enough. I don't know where else we would go to get more information. I feel like we've got all we're going to get. That's what I feel.
We don't know exactly what...
We've been to the folklorist. That's where we just were reading, right?
Yeah, we finally got the card.
That was the card that we were just reading.
That was... No, was it? Did we forget to go to the...
That's what I'm saying. Like, is that...
we finally got card 1 and we forgot to go to the... Yeah, look.
Is that right?
C17. Oh, my God.
Okay.
Oh, they want to show the ally list. C17 was the one. I cannot believe we did all that to try to get the card number 1 and then we forgot to do... No, that's where we did find it. That
Supplemental.
Was
that's what we just read.
Okay.
All right. So you guys want to see the ally list again, huh? All right. I think we're just about ready. I mean, we've done all the things that we needed cards for.
Arkham Sanitarium. Patience ramblings.
Gossip, newspaper. None of these look relevant for us, right? Informant, no. Forensic, we talked to him, we talked to her, we talked to her. We didn't talk to the detective.
History is the only thing that we could find.
That's right. History is the only thing we
could try to track down those 8 people. Why did he kill those 8 people? Were they specifically...
History is the only thing, and we've gone to every history person except for possibly the newspaper guy might know something. Might have a story about the
Can I
killings.
point something out about the security guard having his flesh taken off, like his skin taken off? Like, if those people, those 8 victims were important, because I was just thinking we could try to chase them down, then, like, if the security guard's skin that's been taken off is unimportant, then the 8 people that were killed for their skin would also be unimportant. It's just, you just need the skin.
So
Silver Twilight, yeah, I was thinking that.
So
too.
we could go to the guard's family to see if he's a bad person.
So Silver Twilight Lodge is sort of like a Freemasons. It's like a secret society type thing in Arkham. So I mean,
that's one of our places? Yeah, here's the Twilight. Sebastian Lyman, you want to go to him? Our mole at that call. All right,
I'm not
let's
sure.
do it.
We could do whatever, yeah. But I'm just saying, like,
L18.
it's like, this is one of those things where, like, well, they might. I guess there's no real arrow pointing, like, here's how you're gonna find the information that you need.
We've still got our big question, which is going to be whether we go into his thing. L18. Bring it over here. All right, this is the.
You got it, anyone?
You can do it.
Stepping into Sebastian Lyman's living room, you seem to have interrupted a conversation between Lyman and 2 sinister-looking men seated across from him. He waits for you to join him by the fireplace. I don't have much time to speak to you, I'm afraid, but I have an answer to your question. He points to the portrait of a dour-faced old man that hangs above the mantel. You were wondering about the identity of this man? You've never given the portrait any thought, and certainly have never asked Sebastian about it, but you play along. I was. He was a Scotsman from the clan McNaught. Of course, Naught has turned to night these days. Lyman smiles inscrutably. Ah, you say. He obviously can't talk directly. I'm afraid I must return to my current business. You should find me later. Lyman winks. We can speak again back at French Hill, and remember to bring that 64 Chateau Lafitte Rothschild you've been promising me. Got it? The 64. You nod, but you're not sure his meaning. Lyman must want to meet you in a more private place.
Whoa, that's weird. Isn't McNaught, isn't that one of our people? That...
Well, we can continue chasing the sound. What do people think? Let's go there. We don't want to know about this place.
Let's go where?
That's what Anna says.
Okay, well, we already went there, but we don't know where to go now.
I think
where does he want to meet?
He wants to meet at the French Hill.
French Hill.
Yeah, sorry, I just...
Okay, no, that's reasonable. All right, look up French Hill.
Is that... Wait, French Hill Transformer Station? F-23? That seems kind of...
Let's see. He said 64 also.
No, he's saying bring the Chateau 64. Hold on a second.
F-23 doesn't exist.
Hold on. Okay. He's giving us a code when he says the Roth. I don't know what it means though.
Yes, I believe you're right that he is. I just don't know exactly what it is. Let me look him up again.
French Hill. Well, French Hill's kind of like a district. Why don't you move that for a second? Let's let the chat see the board.
But where is French Hill? Let me look up his thing again. Sorry.
It was night, right? McNaught was night.
McNaught.
Okay, there's no night in the book.
Find me later. We can speak again back at French Hill.
Maybe McKnight.
Remember to bring the Chateau Lafitte Rothschild.
Yeah, here it is. F-64.
Whoa, where did you find?
So I thought of McNaught was known as McNaught was known as night. So I looked up McNaught.
Nicholas has turned to night these days. Okay.
Yes, and then it's F-64.
And F must be the French Hill section.
64 is the year meaning the thing. So F-64.
Okay, good work. Very good work. Here we go. Here he is going to give us...
House number 64 in French Hill.
Well done. Well done, Greg.
I think everybody here also came to the same conclusion in the chat. I got this one. Oh, he thinks you're sure.
Come in quickly, Lyman implores you. Once you're inside, he closes the door and locks it. I'm glad you took my meaning. Miss is currently out of town, and I needed a way to speak to you without being observed. Lyman takes a cautious glance out the curtained windows. Right now, every lodge member is under extreme scrutiny. Satisfied that you aren't being observed, he sits down. Well, first of all, the Orn wasn't the only library this intruder tried to break into last night. Before going to Miskatonic, this would-be thief visited the lodge's private library and was similarly turned back by our protections. Only members of the Order know the location of this library. You have a traitor in your ranks, you ask? Lyman smiles grimly. Our oaths of loyalty are very, shall we say, compelling. I cannot imagine any of our living members betraying the secret. Any of our living members. Could someone who's supposedly dead betray you? Someone dead did betray us, he responds. He wasn't dead at the time, however. In 1793, Jebediah Cahill's son snuck into that big empty house across from the old wooded graveyard. People call it the Unnameable. At any rate, it left the boy catatonic. The father was desperate to save his son. He joined our order, hoping to find a way to undo the damage. He stole an ancient, very powerful book from our library, thinking he could use it to preserve his son's life.
Wait, pause for a second.
Yeah.
So, is it worth considering, which I haven't even really thought of yet, that the son is seeking to cure himself of the vampirism? Like, if he's sickly and he needs blood to survive, is it possible that he's trying to find the book in order to, like, cure himself of vampirism?
That's an interesting idea, but I had a different take when reading that. When I read that, I heard them saying that only the father knows about this place, not the son. Now it's back to being the father who's woken up. Because, look, he says someone who knew about your library that tried to break in. He says someone who used to be a member. And look what he says. He says
Jebediah Cahill's son snuck into that big empty house.
That's right. He's telling the story. He says Jebediah's son snuck in and got killed. And then the father was desperate. So the father joined our order.
Yeah.
So now it's back to saying it's the father who's walking around. And I think the father may be trying to finish what he started. Let's read. Maybe we're going to hear that his father's...
There's definitely the son that was on the island.
It's a good point. Maybe they were both buried together. He said, we say, I suppose it didn't work. You recall Armitage's words about telling the watchman's parents about their son's death. Worse, says Lyman, when the abomination was discovered, Cahill was expelled from the order and the book was moved to a different city. In the wake of Jebediah's mistake, 8 people were found dead, flayed, and bloodless. Blamed for these murders, he was burned at the stake. You see Lyman getting nervous, but you have more questions before you leave. What is it? What is in this book that's so dangerous? Lyman puts his finger to his mouth, indicating a secret he can't tell. I can say it's an earlier version of text Armitage has in his life. It's an earlier version of Necronomicon.
Yeah, there's a number of copies.
It makes sense that this thing would go to where our copy used to be first. It's a somewhat addictive text. Once a person of a particular obsessive temperament has been exposed to the book, he'll keep trying to regain it. Also, if he can't get the original, he'll make do with what he can. He may try to copy the text on the same medium as the original human skin, but he'll never let it go. What happened to the son? Noah? Well, at the time, that wasn't the order's concern. Now I'm hoping you can tell me. I need to leave now. I'll exit out the back door. Wait 10 minutes. You can leave the way you came in. And this gives you a different way you would have get 1 and 2. And I don't know when we're supposed to see this. So this is tricky now because that's sort of... Okay, I'm confused about son versus father.
Let me pitch another thing. Okay. Noah, we now know we've gone this whole time.
Yeah.
So Noah sees something in the Unnameable house. He goes in, he sees it, it drives him crazy, he's bitten by this vampire, whatever, he becomes this vampire.
He becomes catatonic, it says.
He becomes catatonic, but I think he contracts whatever sickness translates to vampirism.
That's right.
Okay. Then his father wants to help him. He can't seem to help him. His father does all this crazy stuff to try to help him, including joining the order. He reads some pieces in the Necronomicon in order to try to reverse this curse or whatever, right?
That's right.
He sacrifices some living, or so his son, it's not clear, but maybe he either kills his son with a stake or someone else kills his son with a stake and buries him on unvisited island, kills Noah. Then the father, maybe in an attempt to, because he's driven mad by the Necronomicon, the Necronomicon can drive you mad, he starts killing people and creating, stretching the skin out and trying to go from memory to recalling the spells that he used. He's not reproducing the whole Necronomicon. He's reproducing the spots he can remember onto the sheets.
And he's gone slightly insane.
Slightly is a generous term. Then he's convicted of the murders or whatever, burned at the stake. He's out of the picture. The son is woken up with the fight in the blood, comes out, goes back home to where he knows, right? And then he starts doing the same thing. Presumably somewhere in there he saw what his father had seen, or he saw some of the Necronomicon.
That's the tricky part. Like, how does he know what the father knew about?
So clearly, he learned from his father where to find that information, right? Like, because the father's burned, he's dead, he's ashes.
I guess that's probably
that's right. The best. So I think it's likely that he's trying to preserve his life because the vampirism is taxing his life. I think he's trying to.
That is the weird. That is the last. It's just that last piece that's tricky. Like, why is he messing with these books?
So his father became like a religious zealot, but he was also insane from reading the Necronomicon. So like his reasoning wasn't all there, and so he obviously sacrificed innocent people to try to cure his son. And now the girl goes to the place. Cahill was, I guess it's Cahill either way. All right,
I'll make a little pitch for you about a little slight tweak to that. What if...
Sorry.
Go ahead, you can give
Anna says he resurrected his son as a so his son died and he was resurrected as a vampire. But then what would the son want with the book now?
Right, so here's so what if what's happening is that the father tries to cure the son with the book. It doesn't quite work, but maybe at that time, like, the father and son are working together, like, to find a cure for him. Eventually the son gets killed, staked, whatever. So maybe he's like collaborating with the son to do this book stuff. And when he gets burned and the son's buried, when the son gets born again, maybe the son has come back and is now trying to finish that process of curing himself with the books.
So Anna's pointing out here that trying to cure him, that's what turned him into the vampire.
That's
so when he went in there, he became catatonic, and the father picked the wrong cure.
Okay, well, that's fine. And so then are we still on that theory that the son is now trying to mess with the book to cure himself?
I think
is that the idea?
Make the most sense to me.
But now Antina says the guy is the father.
The father was burned at the stake. And the son, we know, was buried on an unvisited isle.
It's true.
And he's the one that's come.
You'd have to have some explanation, unless it's a bug in the game, how the son knows about the library, though.
I think it seems like that doesn't seem impossible to have learned that information.
And Tina thinks it's the father trying to bring back the son again.
Again, I think if the father was burned at the stake in front of a bunch of people, he's ashes. The son we know was buried on unvisited isle, and that's where the vampire resurfaced from the blood. And there's a stake there. So we know he was staked.
Anna says, Jebediah said at the stake those things. I think it means he was the one who was staked and buried his son after. I'm not sure what you're saying.
Right, so according to the Historical Society, this is where the timing gets weird, because the son dies, and then the father kills the people, which actually fits.
It's not super clear, though. It could be saying that they only discovered it. Right, but it actually makes complete sense that the son died naturally, and then the father brought him back using the Necronomicon, and the way he brought him back was to make him undead. Mm-hmm. Right? So he was dead, now he's undead. Dead, undead, like a Bauhaus there. Is the stake we think is the vampire stabbing stake really the burnt at the stake? Maybe we should just reread that. I know we're getting to the point where we're sort of beating a dead horse, but I do think it's actually... Maybe we should read the scene where we discover the body and see if...
Can we, I think we're
time for a break?
Time, yeah. So maybe
all right, we're going to take a little break. Then we're going to come back and make our final votes about what we think is going on. But I think we're pretty much done with visiting Lee.
So it does seem like we have the information. We just need to know how to interpret it.
Yes,
which there seems to be some murkiness there. So
we'll have a vote. All right, but we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back for our final session here. And it looks like the chat has got a conversation going about whether it was the father or the son. I thought we should reread what we found on the aisle again, because we know... Also, you know what I just remembered? It's an old man that gets up, not a young son. An old man that's found by the boat driver, right? So let's look at this. Are they talking about the stake? When they find the stake here, it's a rotting stake, wood poking out of the ground.
Which means like, yeah.
Is it the stake that they burned him on? And so, and carved, that... It's a little ambiguous.
So this is a little, it's interesting actually, and maybe purposely.
That's a good point.
So.
Yes, I think you're right.
So we were thinking stake, driving the stake through. I was pushing that idea big time. But it does now suggest that maybe that was a burned at the stake. And so the blood, that's kind of annoying though, because it seems like...
Well, he might not even be in completely human form. He might be all...
Completely.
Yeah.
So...
Also, but then this was the other part about remembering that this guy tells us that it's an old man, right?
Bumped into a
drifter. Well, maybe he doesn't say old.
So...
Oh, it doesn't say he was old. It does
say man. So what...
Soaked through and looked sick.
So what's interesting also is that, like, the guy from the theater, he did mention the only way to kill them was to cut their head off.
Their head.
So if the father was burned alive,
it wouldn't have killed
them. So that does seem to track a little better. So
and it does make sense why he would be doing with the skin, because he's still trying to resurrect the son, and it would explain why he knew about the other library.
It makes a lot more sense that way. However, it does seem a little strange and convenient that he buries his son on unvisited island, and then everybody's like, where should we burn this man alive?
It's a good point.
Unvisited island? Fantastic idea.
It's a good point. It does say that he was buried at unvisited island, does it?
That wasn't in this. We learned this a long while ago. It wasn't from this recent thing.
They burned him at the stake.
So the old man, the father's trying to cure his son.
Comes back from the dead and is going to try again.
So now...
Like, he was killed in the middle of his work by the townspeople, right?
So he's resuming his work.
He's resuming his work, yeah.
So maybe his son never was a vampire. He became the vampire.
Yeah, maybe his son never was. Maybe his son never was.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense. Let's take a look at this chat.
And let's
a good point. How old was Noah? I don't know. I interpreted what I heard, but now you're giving other explanations that calls me correct, so I'm not sure. And Tina says, I think the son died in the trial. They tried to bring him back, making a book, and now the father's doing the same. Probably not burned enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just did it for my son. Yeah. I think that, I guess, since it's an old man, I do think it's a little...
But it's not old man. I thought it said old man, but it just says man.
The son was young.
Yeah, the son was young.
So I just think it's a little inconvenient, not inconvenient, but a little disingenuous to make the place where the son was buried.
I agree.
The same place they burned the father at the stake.
That is a confusing point. But as you say, both that and the calling it the stake may be done for this particular purpose to throw us off.
Cool, actually.
Which is, yeah, okay. All right, so I think it's time for us to make a decision. We think we understand. We'll have a vote. We'll see if everyone agrees with this.
Yeah.
But then you guys, everyone needs to get on paper about whether you want to go into that house at night or not.
So can I say this?
Yes.
Anybody that thinks that we should go anywhere else before we leave, before we go to the solution, speak now.
Okay, right. If you've got someplace else that you really think we should go, and this is your last chance, but you got to have a compelling reason for it, because I think we've way overextended our time, and I think there's very little left for us.
So while that voting is happening, I will say that I'm glad that we went about it a little incorrectly. I'm glad that
What do you mean incorrectly?
Well, I think, I'm glad we didn't go right away to Armitage and find out that large block of information.
So you don't mean you're glad we did it incorrectly. You're just saying you're glad we went the way we went.
I'm glad
because it could have been...
We took a longer route around.
Yes.
And I think that was more satisfying to learn that stuff for ourselves.
Absolutely.
Rather than have it like, because like that was a huge wall of text.
Yeah, if we had gotten that in the
And
beginning,
going to
it
the
would have
Silver
given
Twilight
half
Lodge,
of it all.
I don't think was a really like that's like a Freemasons type society, right? Like that wasn't part of our original thread.
Yeah.
And going there was kind of cool to get a lot of big block of information that sort of answered a few more questions. But going there in the beginning didn't really seem to make any sense. And I'm glad that we didn't, because it kind of gives you...
Well, it just goes to
much.
show you that if you don't care about where the order you go places, you could stumble on all the answers before you start.
So, I mean, in general, I think this is actually a pretty interesting little case, and I think we discussed it quite a bit. And I like the idea that we had some wrong ideas, we had some interesting theories, and at the end, I think we did definitely take too much time. Right?
All right, it sounds like we're all ready to go.
Questions and answers.
John says, "I agree with Greg."
We just have one.
Let me get rid of this. I agree with Greg. I don't like that the game seems to be saying the most efficient way to play is to stick to the informants. Vote enter, but no decapitation. Draws gotta live. All right, so no one has got some place they want to go. So we're going to end this game now. The question I have for you, though, is we're going to look at the thing, but do you want to go into his lair at night? And if so, which building?
So if this were a game of werewolf, I would say Logan has an awful lot of information about vampires. And now he's like, well, they gotta live. So if we were playing a game of werewolf, I would be like, Logan is one of the bad guys.
Well, what are you voting for, Greg? Would you vote to go in?
I think we're ready to. I think we've got what we're gonna get. Personally,
yeah, we're done. But the question is, let me just clear this.
Oh, to go.
The question is, do you want to go in?
So I think
like we can peek behind the curtains after we play. So, but we should make our best foot forward guest.
If we're going for the high score and we're going to win the game, which we've already invalidated, by the way, because we've gone past that, then we go into the question and answers. But just for fun, we could go in there and get killed by the vampire. Either way, we can answer the questions, and we can go back and look at that either way. So it's up to the chat.
Nicholas says, go in there at night. Anna says, I'm voting for not going.
We don't have any weapons. That's true.
Based on the instructions telling us that we have to find out who did it, find out the motive, I think we are not meant to go in.
I think that's true. I think the game is telling you do not go in.
That's what Jonathan says. If we're actually playing the game, you're not supposed to go in. Yeah, Nicholas says you're not supposed to go in, but check it after you kunate. That's my thing. Like
I think I agree
we can read
Nicholas.
we'll read and see what happens if you tried to go in. But also, I've seen the drawing. I've seen a drawing, and it didn't look pleasant. 3 hours till sunrise. All right, everyone says don't go in. You're okay with that now? We're going to go to the proper answer. I want to
go on record and say that I'm not voting Logan as a vampire, just for posterity.
Okay. So
here we go.
We're ready for the solution. What does it?
The vote off the screen.
How do we stop, clear, back, top, down? All right. So. What does it tell us to do when we're ready to end it?
That's a fantastic question.
I think we just
There's probably
go
a
to the
section
end.
in the back. So go past the yellow
here are the questions.
All right.
Don't look at the answers. Where's our cubes? Okay, we don't need the cubes.
Do you want to read them all first and then do the answers? Probably, yeah. Otherwise...
What kind of creature killed the night watchman? We're saying
it was vampire, Nosferatu. It is not one beast we face, but many.
What was the creature's name? All right, this is the part that I think we all agree now. It's Jedediah, the father. If anyone believes it's the son, speak up. Okay, who is Jedediah Cahill's living descendant currently in Arkham? That's that woman,
Rachel Calhoun, or something.
Yeah,
something like that.
Or McNaught, or whatever her name was.
No, that's not McNaught. McNaught's completely different.
Okay.
That was the place the guy wanted to be.
It's the donor, right?
Rachel,
it's the donor.
I think it's like Rachel Calhoun or something.
Okay. Where can the creature be found during the day?
In the basement of the building next door to the Unnameable's house, which is
That's right, 63 or 67.
67.
M67, yes, right. Because we've been in the Unnameable. We know he doesn't hang out there. Okay, why is the creature there? That's his home, and he's hiding out from people during the day, sleeping during the day, right?
Double whammy.
Where did the creature take the skin of its victims? Okay,
took that
that's to the unnameable
unnamable's
house
basement,
where he's
yes.
trying to think. What is the creature doing with the skin? He's trying to make the book to save his son.
He's trying to reproduce some of the passages
That's right.
that from memory that he read in the Necronomicon.
Whose blood revived the creature? That's Elliot's boyfriend.
Cousin or whatever.
Yeah.
Elliot cousin.
Where did Jedediah Cahill bury his son?
Unvisited or whatever I keep saying. Unviable island. I keep saying.
Okay, so just to point out, Anna, our chief detective, thinks it's the son.
Vampire's the son.
This is going to be the time where Anna's either getting back up. Anna's been demoted.
Oh yeah.
So Anna's either going to be.
She's risking her
right.
high score.
She's doubling down.
She's pushed all the chips she's won.
That's right.
And I think she's gonna.
Right.
I think she's steered us on course the whole time, and now she's gonna be wrong.
Okay, why did he bury him there?
Why did he bury him there?
Why did he bury them there?
Why did he pick unvisited isle to bury him?
Yeah.
Well, that is important.
It is a religious cultish
Because
place.
of the standing stones.
Yeah, is that was what to revive him?
Maybe maybe he placed the standing stones there or something on purpose. Maybe he knew that. Oh, in his knowledge of the Necronomicon, maybe he figured out that the standing stones is a place.
This would almost suggest that the son is the vampire. Okay, let's read this last question here. What caused Jedediah Cahill's son to fall into a catatonic state? We know he saw something.
Unnameable horrors in the house
that's
called
right.
the Unnameable.
That's right.
All right, let's. Oh, that's interesting.
What?
So Logan says water.
Water
and Anna
what?
says running water. In other words, they buried him on that thing because he was surrounded by water and he couldn't escape.
Oh,
Which is
that's
pretty
interesting.
interesting. But then if that's the case, Jedediah is not the killer. Right, so Jedediah, if he buried his son there to keep him from leaving, then Jedediah is not the killer, and it invalidates a bunch of the questions that we
And
just
it's
said.
the son.
Right, which would change much of what we just said.
Yeah, because if you believe it's the son, then how do you answer these questions?
Correct.
What is he doing with the skin? Like, why is he trying to do it?
And what is this creature's name, which would be the different thing.
Yeah. All right, well, is everyone on the record? Only Anna thinks it's the son, or does anyone want to change their mind about... Here we go. Time for the official vote. Vote for father or son.
Yeah, that's
Everyone on the record now. It's got to be the father.
Unfortunately,
I'm sticking with father.
I mean, it makes sense. I was really against it because of the burning at the stake, but according to the telecinema.
All right, Anna's voting son. Anna is risking her whole career here.
Yeah, you built up all the good answers. You got the high score on the board, but now I think you are going to be.
If Anna is right, she's
So Nicola's also pointing out we were told that once you are exposed to the Necronomicon, you want to rebuild it. I don't think so. Being a little stickler here, I think that it makes the most sense that he's only able to remember some of the passages and he's placing. He's not making a whole new Necronomicon. I don't think that's possible. Yeah. I think he's just writing down what he remembers.
You're such a stickler for rebuilding the Necronomicon. It just, for me, I have a hard time seeing how the son would know about the library, would want to be building this book. True, yes. It just doesn't seem like...
And if the father couldn't be killed, then he's an old man when he's going along. And that answers the question of why the murders happened after the son was killed. It is a little strange why he would have buried the son on that island. It does make as a very astute point that would be,
or why they would put the burned guy at the stake,
surrounded by water and unable to leave, which makes a complete amount of sense. I guess it is possible that the son became a vampire too, but then why would the father have buried them there unless he himself was still trying to cure them both of vampirism?
Is it possible that the church people put them both on that island because they think they're both evil? Like he maybe.
That's also very possible.
Wow, 2 votes for the son.
Anna and
Nicola. Anna. All right, well, we know who's going to get promoted.
We're going to see it.
Okay, here we go.
I'm eager.
Ready?
Let's see what it is. Okay. A vampire, 2 points.
Whoa, it's the son.
Noah, yeah.
Holy cow.
Yep, wow, look at that. I was all about the sun for the longest time, and then I completely shifted, and I'm like, all my chips off of that onto that. Wow, that's good.
Holy cow.
Yeah, okay.
Who is Jedediah Cahill's living descendant, Rachel? Where can the creature be found during the day in the apartments? We got that, right? Why is the creature there? They were built on the site where its home used to be.
Got it.
Okay. Where did the creature take the skin?
Oh,
The
we got
unnameable, I
that.
know that. What is the creature doing with the skin? Using it for pages in a book.
It's weird that that one has 5 points.
Mm-hmm. Whose blood revived the
Yeah, we
creature?
got that
Elliot,
one.
cousin. Where did Jebediah bury his son? On the unvisited isle. Why did he bury him there? Vampires can't cross running water. That was the people's theory. What caused his son to fall into a catatonic state? The unnameable house. So that's it. That's the entirety of the answers. But that doesn't mean there's not going to be an epilogue that tells us the story. Let's continue to see what we've got here.
Wait, don't we want to reflect on that for a second?
Yeah, but let's just read this and then we can. If you travel to the Western Dorm or Hangman's Hill or Nathaniel Wingate's apartments, which we did, at night, take 1 penalty point. All right, we didn't. So it sounds like we might have survived but taken a penalty if we had visited those. All right, well...
locations visit, what's that one?
That's, you could score yourself based on how many places if you wanted to solve it early. And then there's a whole
How many extra places
solution.
do we go to pass this thing?
Maybe about 3 extras.
So 17. So, and well, we went.
Wow, so Anna is now back to chief detective. Everyone else got demoted. Anna and Nicola.
All right, so Anna's chief detective. Logan is not a vampire. He's a vampire.
Nicola says the errata said we could take a penalty. Wow, it was the son. So he just went insane
So
and wants to
is there
rebuild
like
the
a
book.
Is there
There's
like,
a solution. There's a description.
because
You want to hear what it says?
I'm very interested in how that,
Yeah, okay, let's see if it explains it.
because there was information on both. You know what I mean? Like it just seemed like such a tough.
Do you want to read it or do you want me to? You want to read it?
Yeah,
Okay, here we go.
In Armitage's study, a fire crackles invitingly in the fireplace, and you allow yourself to enjoy this simple pleasure, despite the object sitting on a stand between you and your mentor. The Necronomicon, the strange book that was so central to this case. You can feel its power, its hunger for blood and destruction. Flesh and blood, your mentor says into the quiet. Back in 1793, there was nothing Jedediah Cahill wouldn't do to try to save his son. How noble. How ruinous. It is fortunate that Mr. Lyman was willing to share what the Order knew about the Cahills and their history. The knight lives in the square between the tower and the church, or rather the rook and the bishop. After Noah Cahill's encounter with the unnameable left the child unresponsive, Jedediah joined the Order and stole their copy of the Necronomicon. It is said that the text must be written on human flesh. Using this book, Jedediah marshaled dark forces to restore the boy. The results were monstrous. The boy rose again as a vampire, hungry for blood.
Oh, this was the theory that he turned him into a vampire to save him.
As well as an overwhelming compulsion to possess the book that had birthed him. However, the Order reclaimed the property and moved it, so the creature began to make his own book using the skin of his victims for the pages. Mob justice blamed Jedediah and burned
this
him
was
at
the
the stake,
theory
but not
that
before
it
the
was
elder
this-
Cahill had managed to put an end to his son's reign of terror. So Cahill did kill him.
Yeah.
But Noah's sleep would not be eternal. The monster returned after 150 years to resume its terrible work. By day, it slept in the basement of the Nathaniel Peasley apartments, where its home had once been. By night, it took its victim's skin of the unnameable and tried to fashion them into the page of its own book. The sun has risen, you interject. So it has. Armitage stands and collects the crowbar and axe that you were leaning against his chair. Decapitating this beast will be a grim bit of business, but it is pleasant to think about Rachel Cawthon, a descendant of the Cahills. I'm given to understand she has 7 grandchildren in Boston.
Okay, it goes on a little bit more.
So,
The
two of you stand in silence for a moment. Family can be good, you say. Indeed, Armitage points to the Necronomicon. Let's return us to proper home and get on with our task.
Okay,
So let's just take a look at the list. Armitage solved this investigating, but I think this is always hilarious because it's like, this is the path you could have taken if you knew the solution ahead of time. It's ridiculous. Professor Leonore Robinson, C-17.
Notice they're all allies, like ally,
Pascal
ally,
Fenton,
ally.
Herbert Corbett, Alan. Who is Arlo Hoppin?
I don't know. I don't think we went there.
We went to Herbert Corbett, though.
Yeah, I don't know why we didn't.
Arlo, is he on that list?
D34. Yes, he is. He's a cab driver.
Which is ridiculous. Why would you go to the cab
I
driver?
don't know, but it is interesting that these are all allies.
Gerald McKnight.
That's F-64.
Okay,
That's
first,
the one that
Lyman,
this guy told us
Lyman
about.
and Gerald
So
McKnight.
everything here is directly from the allies.
Right. But that's what kind of annoys me because, like, number one, you wouldn't have gone to the cab driver if you excluded that as them not being tracked. And also, you wouldn't have gone to, like, Lyman for the Twilight.
Well, who knows? Maybe he took a cab.
First Baptist Church, Nicholas Saltonstall. So first of all, because the Lyman gave you cards 1 and 2.
Oh, look, you could have found Nicholas Saltonstall, but we went to D21. We went there some other reason.
We couldn't find. Oh, we just went to him, but he wasn't there. His assistant was.
Right.
The Unnameable, and then the Pickering House. I'm never satisfied with that, by the way.
Yeah, well, I don't care about that. I do want to see what the cab ride was. If you talk to the cab driver, he says there's nothing to see here. I can't help you. Go down to the speakeasy and hang out.
Yeah.
Nothing. All right, let's look at the chat. Are we going straight into discussing our thoughts on the case or taking a little break? We're gonna. Normally I take a little break. Let us.
You don't want to wrap up?
I do want to wrap up. It's a little higher. I do think we should see what happens if you visit a vampire, though.
Oh yeah, that was the fun thing.
Mm-hmm. So if you
go to page 30. That's where the
supplementals are. But do you know which one we're supposed to look at?
Well, probably the one next to the huge picture of a vampire.
They're older, 50 years. Here it is. If you go into the thing. Okay, so if you go into the apartment buildings at night, here's what you get. Front doors open, quiet voice beckons down here. You proceed, it's the doorway to the basement's open. You find the lights don't work, flashlight batteries died. Undaunted, you continue, you walk down steps in pitch darkness. Here, calls a voice again. Soon you're in a vast empty well of shadow. Everything fades. You hear distant sounds, familiar voice. You recognize Professor Armitage shouting your name. That's weird. We find Armitage up there. He says, I apologize, my friend, but you seem to have been in the thrall of a malicious force calling into that basement. If I hadn't taken action, I fear we may not have seen you again. All right, so he keeps us from getting down there. All right.
While you're looking at that.
So there's some picture of a vampire at some point. So normally, Greg, we take a little break and then we give our final thoughts. So why don't we do that?
When in Rome.
Why don't we take a little 5-minute break? We'll come back. 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll give our final thoughts. I'd like to hear your thoughts about this. And I'll see you in 5 minutes. Bureau of Investigation. That's the Arkham game. Okay, we're back to talk a little bit about the game. We won't spend too much time, just a little bit, but let's read the chat comments and see what people say here. Okay. Nicholas says, we're told this was a child and a boy. I think the person who saw him should have been able to distinguish it. There are a bunch of clues here that seem to suggest that drove us one way, father or son. Jonathan says, first off, it was great to have Greg join the stream. Thanks, Greg, for paying such close attention to the chat and enduring the furnace. As for the case itself, I was really enjoying it until we ran out of time and looked at the other leads. Finding out that the game seemed to just want us to go to all the allies' informants kind of soured me. The route we took was more fun. Felt more mysterious, like a monster hunting tale. I think I'm feeling the same way as you did. If you did just stick to the allies, the case would seem too easy. Anna says, the case seemed rushed to me and not in a good way. I like the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective approach more. Thinking about leads we want to follow and just follow them and don't stress about the time.
So let me just jump in here. I think that's kind of like, I know you guys are huge fans of Sherlock Holmes consulting detective, but that's kind of the part that, like, my big gripe with that system is that, like, if you read everything, then it's very obvious the solution. To me, this is the way I feel about it, my own personal opinion. But if you want to play the game and only follow certain leads, you have to really constrain yourself. And I kind of find that, like, neither way really ends up being that enjoyable for me. So that's kind of like, that's my own take on that.
So Anna says it was rushed, and she didn't like that. She wants to play without worrying about time. Greg is pointing out why that's not always good. Jonathan says, overall, we had a better grasp of what we were doing than in the similar cases from Bureau of Investigation. Nice to have Greg with us. Case was fun, and other than some minor issues, the reasoning was sound within the world. Great writing and atmosphere. Watch your next, fellas. I did enjoy the time crunch for the most part. And then 2 more people are saying they're glad that Greg is here.
I think the like, again, like I'm the kind of guy when I play like a Exit the Game series, which I really, really love. Like, that's a game series that, like, it has a time limit or whatever, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm solving all these puzzles, and I'm taking as much time to get as much out of it. This particular thing, I think it did kind of like, I couldn't believe when I was like, we got 4 turns left. And I'm like, that seems kind of crazy, because it seemed like there was a lot of information that we still had to gather. But I do think that the time crunch, again, we kind of had our cake and ate it too, because
I think that's right. That's exactly right.
But I do think that time thing really does introduce, you got to really be sold on what you're going to do, which I think is kind of cool. I think feeling that sense of, like, we better be sure was a kind of a neat thing, I think. And then we ended up being able to take that extra bit. Anyways.
Well, I think you said it very well how I feel. Like, the fact that we felt the time pressure made it more enjoyable, especially because we're dealing with this monster. We were scared about not having time to confront him, whatever. So we did have our cake and eat it too. We pretended like time was a big important thing and was a stressor on us. But in the end, we let ourselves cheat a little bit around it. And to me, I like that. I think if you play this without any sense of danger, without any sense of time, you might suck some of the enjoyment out of it.
Well, too, if you had read, like, gone down that list and read all the stuff, like, I don't think it would leave a whole lot of room for...
You say that, except we didn't know who to pick, and that's another sign of a good game. The fact that the channel was split and 2 people picked one thing, even after the groupthink of deciding it was the father, so that's a good case.
How did you feel about the solution?
I felt good about it. There were a couple nitpicks I had, like, why didn't they recognize that it was a younger boy? How did the son know about the library? But you could work your way around it. I do think it's a little hard to know. It's a little hard to look back and say, yes, this was the clue that should have told us definitively it was the son versus this the clue. Like, I'm not sure we had a clear proof one way or the other.
So I think, like, for me personally, it's hard to, we've talked so much about it. I feel like, from my memory now, that when we were going through it,
you were hot on the sun for most of the time.
Yeah, and then I think that once it was pointed out, or somebody pointed out, whatever, like that, it made more sense for it to be the old, like that's a boy, that's a child, and the idea that, like, that, like, the time frame of the father committing the murders or whatever after the son died. I'm like, well, that kind of does fit more. And so I was, so I went to that side of it.
Yeah.
And, like, that is one point of it that rankles me in terms of, like,
Yeah, I can see that.
If it was a young boy, like an adolescent boy, which is what I kind of gathered that it would be, I think if you call someone a boy, that's probably at least 13 or younger, I would say. And so that's a little bit weird, but I mean, I think overall, I thought this was and the route we took, if we hadn't taken the route that we took, I don't think it would have been as enjoyable, but I thought that this was quite a lot of fun. Actually.
It does bring up the thing we talked about where are things being put here that are purposely ambiguous and misleading. You could see how they might write the case, and everyone said, oh, they figured out it's the son. So they said, okay, let's throw in some things about him knowing about the library and a couple other things that deliberately misled us.
Let's take a look here. Jonathan Warner says, I feel that the informant should be more reliable info, which should cost more time, not be the most efficient route. Clever deductions about where to go should let you save time. I agree with that. Like if you were to just to go right down they almost feel a little bit like, like a hint system in a way. And you shouldn't just go through the hints. So I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree with that. And then Nicholas said, we knew the son was buried on the island and that the monster came from there. That wasn't evidence enough for me.
Well, that was Greg's whole point. That was your whole point for most of the game.
And then I set that down just in time to lose on the... I hear what you're saying, Greg, but I enjoy the story, and we always know when we're on top of the case, so we don't need the game to tell us that. So I enjoy the process, not the solution. I think that's important. Like, I mean, this is a different way than you and I usually go about the deductive games. When I've played with you, I know you have, like, obviously way more experience playing on the channel like this, but we usually take, like, an excessive amount of time to go through it, and we like to talk about all the little threads where things could go. And I think, like, when we first were playing that detective game, and I had mentioned to you about, like I said, it's not really about that game, it's kind of what we put into it. And I think that's kind of one of the major parts of it.
Well, we had some good discussions here about the son versus the father, and the whole thing of discovering the motive and stuff was fun. And I really enjoyed tracking him down. Like there was a cool moment when we figured out what house it was. Remember that? We were like, it's adjacent to this, and it's this, and it's apartment building. That was quite enjoyable.
Well, I think even in the beginning of the case, just deciding on the vampire aspect of it was really cool.
That's a good point. That was quite fun too. Just it's almost hard to remember, but there was a time when it took us quite a while to get to the vampire theory.
Yeah.
So we think he was traveling underground.
Yeah, the whole beginning part was really cool, and I think that one of the more interesting things was having this, the flying machine and stuff. That was pretty awesome. See, I agree with you, Anna. I think, like, obviously it's the journey, not where you get is the important part. So, the father was also buried there, and yeah, that's the part that was kind of.
Do we know that to be true? We don't really know where the father was buried.
Well, he was burned at the stake, and the stake was on the island. So, I mean, like,
do we? Oh, that's so we don't think he killed the son with the stake.
So that's I think the stake was meant to be where the father was, which is that's kind of like the little tricky part. Because if the father did kill the son and keep him there, then the father went on, like, he was like, if he recognized that the son was a danger and that he had to die, but he was doing the same thing, that is a little bit of an incongruent, which kind of like. Jonathan Warner says, one other thing I did enjoy were all the sort of pulp roots that seemed to exist at the start of the Vampire the Skin, called the flying machine. Yes. Too bad it didn't seem designed to allow you to. I agree that I think that's what that in beginning when it could go anywhere is kind of a really interesting.
I'm agreeing. I think I agree with Antina's point here at the very end.
Where are you jumping to the end?
Yeah, the part about the motive. That was the part that threw me. Like, why the hell is the son worrying about this book?
Well, I think it's the idea that it makes sense.
He got obsessed with it.
Obsessed. He's driven.
But what is he doing? What spell is he trying to create?
I would agree with Antina.
That was the weird part.
It was a little vague. I mean, we understand that now at the end.
The father had a reason
that he's
just
kind of
obsessed
crazy,
with
but
it.
I think extrapolating that out of what we knew, I think you had to take some leaps.
You got an interesting question here.
Yeah. Well, you jumped down to the What do you do? How'd you like being alive for the first time in a while for a game like alive? Oh. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. I mean, I think it was very fun to hang out with you guys, and
it's great having Greg here.
And I'm glad you let me crash your little routine. I mean, I'm aware that this is a fun thing that you guys do together, and so I hope that I wasn't an imposition, and I'm glad that you invited me in your little gaming circle here.
Anytime.
My understanding, Nicholas says, the understanding is that we don't know for sure where the father was buried, but I mean, I think the stake being there.
That was a confusing
So
thing.
he was burned. It's true. He was burned at the stake there, but that doesn't mean that they didn't scoop up his ashes and put him someplace else. But
a little confusing, though.
Yeah.
That stake was ambiguously worded.
Oh, so John Lawrence says interact with the other potential leads more. Yeah. Well, they did pretty much shut you down, but in a game that's designed for you to take a very specific route, you're supposed to be able to. Like, we made a decision not to go to the skin cult, right?
That's right.
Which is a weird.
We did eventually try.
By the way, that can mean a whole lot of different things.
We did try to go there eventually.
But in the beginning, we cut that off as
Yes,
a,
and
as
that
a
was
thing.
smart.
And that's part of what you're
Yes.
supposed to do in this style of game to get a better score.
I enjoyed that reasoning about that stuff.
M3 at night.
Yes,
Nicola
I'm
wants
going to
to-
read that. I'm going to look through this right now because this is where the scary picture is. Why is this not on the right side? Oh, because the comment is on. Can you turn that off for me? It just does a flip, so I look at it. Okay, front door drifts open. This is if you go to the unnamed house, I guess. Floor creaks. You make your way into the house. You see a slight glow from downstairs. You can see candlelight and a shadow moving. As quietly as you can muster, you creep down the first few steps. In an instant, the creature is at the bottom of the stairs looking directly at you. There's the creature. Okay. If you have requirement card 5, you must decide right now if you want to use it on the vampire.
Whoa, vampire killing. Okay, Logan, we're going to ask you to please leave the chat for a moment.
So we don't even know where you would get that.
I think actually when you were looking through the solution, one of these things said take requirement 5. Here. Inside the walls of Arkham's tenement buildings, faulty wiring is causing the dim sconces in the hallways. No one advances down the hall. On a table sits a knife with a silver blade. Without thinking, you pick it up.
Wow.
You proceed to Ellie Hathaway's room on the first floor. Who was this?
This may have been the relative of the woman who went crazy.
This woman, it says, Ellie turns to you and smiles. Well, it's about time you found me. There's no reason for you to trust me, but I see what Armitage is up to while you're away. You cannot trust him. Consider yourself warned. She howls as you run out of the house. You run for some time, but not able to clear your head. You're still grasping the knife.
That's so weird. So we don't know how to find this
Whoa,
person.
this is another vampire. Advance the time tracker 1 additional space to account for the time lost due to your encounter with a vampire. So he turned someone else into a vampire? What? It's really hard to backtrack this.
Yeah.
So this, you're in Arkham's tenement building, and you've discovered Ellie Hathaway, who was another.
Where you would have gotten that? It's more people in that building. Maybe you should have figured out to go there, but let's see. All right, so if you want to use it on the vampire, continue reading. So you would stop there, but if you want to try to use it, let's see if we can kill it. You turn to run, but the monstrous thing is so quick, it flickers across the room like a flame. It's already tearing at your ankle. By the time you're halfway back to the door, it has a solid grip on your coat, pulling you from side to side, threatening to take you completely off your feet. You fight back, and by sheer good fortune, your coat rips before you fall, and you're free long enough to make it out the front door. You run until your lungs are burning and the blood from your torn ankle is filling your shoes. When you finally look back, you see the unnameable as it was before, with the door securely shut. You won't be doing any more investigation without some rest and medical attention. So move it forward an additional space. And if you use requirement card 5, read entry 13. So what did we try to use on it? The knife. Okay.
So
here's the extra thing if you tried to use your knife. Stabbing the vampire with silver blade very much angered him. He responded by cutting open your chest with his razor-sharp claws. So you can't kill the vampire.
So there was some. I was kind of looking here. It looked like there was some stuff about a dormitory or something. I wonder if you go and follow Patty McCullough's thread a little more, if that's when you find some other vampire.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's kind of interesting. Like, it's weird to read the solution and be like, "There's another vampire." What? Like. So yeah, this Nicola says the stake was carved. I think it was taken as heart. I think that was one of our discrepancies. Was like if the father was burned at this. Originally, we're thinking of it as a stake. So I don't think we're all quite sure whether, because you could carve a stake to burn somebody. You could carve a stake to stab somebody. So, how did he come back to life? That was the blood flowing into the ground.
Yeah. The blood just brought him back.
So did the official solution not require 5 or 4? I don't think
it certainly didn't.
I think the solution was saying Armitage was going with us during the day to
not only that, but those aren't endings. If you try to use the knife and kill it, you don't successfully kill it. So there's no way to kill this vampire. Yeah. It's just a little fun interaction.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's all just a waste of time. Like if you tried to get that weapon to kill him, it wouldn't help your score.
Moving forward and playing more, playing other cases in this book or whatever. I mean, now that's an important thing to know and remember is that you're not supposed to go kill this thing or whatever. You're
not in this case.
In this case, but I'm saying like what the stated purpose was to figure out what was going on. Right. And so you're supposed to solve. They do really just tell you that. So
although they did have, if we had stumbled on that weapon, we would have decided it's our job to kill it, and it wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have worked.
I would happily have gone along with everyone into the basement too. So.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure. It's a rare treat that you guys got to experience this.
For having me, allowing me to come on with you guys. It was very fun to hang out with everybody in the chat. It's fun to solve this mystery mostly. I thought Anna was the MVP.
Anna and also Nicola joined Anna,
yes,
I think. But Anna has regained her position. She lost it the last game. She's got it back now. Officially, the official temperature in here is 87 degrees. All right, real pleasure. Now, tomorrow at 3 p.m., we're going to have a very short stream. Greg won't be here for this probably, but we're going to play the case of the missing mother owl, which was written by the 7-year-old girl, daughter of one of the viewers.
I saw you did that on your...
we're going to actually play it. It'll probably only take us 15 minutes.
Can I just real fast mention there's I can't remember the name of the story now, but it's kind of a cool thing. Like, the first half of the story is one of the reasons that, like, Lovecraft has there's a lot of bad sides to Lovecraft's writing, and I'm not going to go into all that, but like the first half of the story is just like, it sort of reads like, then this family went in, then this family, this goes through all the victim, like all these people keep dying and having all these problems and stuff. And when they go in the house, this is a little bit of a spoiler, they go in and like, they dig down into like the basement and they find like this, it's like a huge pipe, what they think is like an angled pipe. And then they realize this is like, that's the arm of this vampire, but it's huge because he's been just feeding on like generation after generation, like he's like absorbing.
The pipe is the arm. No,
I'm saying they think it's like they're like, oh, this must be this huge pipe. No, it's like this. It's the elbow. That's like the crook of the arm.
He's in the buried. He's like in the ground. That sounds like a Lovecraft story. That's terrifying. Yeah, there's one story where the person's hiding underground while the hordes of creatures are moving on top of it. It's terrifying.
It's cool. The first half of the story is like, you're like, okay, I get it. Like, I don't need to hear about more and more. It's like reads like a, like, and then this happened, and this happened. But then when you get to that point when you're like, they like find this thing, and it's like, oh, this thing's like arm. It's either his arm or leg. There's a joint.
That's terrifying.
But it's pretty neat. But it made me think of that. And it's cool that they had the unnameable in there, and it's cool that they had they have a lot of
some historical
stuff from Lovecraft's writings and things. So it's kind of neat that they didn't just say this is the Dunwich Horror. This is, they have a lot of little nods in it, and there was a nod in here as well to the Shackleton thing, which isn't connected to the Mountains of Madness, obviously.
I did enjoy that it wasn't a straight vampire. Like it was vampire. We knew, we figured out it was vampire-like, but then there were these additional complications.
So it's kind of cool.
All right, so whoops. Logan says, "Hope you can come back, Greg." All right, so. Had a blast. Enjoyed the case quite a bit. I'd be willing to play more of those from this book. Hopefully Greg will join us again for another playthrough, maybe when the weather gets a little cooler. All right, we'll see you guys next time.